Great. Well, morning all. I declare open this hearing of the Senate Select Committee on Intergenerational Housing Inequity. I begin by acknowledging the traditional custodians of the land on which we meet and pay my respects to elders past and present, and I extend that respect to all Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander peoples here today. The committee will be conducting today's hearing in person and remotely. Committee members participating today include myself, Senator Pocock as Chair, Senator Mulholland, and joining remotely is Senator Brown. These are public proceedings being video streamed live via the parliamentary website, and a Hansard transcript is being made. I remind witnesses that in giving evidence to the committee, they're protected by parliamentary privilege. It's unlawful for anyone to threaten or disadvantage a witness on account of any evidence given to us as a committee, and such action may be treated as a contempt. It's also a contempt to give false or misleading evidence. Witnesses have a right to request to be heard in camera. If a witness objects to answering a question, they should state the ground on which the objection is made, and the committee will determine whether to insist on an answer having regard to the ground which is claimed. If the committee determines to insist on an answer, a witness may request that the answer be given in camera. I also remind witnesses who are appearing via video conference and who are not speaking to mute their microphones. We have also had media in this room this morning. Channel 7 were about. If anyone has any objection, just let me know if they re-enter the room. I now welcome representatives from the Queensland University of Technology Centre for Justice in person. Thank you, Dr Newcombe and Dr Bryant, for being here, and Dr Pajani online. Good morning, Dr Pajani. Can you hear me okay?
Yes, good morning.
Great. I understand that information has been on parliamentary privilege and the protection of witnesses giving evidence to committees has been provided to you. For the Hansard record, would you please state your full names and the capacity in which you appear today? And I now invite each of you to make a short opening statement, and at the conclusion of any remarks, we will ask you questions. Thank you. If you want to start, Dr Newcombe.
Thank you. Thank you, Chair, and good morning, Senators. I appreciate the opportunity to appear with you today. My name is Dr Michelle Newcombe, and I'm a Senior Lecturer of the School of Public Health and Social Work at the Queensland University of Technology. Today I represent the QT Centre for Justice alongside Dr Bryant here. Before becoming an academic, I worked as a social worker in the fields of homelessness, domestic and family violence, child protection, and now I research in these areas. Intergenerational housing inequality is at its core driven by poverty and widening wealth inequality. When housing becomes unaffordable, intergenerational housing inequality and trauma occurs, despite housing being a basic human need. This is especially the case amongst those experiencing homelessness. Today, I present three key areas for your consideration. Firstly, understanding the needs of vulnerable populations, the Housing First model, and public and social housing investment. Firstly, intergenerational housing inequity is experienced unevenly across generations, with socioeconomic position, gender, geography, disability, ethnicity and race shaping exposure to housing insecurity. This precarity is not randomly distributed across generations, rather it's patterned along existing axes of inequality. Those experiencing vulnerability include older women, young people, people with physical or psychosocial disabilities, those in regional, rural and remote areas, and First Nations Australians. Therefore, responses to housing insecurity often need to consider the specific needs of vulnerable cohorts and actively include them in designing both policy and practice responses. Secondly, careful consideration is needed when considering the way in which housing and homelessness services are currently designed and delivered. While Housing First models have gained increasing policy traction, they have important strengths, but they may not be sufficient to support people who have experienced prolonged or chronic homelessness. The longer an individual remains without housing, the more likely they are to develop additional and intersecting support needs. These can include issues related to mental health, substance use, and the broader impacts of social exclusion and intergenerational trauma. There must be integrated ongoing supports that recognise and respond to this complexity in meaningful and person-centred ways. Finally, sustained investment in public and social housing is essential. At present, we see bottlenecks in the system where individuals remain in crisis or transitional accommodation because there's no pathways into stable housing. This places enormous strain on both services and the people they support. Greater collaboration with the private sector, including requirements or incentives for developers to contribute to affordable housing, may also be a part of the solution. Without meaningful investment and ongoing reform of homelessness and housing services, we'll continue to perpetuate intergenerational trauma and inequality. Thank you. I welcome your questions.
Thank you, Dr. Newcombe. If I can come to you, to Dr. Pajani, is there anything you would like to say as an opening statement?
Yes. I'll make my opening statement now. Good morning. Thanks for having me. My name is Dorina Poiani. I'm Associate Professor of Urban Planning at the University of Queensland. And this is my statement. Astronomical increases in housing costs are impoverishing working people. Consequently, they are undermining quality of life, health and safety, and social cohesion in Australia. For our society to continue to function in a desirable manner, we need a greatly enlarged package of bold housing interventions coordinating between all levels of government and the private sector. The current housing budget may be larger than before, but it is still only a tiny percent of the national budget, while millions of households are facing dire economic consequences as a result of the housing shortages. While home ownership has been the Australian tradition, it should not be the only option for secure and affordable housing. Renters currently make up nearly a third of Australian households, and millions of Australians will rent for their whole lives. Tenants, particularly long-term or lifelong tenants, must be supported as much as aspiring homeowners. Like homeowners, they need housing arrangements that are financially secure, predictable, and affordable. Increasing the housing supply is certainly a top priority. However, an intense crisis is here now, while new housing will take time to arrive. Rental housing policies would have an immediate widespread impact on housing affordability and security of tenure. Rent stabilization is a measure we can adopt right away without imposing additional burdens on the public budget. This policy would reduce the risk of sudden homelessness or sharp rent spikes. Rent stabilization does not mean freezing rents. Instead, it means a return to historical patterns in which rent and consumer prices increase at comparable rates. This is a reasonable outcome for both landlords and tenants. Without a predictable level of increase in their rents, tenants have no real security. At the same time, with rents rising at the rate of inflation, landlords realize growth in income while also covering cost increases because operating costs typically consume about 1/3 of rental income. Housing, like medical care and education, is a basic human right and should be treated accordingly. While seriously addressing the housing crisis may be costly, in my opinion, the adverse consequences of failing to sufficiently address the crisis would be far more profound. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Pajani. And I should have asked you, Dr. Bryant, is there anything you wanted to add as an opening statement, or are you ready to?
Thank you. I'm Dr. Lyndall Bryant. I'm the QUT Housing Research Group lead, and I'm also the Ahuri Research Centre Director for QUT. Prior to academia, I had more than 20 years working in industry in both finance and development, and so I bring a deep understanding of the housing system. And I think we all know that the housing is a very complex system, and you can't tweak at one end without unintended consequences at the other. So my research is broad and deep in housing areas and around housing supply, but also from a rental perspective. I'm an advocate for releasing the latent rental capacity that we have in our Australian system at the moment by way of 13 million spare bedrooms, and happy to talk to that if it comes up. Thank you kindly.
Thank you. I'm sure it will come up. I'll lead off with some questions, if I may, and then go to Senator Mulholland. But thank you both for your materials, and I'm really very grateful for the Centre for Justice's extensive submission and your detailed pulling together of a large body of research from a large body of researchers. It's very useful to have that social science enter into this discussion. Your submission really argues, along with others we've received, for a rights-based approach to housing versus a market-led or individualised response. What does a rights-based approach deliver, and why is it important?
Well, at the basis of a rights-based approach, we're talking about the UN Declaration of Human Rights. Housing is a human right. It should be more heavily perhaps enshrined in our law. It is already enshrined in that convention. If we look at things like Maslow's hierarchy of needs, we can't provide anything for people without accommodation, without safe, secure, ongoing tenancy. This is pretty basic kind of stuff, whereas a market-led approach is going to be an approach that talks to us about making money. The tenants are based around capitalism. They're two different worlds, is what I would say. And we're seeing the effect of a market-based approach now, where people can't afford basic housing. Families can't afford housing. We've got tents of people living across the river from us. So I can't see how that is a fair and equitable system. And having worked in homelessness for many years before being an academic, I never thought I would see it reach this extent in Australia. I'm shocked on a daily basis because we have systems and supports already in Australia. They've just been abandoned and under-resourced. So to me, a rights-based approach is an approach about humanity, whereas the other is an approach about, acquisition of capital.
You also point to jurisdictions and characteristics in other international jurisdictions where things are done very differently to achieve more equitable outcomes. Can you say a little more about those international jurisdictions and why they provide useful examples of doing things better?
Yeah, I'll start, if that's okay, talking about the Housing First model, which we've talked about it in Finland in our submission, but the Housing First model has been adapted to some extent in Australia and other parts of the world. What is important is always the context. So a Housing First model says that rather than people go through like a sort of laddered or step-by-step system when they are homeless into housing, so almost they have to sort of tick boxes to ascend up the ladder. What a Housing First model says is obviously you need a house first, right? And then we can tick the rest of the boxes. Now in somewhere like Finland, that works actually quite well because they have a large stock of public and social housing. And that's been there for a very long time. Of course, they add to that stock, they have modifications to that stock, but it exists. At the moment, so there shouldn't be this idea of conditionality. Mm-hmm. In Australia, we've adopted that approach here, the Housing First model, but there's still a significant amount of conditionality. And that is because we don't have the resources. When the resources are scarce, we have to think, well, how do we assign those resources? So in principle, great idea. In Scotland, we also have a rights-based model that is used there, which may have a bit more applicability in Australia, I think, but again, it is reliant on housing stock. And so what happens in Scotland is if someone is declared homeless, it enacts a series of policies where that person is prioritised and guaranteed housing. Again, Scotland has a large quantity of social and public housing. It's not in very good condition, it hasn't been well maintained, but it does exist. That's a significant issue. And when we think about social and public housing in Australia, it's an issue too for regional and remote areas. Some of it just doesn't exist in those kinds of places. Lyndall, do you want to talk about the scheme in Ireland, the rent-a-room scheme?
Yeah, so Ireland has what we call it the rent-a-room scheme, and it's about accessing the spare bedrooms that I was talking about. So the premise of it is that if you have a spare bedroom, then you're encouraged to rent that out, and so it's a way of increasing capacity in the rental sector. It also provides cost of living relief for the homeowner, and in Australia often that's pensioners and potentially people living on their own. So they might be asset rich, but they're cash poor. So they've got a real cost of living crisis, and we probably don't need to touch on that here. But the way the Irish scheme works, that is that there's a financial threshold that the government sets and says if you rent your spare room out for it's €14,000, which is about equivalent to $28,000, or say $500 a week. So if you set the rent for your spare room at an affordable rate, it's not determined as assessable income. So, so you still declare it on your tax return, but it's not assessable income under a certain threshold that is deemed affordable. You go $1 over that and suddenly the whole lot is assessable. So there's a real incentive for affordable rental accommodation to be in the market, and it's this concept of taking in a lodger, which once upon a time was very normal across the world. In America, it was lodgers were captured in the census until the early 20th century, and so the concept of having a lodger and taking in lodgers and living in a community was quite normalised, and they had this very active. It's been in place since the 1990s in Ireland, and in more recent years they've actually extended the scheme to incorporate people who are on welfare. So if you live in social housing, and we've got this instance across Australia where you've got, say, 3-bedroom houses with only one person or a couple living in them, if you live in social housing, you can actually still rent out that spare bedroom. I mean, that's a long way from where we are in Australia. But if it's a small country like Ireland can do it, then you'd have to ask, why can't we?
And has it made a difference in Ireland?
Absolutely, because they have housing supply constraints like we do, and they have a lot of immigration coming across from Europe. Ireland took in, I think I'm going to get the number wrong. I want to say 600,000, but that sounds like too many. Refugees from Ukraine, and again the government gave incentives, financial incentives for families to take in these refugees. So they just absorbed all of this additional population into their existing housing because they were willing to open their homes. But of course there's a financial benefit to that as well. So the barriers to that in Australia are the taxation settings around assessable income, but for pensioners there's a real fear of losing of the pension, because if they use some of their home for earning income, then they lose that in the assets test. But if that money can be determined as not assessable income, and the tax reading of income is different to pension, which is separate issue. But if we can change some of those parameters around what is income and what is not, then we have this real opportunity to immediately access this latent capacity in our rental system straight away. The other issue around it, just quickly, is the state issue is around lodgers' rights. And currently all the residential tenancy legislation in each state, apart from the ACT, is silent on lodgers. So there is no such thing as lodgers' rights in any state under the residential tenancy legislation, and that's a real gap as well.
So that you need to look at that as well, you're arguing. Okay, thank you. Dr. Pajani, if I can come to you, and I'm looking at some of your contributions in the conversation and others on the public record, and you've made the point this morning about renters, that nearly a third of Australians now are renters, and that some of them will be renting for their whole lives. What do you argue are the essential things we need to see to improve our rental arrangements in Australia?
I think, well, two things. First, there needs to be a ceiling on allowable rent increases, and there can be also a time limit how often rent increases can come in. Other places that have rent stabilization laws in place, they typically tie the allowable rent increases to the consumer price index. And some places will even have them be a little bit lower than the consumer price index, not 100%. Now, you can have cases of hyperinflation or very high inflation rates, like what happened after the pandemic. So some laws predict that, and they'll also put an overall ceiling on the increases in case inflation is way too high. But sometimes there is also a floor on the allowable increases so that landlords are protected as well. So the law is fair to both sides. Now, these kind of laws, the rent stabilization laws, they cannot possibly work if they're not accompanied by protections from evictions. So evictions can only be for just cause and not as retaliation, because the tenant asks for something, asks for a repair, for example, etc. So only just eviction. So that provides the tenant security to stay in their unit as long as they're law-abiding citizen and they're paying rent.
It's often said when people talk about rent controls that it will dry up supply of rental properties. Can you point to the international experience on that and give us what your view of that argument is?
So there are actually several objections to rent stabilization or rent control. The first one is that people will say this is a distortion of the market, right? People that are very pro-market. The reality is what rent stabilization does is it mandates a return to historical rent increase patterns. In the past in Australia, we didn't have a housing crisis, rents increased in step with inflation. Whereas now we have the situation where rents are increasing way above inflation. That's the definition of a crisis in rents. Then another objection often is that if you have rent stabilization, that will lead to declines in rental construction. But the reality is the amount of new construction of rental units depends on a combination of factors, and zoning has quite a lot to do with it. The allowable densities have quite a lot to do with it. So my field, urban planning, land use planning, and a lot has to do with interest rates and the market rents for new units. Another objection is that if you apply rent stabilization laws or regulations, this will lead to losses in rental units. But the reality is that changes in the number of rental offerings, existing and new dwelling units, these are impacted by the yields that are available from offering units for sale rather than renting. And then a final objection is that if you have rent stabilization, that will lead to reductions in maintenance. The reality, though, is that the typical operating costs of rental units, that includes management, maintenance, utilities, taxes, typically amount to about 1/3 of rental income, certainly less than half in places where maintenance costs a lot of money, like traders charge a lot. So the bulk of rental increases provide for growth in operating income.
Thank you. And just before I hand over to Senator Mulholland, is there anything you would like to say out of your research about the rent question?
I think also the length of tenancy is one of consideration, particularly for families. It's actually quite unusual internationally to have sort of 6-month and 12-month maximum rental capacity on those agreements. So I think having an extended opportunity for an extended lease for people on rental properties would be really, really important. And that helps with the rent stabilisation.
Yeah, agreed. And if I could just add, we need to take care comparing the Australian rental situation with international scenarios because of the nature of the market is so different. In countries like Germany, where it's quite common for people to rent for their entire lives, you really need to look at, well, who's their landlord? And in Australia, we have 1/3 of the people renting, but only maybe 3% is social housing. So we've got about 30% of our total population that have private landlords, and this is the real challenge and some of the balancing arguments to rent capping or stabilisation is that we still need private landlords. We still need mum and dad landlords because we don't have, the government isn't providing social housing the way that it used to decades ago. And so we have to be really careful that, as I said, we talked about housing being a complex system. We don't want to be squeezing the sausage at one end and having something unintended pop out the other. And it's certainly one of my fears around the proposed negative gearing and capital gains tax changes that are on the table at the moment is that disincentivising of investors. One of my favourite sayings is every tenant needs a landlord. And so we don't have that mum and dad investor type of arrangement in international examples the same way we do in Australia. And so really need to look at the entire system and that complex system, the way it works before levers are pulled without thinking where is that unintended consequence going to be in the future.
I noticed this morning the Victorian government has move to offer extended leases of 3 to 5 years on its public and social housing, going in the right direction. I see you're nodding. Over to you, Senator Mulholland.
Thank you for that, Chair, and thank you very much for coming in today to join us and for the work that you've put into your submission. I'd first like to come to the QUT Centre for Justice. The terms of reference of this committee consider intergenerational housing inequality. Specifically, but as part of that, we are considering where that inequality and inequity has come from. You note in your submission that not all members of a generation experience housing in the same way. How should the committee think about intergenerational housing in a way that recognises both young Australians are struggling to enter the market and older Australians are experiencing housing insecurity? I welcome your thoughts.
I think when you're talking about generations, we have a real habit to clump, an age cohort together. And when I talked earlier, there is an axis of disadvantage that we have to consider. So, for instance, a good example is older people. A lot of people would think older people have investment properties, have a lot of money in the bank, but we know there's a rising rate of homelessness with older women. And that could be about gender, that could be about time in the workforce, the lack of superannuation, all of these things. So I think saying this, I think the impacts of housing inequality on young people are yet to be seen in their full extent in Australia. And that is because a lot of young people are still living at home, or they're completely priced out of the rental market. They'll be completely priced out of the property market. And because of these weak laws in terms of rental tenancies, what does that mean for them in the long term? And I think young people will feel and are feeling an increasing amount of disenfranchisation because of that. And I think saying a lot of policy, particularly I reviewed policies in Queensland around young people and housing and homelessness, and the discourse within those policies is around young people needing to find work, have training, essentially just work harder and you'll be able to get into the private market in some way or another. And that's not true. So where is the space for those young people? So we can combine a deeper analysis if we think about, well, what is it like to be a First Nations young person or a young person who is a care leaver? It's even more difficult for you. So I think we're really entrenching young people into poverty or stagnation within their social class. We used to think property ownership was a way to move through your socio-economic status, through your social class, and I don't think that is going to be the same opportunity for young people. So I do worry about those impacts because, like I said, I don't think we are seeing those in their fulsome, but I don't think it's too simplistic to sort of just say it is about one generation banking all the assets and not providing them with another, because disadvantage exists throughout those generations. So I don't know if that's answered your question in its entirety. It's broad, but I think housing is very complex to think about, and when we think about it from a generational lens, it probably enhances that complexity somewhat.
It does, and I was interested to read in the submission, particularly around older women as the fastest growing cohort of people experiencing housing insecurity in Australia. Your research talks a little bit about some of the reasons why, but I was also very interested around some of the remarks around the private rental market presenting significant barriers for older women, particularly, as you said, those challenges around super gaps and wage gaps and reduced earnings over their lifetimes, and then an over-reliance on the age pension, but that is seen not to be a desirable tenant if they're coming to a private tenancy application with an age pension as the ways and means of paying for that rental and obviously being priced out. So I think that's a pretty important call out as well about why we need to continue to invest in social and affordable housing. And I've met with a number of older women in some of our social and affordable housing projects around Brisbane who were getting to the point where their rental was hitting $500 or $600, which is well above their single age pension, and it was becoming a really, they just couldn't keep their head above water. And
The level of disrespect, I think a lot of those older women feel because they have contributed to society, they've paid taxes, they've raised children, and now society is not providing for them because they can't afford those private rentals. And, you know, they are going to be longer knock-on effects in terms of social cohesion. Those older women aren't going to be available to provide childcare for free. We see that happening a lot at the moment, or engage in volunteer work because they have to maintain work in the private sector for a longer period of time to pay their rent. All of those kinds of things. We don't have space to consider those in our application, but I think that overshadows our entire conversation about housing inequity. It affects the social fabric.
It does, and I noticed in your opening remarks you talked about the difference between a rights-based and a market-based approach, and some of your background, particular, Dr. Newcombe, in housing and homelessness before you came to academia. So what I want to ask you about investment in affordable and social housing, because that's it's the really big uplift. I think the challenge we've heard called out across a lot of our hearings is the underinvestment in social and affordable housing. When you look back at the 50s and the 60s, government was really leaning in that space, and we've not seen that level of investment for some decades. And that's one of the big call-outs in a lot of the research that we're seeing is the underinvestment. So I welcome your thoughts around this is our opportunity to talk to government with our report with recommendations about what we need to continue to focus on as policymakers. So I welcome your advice and your research and your thoughts around continued investment in social and affordable housing by government.
Look, it has to be prioritised. I should say it's not just building of new properties, it's maintaining older properties as well. Some of them have got to a point of disrepair that they're demolished and new things are built. Often when new properties are being built in terms of social and affordable housing, they are apartments, they're not suitable for families, and families, constitute a huge cohort of our homelessness population. Domestic and family violence is the key driver of homelessness in Australia, so we're talking about families. One of the factors that's tricky is, the balance between federal and state governments and how things are prioritised there. And I think it becomes a little bit of a political football, but also a little bit too hard for people to decide how that investment will occur between state and federal government. So I know, back in the Kevin Rudd eras when COAG was first formed, there was a lot of emphasis on trying to get states and federal government to work around homelessness policy again, and I would welcome the opportunity to see that. It needs to be prioritised. There are many clever people who have many ideas about how we can build properties quickly, how we can build properties in a cheap, timely manner, or budget conscious, I should say. So I don't think we need to come up with new ideas. We just need to prioritise those ideas.
The HAF has been a great thing, and in Queensland we've had the HIF as well. You've got to keep up with all the acronyms. But I understand HAF 3 is now fully allocated, and there doesn't seem to be any indication of another round. And I think that the community housing sector, because we're not seeing government build social housing at scale that's needed, and so that money is being put into the community housing sector now. And the community housing sector needs investors as well as the public money, and those investors need surety around policy. So every time policy changes, then the whole investment community doesn't really quite know what's happening, and they've got to sort of we all know the lower the risk, the lower return that the investors will be looking for. So how can we have some consistency of policy, long-term consistency of policy, so that an industry and an investment industry, a development industry, can actually be established around the community housing sector. NRAS is something that has now finished. That was a fantastic program, but it was only 10 years. And through our research, we've spoken to many, particularly older women who were in NRAS properties, and after 10 years, the rent reverted to market rent, and they couldn't afford it. It became more than their pension. So how do we have long-term you would have thought 10 years was long enough, but how do we have long-term arrangements in place so that the sector can have some surety, there's constant policy changes, and so that people can plan ahead, because property development is a long game, and this is one of the difficulties with with housing supply. In economics, you have supply and demand, and there's all sorts of theories around how they can balance. But in the housing situation, it's more complex, because supply is a long-term game, whereas demand is a short-term lever. You change, budget night, you make an announcement, and suddenly demand changes. The brakes are put on demand. You can have overnight changes in demand, but supply, it's 5 years, our research shows, on average, from when a development approval is lodged to when you're handing over the keys to somebody. And that's a long time frame. And so all of this HAF money that's been going out, it's still possibly 5 years until keys are being handed over to people, and that's frightening. So from a finance perspective, more HAF, but from my perspective, it's prioritising that those assets remain in public ownership. If it's public money, that's being used to create public assets. So that, how do we encourage the government to stay engaged in social housing?
I do want to come to the budget announcements, because I think there's perhaps maybe a bit of a divergence of views here, because in the submission talks about legislative reform of tax arrangements that disproportionately favour residential property investment remains a critical lever for change. In particular, negative gearing and capital gains concessions applied to residential properties have been shown to benefit higher income households and multiple property investors, contributing to house price inflation, speculative demand and intergenerational wealth transfer, limiting benefit to first home renters or buyers. These settings distort investment decisions in the existing housing supply. So I understand you've probably bring two different backgrounds to your academia, if that's a fair call out. And then you've got some other research teams here. But can I give you some feedback from my colleagues who have been on the ground at auctions over the weekend, talking to young people who say, for the first time, they feel like they can put their head above water, and that they're not bidding against somebody who comes to that auction with hundreds of thousands of dollars in the bank in capital. That is the feedback. You're not going to read about it in the Courier Mail or the Australian, but it's absolutely the feedback that we're getting on the ground from people who are too busy trying to compete at the moment in this housing market. And all respect to people who also provide private housing as mum and dad investors as well. But can I just give you that feedback that we're getting very clearly off the ground now, that people are feeling like they can breathe a little bit. So I would welcome that, because I think there is perhaps different views maybe in the research team as well around what, the tax incentives, the tax reform changes that government needs to look at, because that's obviously something that is very topical at the moment in the housing space. So I welcome, and you're also welcome to jump in as well, Dr. Bajani as well.
If I can speak to that. And we absolutely, there's very different perspectives, and we respect each other's perspectives, and there's no one answer. And I think that's the important thing. There is no one silver bullet here. I suppose my perspective on those, I agree completely. If you're a first home buyer, great time to be going to auctions, as long as the vendor is willing to be realistic about what's happening in the market. But my concern, and it probably aligns with Dr. Polani's, is that you will have, if that's a rented property currently that a landlord's cashing out of, and a first home buyer is going to buy it, then at the end of that current tenant's lease, which most likely be in the next 6 months, that renter has to go. And where is that renter going to go to? And so, again, we really have to think of all the different unintended consequences, is that we already have a rental market under stress, and we have now potentially what we're witnessing is great for first home buyers to have access to those markets, but the homes that they're buying are most likely to be tenanted, and those tenants are most likely going to need to find somewhere to live.
The purchaser, the first home buyer, is giving up a rental property, so there's, switches both ways.
Yes.
The net effect may be zero.
It's not a neat swap. And there's some really interesting research emerging that it's not my research, I was heard about the other day. It's about the efficiency of use of rentals, is that rental households normally have, share houses normally might have 3 or 4 people living in a home, but when someone buys a new home, it's usually only 2 people living in the home potentially. So, that it's not a neat swap, and it's not as simple as that. And so, it might be a family that is not that's in that home that's been bought by a first homeowner, and then so that family needs to go find somewhere else to live. So this all intersects with Dr. Parney's suggestion around having longer term rental, and Michelle's here, longer term rent settings, but at the moment first home buyer grants and those sorts of things require that first homeowner to move in within 12 months or 6 months depending on the state. So again, it's making sure that there's alignment with the state first homer grant things as well. It gets really complicated, and the pluses and the minuses just don't always meet.
I just want to make sure we don't lose.
Yes, please.
Dr. Bajani, do you want to make any comment on that? It's harder when you're online.
Yes. I wanted to add that I feel like the whole conversation is too focused on getting everyone into the home ownership market. And I do not subscribe to the notion that every Australian needs to be a homeowner at all cost. It is okay to be a renter. It is okay to be a long-term renter as long as you are protected. In some places that apply rent control, I lived in California for many years before coming to Australia. First, rent control was done as a continuous policy, and then this element was introduced called vacancy decontrol, meaning the tenant was protected while they were in a unit, but then once the tenant moved out or the unit was sold, then the unit could be let out at market rent. So the rent was reset at market level. And so that kind of policy helps a little bit, because I'm sensing that might be something that Australia would consider. So that helps a little bit the tenant while they're in the unit. But overall, research has shown, empirical evidence has shown the overall market is still unaffordable if those kind of policies are in effect. So we need the type of rent stabilization that's continuous. The unit, it applies to the unit. So regardless of who the tenant is. If a tenant moves out, a new tenant would still have rent control. And then that tenant that moves out, if they go to another unit, that would also be rent stabilized. So that deals with the issue of a property being bought by a first-time buyer, a tenant having to move out, they'd be stepping out into a rent-stabilized market. So that removes the problem.
Thank you. Did you have anything to add, Dr. Newcombe?
Look, any changes we make to social and economic policy will always have intended and unintended consequences. That's the risk that you run in making these decisions. But I think something like negative gearing, my understanding is that was originally introduced to try and ensure affordable housing for people, to reduce rents. Now that obviously hasn't worked, so we do have to question what is the point of that policy now. But I think Dr. Pajani's point I would concur with, that not everybody will be able to or wants to buy a property. And so whilst those changes, politically popular I imagine, and important, we still need to consider people further along the continuum who need basic, affordable, safe and secure housing. And so those changes to negative gearing and capital gains tax may not benefit directly those people further along the continuum of housing. So there's more work to be done.
Thank you for that. I'm conscious of time.
Yes, exactly. Thanks so much for your evidence today and for your submissions and all of the research background and your experience that underpins them. Much appreciated. The committee's agreed that responses to any questions on notice should be provided within 2 weeks of you receiving a copy of the Hansard transcript. I don't think we've given you a lot of questions, but if there's more information you want to provide us, that would be most useful. Please don't hesitate. Thank you both of you, all of you, for your time.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
So I now welcome two representatives from House U in person and Mr. Jake York. Is that right? Please, I don't know Hannah's surname. I'll get them to introduce themselves, thank you. That'll be fine, yeah. And all come forward. Great. Thank you, all of you, for coming in today. It's lovely to have you here in person. So we have two representatives from House U and Mr. Jake York in person. I just want to check. I understand information on parliamentary privilege and the protection of witnesses giving evidence to committees has been provided to you. And for the Hansard record, could you please introduce yourselves and the capacity in which you appear today? So.
Good morning, my name is Jake York. I'm representing myself as a private citizen.
Great. Thank you. Do you want to, we'll come back to you and see if you want to make some opening statement, but let's go to you, Ms. Hoodwithy.
Hi, my name is Chelsea Hoodwithy. I'm representing House U as the founder and organiser and author of our submission.
Great.
Hi, I'm Ahana. I'm also representing House U as Chelsea's friend and someone who cares about housing.
Great. Thank you. It's great to have your organisation here, House U, and also to have some individual personal experience here as well. So I invite each of you to make an opening statement, and the conclusion of that, we'll have some questions for you. Thank you.
Sure.
Who would
So,
like to start?
my name's Jake. I am a 37-year-old single father. The story that I'm about to tell sort of begins in the end of 2020 when my then wife and I bought our first home. We bought our first home for $880,000 with a $200,000 deposit, which we'd built over the previous 10 years. That marriage dissolved, and I then moved to a smaller place, a townhouse, where even though I had a smaller mortgage and I'm on what I would consider a fairly good income, it was what I considered prohibitively expensive, and I was no longer enjoying the lifestyle that I previously had as a man in my 20s. I made a decision at the end of 2023 to sell that property and move into a rental because that mortgage was causing significant financial concerns. 2 years later, the same property has jumped by over 80% in price. Me making the option to rent and potentially get back into the market after I'd saved some more money was a catastrophic decision. There is no same option available to me now. In fact, if I want to significantly reduce my standard of living, then I can get back into the market for an increased cost. This is something that has occurred in the last 5-6 years, which has been a really accelerated rate of change in this country. The $880,000 place that my wife and I bought at the end of 2020 is now valued at $2 million. What would have been almost $200,000 in interest that we would have paid on a 25-year loan would now be almost $2 million in interest, because interest rates have also tripled. People don't have the same opportunities that they did 5 or 6 years ago. And me taking the person that existed at that time, at that rank and seniority, wages have increased by 7%. It's paltry in comparison. So I'd like to, after more opening statements come back, I'd like to put it back to you. How do we wind things back so that people have the same opportunities. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. York, and thank you for bringing your experience to us. It's very, very useful and important evidence to have a real experience in front of us. So not easily done, but I appreciate you coming and giving us that evidence, and we'll come back to you. If we can hear from House You now, thank you.
Australia's housing crisis is not a generational conflict. It is the direct result of prioritising house hoarding over housing people. This country has built a cultural obsession with using housing as a get-rich scheme rather than the human right that it is. Successive governments have stripped away public housing, handed tax concessions to investors, and left working people to compete in a market designed to exclude them and profit from their basic need for shelter. The solution is straightforward. Government must deliver public housing at scale. Treat housing as the essential public infrastructure and service, and adopt a housing first policy nationally that guarantees every single person in this country a safe place to call home. We recommend 8 recommendations as we see this as a roadmap to, as we want to see everyone have a house in Australia. The first thing being legislating housing as a human right. It's been done in Finland, and Australia could absolutely do it. We also need to increase our public housing stock from the very small percentage of 4% to at least 40%. Vienna has about 60% public housing stock. Singapore is about 70%. We really need to have a government that is using our tax dollars to deliver housing at scale so that everyone has access. We really need to end the tax subsidies for what we're calling house hoarding. People owning multiple properties, whether that's through as an individual, whether they own multiple via trusts, corporations, businesses. Residential property shouldn't be owned by corporations. It's a conflict of interest, and it has created an issue of housing being treated as a speculative asset rather than a place for people to live in. Also, the government doesn't need to just build public housing. There's also options of acquiring vacant land, also taking on vacant properties that are sitting empty. We've done it before, particularly after the floods of 2022 in Lismore. The government bought back a lot of houses. The government could do that nationally to increase public housing stock quickly. We need to have binding national outcomes so that, as you were speaking to, the median wage being so disproportionate to then the house price, we should be looking at that as a way to measure, are we actually creating housing policy that's housing people, and looking at that as a metric to ensure that people can access affordable homes. We need national rental protections. It's something that has happened internationally where the federal government will work with the state governments to legislate rental protections, rental controls, ensure that everybody has secure tenure if they are privately renting and not in the public housing system. And we really need a decolonisation framework. Land back. The very essence of this inquiry is talking about intergenerational housing inequity. If you are a First Nations person on your homeland that was stolen from you over 200 years ago, you didn't get access to that intergenerational exchange. You have been stolen from, and that has compounded. We've got, if you're an Indigenous person, you're 8.8 times more likely to be homeless on your own country. Not only does that strip you away from your country and your place for culture, but also you don't have access to secure housing, and that's something that really needs to be at the forefront of all of our decision making. So, in closing, Australia's housing crisis is a class crisis with colonial roots. It was created by deliberate political choices, the theft of land, the application of capitalist logic to shelter, the privatisation of public housing, the gifting of tax concessions to investors, the treatment of homes as commodities, and it will only be resolved by equally deliberate choices in the other direction. The private market will not deliver universal housing security. It never has, and it never will. What is needed is public housing built at scale, owned publicly, allocated for everybody who needs it, and underpinned by a housing first policy that recognises a safe home as the foundation to a healthy life. Housing everybody is good for everybody, and only when we get everybody a house will we have housing equity in Australia. Thanks.
Thank you. Ms. Nag.
Hi, I'm 19, and I'm at the moment houseless, and I took an overnight train last night. It was very long, 14 hours, from the Waterloo encampment on Gadigal land, where yesterday morning, I watched my friends be arrested, riot cops with gloves, push us around, do whatever they wanted, while the developers put up fences around public housing. So at Waterloo, there's 750 houses being destroyed, and there's been so many different things done to try and combat this, and we've received so much repression, and I think that's very indicative of this country's response to the housing crisis and this country's response to cries for help. And yeah, we're just seeing young kids come to defend Waterloo and be brutalised by the police, and at the moment, it's our future that's at stake, and it's our communities that are most impacted by homelessness. Yes, and as a young brown woman, I can say from lived experience, I'm just surrounded by so many other young people, brown people, immigrants that are just really, really struggling with basic rights to safe shelter, and that just bleeds into everything. It's just not a way to live. Thank you.
Thank you. Thanks, Ms. Nag. Thank you for taking that long train trip to be here and to bring your experience both at Waterloo and your personal experience as well to us today. And I think your evidence aligns with what we've already heard today. There's certainly a big issue for younger people, if I can use a broad definition of younger people, but it's not simply an intergenerational issue, as we've heard from the questioning that Senator Mulholland has done today and on other days. It is more complex than simply saying one generation versus another. There are really significant vulnerabilities within every generation that we also need to be very attentive to. Yesterday, if I can just start the questioning, and I know you've posed a very important question for us, Mr. York. I'd like to come back to that. But yesterday I visited a Brisbane youth service which works a lot with homelessness, young people, and we've got evidence before us which tells us that there is a very significant proportion of people who are at risk of or actually homeless who are very young. And I think that is a dimension that is new, or at least more pronounced than historically. I'm just curious about your thinking or your observation. Is that a correct observation? And have you got any comments you want to make about particular vulnerabilities of young people to homelessness and the risks of it?
1 in 6 children are living in poverty. So we have a massive problem in Australia with inequality compounding in housing, and I think it's the biggest demonstration of that inequality, because if you are unhoused, you are at risk of everything else because the foundation is a home. I think it's 1 in 7 children are experiencing homelessness, and they're between the ages of 12 and 17. That's absurd in such a wealthy country. We don't actually have the capacity or the crisis accommodation to meet the need of this many people who are experiencing homelessness. And I think that's why we really need to look at public housing infrastructure at the forefront so that families are housed first, rather than what happens particularly in New South Wales is you get a link to home number where you get 7 days in a motel, and then after that you're pushed out again. But also young people, and you probably could speak to this as well, you don't maybe know how to access those services. So you're on the street and you are actually just fighting for your life. Maybe at home is not safe for you as well if there is access to housing. But particularly with, and also the lack of affordable rentals, and even the fact that you can't save enough money for even a deposit is the biggest barrier now, is that people are on fixed incomes that aren't actually meeting up with the the price of a house.
Yeah, well, 26% of people who experience homelessness are aged 12 to 24, which is really ridiculous. I am in the process of applying for housing at the moment through my job provider, and through my experiences, I have really seen how intersectional the issue is, and I think, intersectional is the key word here. There's just so many elements to it. I think that, I didn't graduate high school. I only made it to grade 10, and that really affects my access to employment. And people are like, oh, why don't you go finish school now? And then there's all these questions of okay, well, who's going to take me to school? Who's going to pack my lunch? Who's going to, where am I going to sleep? How am I going to get enough sleep to do my homework? It's all of these things that, at age 19, I'm just not equipped to finish school right now. And it feels like such a big thing to accessing the same amount of money that, people living, stable, normal lives have. And, as a lot of people know, if you're under 22, you're not considered independent from Centrelink. None of my friends are getting money from their parents, and, we're all under the age of 22, but there's no way to prove it rather than writing a dehumanizing letter about what you experienced in your home life. This constant dehumanization, I do think the homelessness crisis is really intersectional with a mental health crisis, and the mental health crisis is plaguing young people right now. And the dehumanizing nature of the ways to access housing, the ways to access kind of the precursors of housing, like education and money and a job and stability and community, all of the ways to access that are quite dehumanizing, and they've been, I feel, intentionally made dehumanizing by a system that does not consider colonialism and capitalism as the crux of the problem.
Okay, thank you. I want to come back to you, Mr. York. You've asked us what's the explanation and the solutions. Have I understood the question you put correctly? Is there any further material you want to put before us?
So to clarify the question, wages have not materially increased. Anyone whose money comes from wages is still roughly in the same position that they were about 5 or 6 years ago. But in my personal circumstance, the house price has increased by 220%. So that gap has widened. The only person in the country who is able to access that new house price is someone that previously had a house and was able to benefit from that increase. The public housing part of this problem is not one that I think that I can address. Something that I think is important to me is, how do you materially wind back the damage that has been done? Because if you say, well, we can't, then the effective answer is you are telling a generation of people, or anyone that doesn't currently have a home that they own, you're telling those people, too bad. And the situation is what it is, and we can't do anything about it. Suck it up. Which I think is an insufficient response, and steps need to be made to wind back the damage, to reduce the average housing price in Australia. Because I don't believe that you can increase wages to reduce that wage to house price ratio. I don't believe that you could do that. The solution has to be that the house price has to reduce.
I want to understand the picture that you've painted. We have general statistics across the whole of Australia that averages about that multiple between wages and house prices. 30 years ago, when capital gains tax arrangements were changed, for example, in 1999, the multiple was about 4. That is, the house price was around 4 times the average wage of Australians. And now, of course, average across the country, the evidence before us is it's about 9. You're describing your own experience in a Brisbane housing market where in 2020, or since 2020, if I've understood your evidence correctly, house prices have gone up directly in your experience, by 220%. Is that the figure you gave? And
by 120%.
But sorry, by
multiplied.
So doubled, 120%. Okay, on the value that you saw in 2020 when you purchased. So this is real experience, and through that same period, in your experience, your wages changed by about 7%. Is that what your experience tells us?
Yes.
Okay, so the multiple in many pockets of our big cities, especially Sydney, Melbourne and Brisbane, the impact of that multiple shift is way larger than the 4 to 9 that's the average. That's what you're...
So, in fact, that's actually not even the best characterisation of the problem, because if you were to increase wages by an equivalent percentage, it still doesn't fix the issue, because what has actually occurred is that house price has gone up by $1.1 million and the equivalent wage has gone up by 10,000.
Yeah.
So percentages don't capture that gap.
The actual absolute number of the increase in the house price and the absolute number of the increase in wages are so far apart.
That's right.
10,000 versus a million. Yeah. What's been your thinking, and I'd be very curious about how's you too also, in response to changes to capital gains tax and negative gearing? How do you view those in terms of the crisis of a house purchaser? We're also hearing about experience in homelessness and public housing, but just looking at someone like you in the house purchasing regime, what's your response to those changes in tax?
The way that I see it is that has created a new baseline in house prices. What I foresee will occur is that this is the new baseline across the country and nothing will ever get below that. What it has created is something is now solidified, because every property speculator, investor that has previously owned investment properties retains all of those benefits. So you're and because as you're an older person who has lived and worked for longer, you'll have access to more capital to be able to have potentially owned investment properties compared to a 19-year-old. That forces a generational problem. By removing access to something to only people that have previously not been able to access it because they were in school is a completely unfair way to have made tax changes.
And Ms. Withard, do you want to make some comments about the tax changes and that way you view them?
We need full abolition of negative gearing and the capital gains tax discount. The problem with Australia is that we have incentivised house hoarding. We've incentivised people owning multiple properties to make money. That has created a massive class divide between those who work and rent and pay off someone else's sixth mortgage. And that has created the crisis. It didn't create more supply, didn't create homes for everybody. It created a massive problem where homelessness astronomically has increased to the point where we're here now in an inquiry talking about how we get ourselves out of this mess. I think there are many solutions that need to happen, and I don't want to keep banging on about public housing, but it's very much evidence-based in international examples where when you produce enough public housing, which is non-market, income fixed rent, not only does the government benefit because you have revenue coming in, but also that will actually cool the market in general, because there's a competitive alternative model that is very attractive to people who are not only in the market to buy but also to rent, and that would have a great cooling effect. And also the government could be purchasing people out if they own so many houses. Baking in the inequality, I don't think that we should be aspirational in thinking that having access to negative gearing or capital gains tax discount is something that Australians need or want. Most Australians, when you talk to them, they just want to live in the one home that they own. They're not in the market to become investors. So I don't think that it's like we're disadvantaged now by younger people not having access to using those tax concessions. I just think that they need to be completely abolished so that we can actually reset the system and not incentivise the accumulation of housing as a vehicle for investment.
Senator Mulholland, you want to...
Thank you, Chair. And can I say a big thank you to all three of you for coming here today and sharing your stories. It's not easy to do that in a room full of people you don't know and to be so personal about your own circumstances. So can I say thank you? And I actually think it's quite interesting that we've got the private rental view and the private housing view, and also a conversation about public housing as well on the same panel. So that's, I think that's a helpful thing for us to hear. Ahana, I just want to say you may not have finished high school, but the way in which you've presented yourself today and the evidence you've given is very compelling. You're a very impressive young woman, so well done to you for what you've done over your life to get yourself to this point, to get on a train for 14 hours, to come to a building like this and stand in front of people like us and talk to us about a big problem facing your generation and your friends and peers. So yeah, don't be too hard on yourself because you've done a great job today. I have lots of thoughts and lots of questions, and I'm sort of trying to think about where to start, because I think if, I don't disagree with any of the evidence that I've heard here today about, the challenge of we've got an exponentially growing housing market and people just cannot get a foot in the door. Wages haven't gone up. I know that, we've just had a fairly modest wage increase for people who are relying on award wages in this country, and the overwhelming feedback I got onto my social media was, we were going to be burning the economy down by giving people a 4.75% increase on their minimum wages. And that's, I suppose, the difficulty that we hear as policymakers is we know the right thing to do, and we know that we have to keep pushing wages up. We know that we have to keep our foot on the pedal to make housing more affordable. And I know I just acknowledge a challenge also, Jake. You're a single dad. The type of housing that you're after is, has to be appropriate for yourself and a little person, and that also creates challenges. The type of housing that you're looking for that has to be appropriate, and that's more expensive. I've got a little person. I know it's spare bedrooms and all sorts of stuff, and I've got one on the way, and I understand the challenges that you must be going through as well as a dad. So what I wanted to ask about is, we've obviously made some tax changes in the budget. I've heard the feedback about those tax changes that you've given today. But again, I don't think the government's getting, I think the media has a pretty strong view against us taking any change on negative gearing and capital gains tax, but we know that there isn't an option to do nothing. So welcome your thoughts about where else we need to focus as a government, and also your thoughts about those changes. I understand that people have views that maybe they haven't gone far enough. I don't think anyone that subscribes to The Australian thinks that, but welcome your thoughts around just an open conversation about the current tax changes around CGT and negative gearing.
Can I answer your question with a question?
Yeah. You should be a politician.
What do you think the harm would be of placing a 95% tax on capital gains for any investment property?
So a 95% tax on capital.
On the real capital gain, you mean? On
the actual gain of if I've bought a property and sold it.
So rather
than
a capital gains tax concession, but what would be the harm in placing a significant tax on that? Because like I said, the problem isn't, it's not people trying to buy first homes. It's not people just trying to buy their next home because they need to move cities. It's because competition is with people with capital that are competing against
people without it.
Those people for an investment vehicle rather than for what Chelsea said is a human right. So what would be the harm to the country if you made that prohibitively expensive for someone to do?
Well, they'll still make a profit.
Look, I think I need to have a look at what that looks like in a modelling sense, but I don't disagree with the premise of the question. That I think the principle running across the three of you is that housing is a human right, and we need to be housing people in a home first before we are, as a government and as taxpayers, moving money around the economy to support people in acquiring more property. I think that's the general principle that I think we've got a bit of furious agreement here on. We did have some evidence earlier from one of the doctors from QUT around, mum and dad investors, and that they play an important role in the system as well around providing housing. I don't disagree. I don't disagree that people are renting homes off people who are property investors, but more and more we're seeing people's rents go up. We're seeing private rental get out of control, and we've got to do something about it. There is no option of doing nothing. So the purpose for us today is to hear your evidence, because we are moving around the country and meeting people just like you in different cities around the country, and trying to form a view as a committee to come up with some further recommendations to government. So, I'm very interested to hear what you have to say today. I certainly have lots of thoughts, but my thoughts will be, influenced by what you have to say today. So I wanted to just quickly move to social and affordable housing as well, because I don't know if it was yesterday I saw in the paper the state government has taken a decision to remove social and affordable housing as a requirement of developers in some upcoming developments in Lutwyche, which is a suburb on the north side of Brisbane.
Just a Queensland government decision.
A Queensland government decision. And while I think we all acknowledge that there has been a very much an underinvestment in government in public and social housing for a long time, and we're really trying to put our shoulder to the wheel with the HAF system, we also, we're hoping to see private developers also be required to deliver a proportion of their housing towards social and affordable. And it's quite disappointing to, I don't know if you've seen those reports over the sort of last 12 to 24 hours. What can be your thoughts about the role that private developers can also play in social and affordable housing?
I don't think that private developers should play a role. That is why we're very strong with our language around public housing being the cornerstone. It's the gold standard internationally. Private developers have had 25 plus years to deliver supply, and they haven't done that. They drip feed houses out to keep the prices high. They're very vocal about that. We know that they land bank, they keep homes vacant. If you go even just into Gold Coast, there are some towers that are completely empty because people cannot afford those luxury apartments. We need to see the government use our tax dollars to better our society and to invest in the public housing infrastructure. Waiting for the private market to deliver, which we've done for a very long time, that is the policy of the Liberals. They stripped away our public housing, and Labor seems to be continuing that legacy, which I think Labor can do better. We've got an unmet need for housing in this country that's 437,000 households. The social housing wait list right now is only 190,000, but people who haven't applied because it's such an arduous process is about 437,000. If we're only delivering 55,000 social and affordable homes over the next decade, that's only 1 in 8 people housed. That's not good enough. We need to be looking at the numbers with really clear eyes and delivering the public housing stock that is required, that that people can have access to that safety net, because 55,000 homes isn't really scratching the surface, and it feels, I feel a level of embarrassment for our country that while we're so wealthy, we don't prioritise the needs of our community. And it pains me to see our country in such a massive crisis, not only cost of living, but a housing crisis, when we do have the solutions and we could look internationally to implement that. I think that private developers should definitely be delivering housing that people can afford and access, but I don't think that we should be betting on them actually doing that given their track record.
Thank you. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. I think you have, between the three of you, really laid bare the nature of the crisis that we have, the houses that we need. We need a lot more public and social housing, absolutely. And we also need to respond to the homelessness crisis across our country. And so very powerful evidence, thank you. I think what you have put before us, Mr. York, is the sense that the horse has bolted for a generation and it's worth $500 to $1 million into, just the last 5 to 8 years. Is the difference between what a house price was then, what a house price is now without the wage change, and that there is this moment in time, a decade, which will affect this generation, your generation, and generations subsequently. And unless we do something about the relationship between prices and wages, we will not be addressing it. There has been a massive windfall gain for a group of people. And I can hear the politicians, and I'm a politician. No politician likes to say house prices need to fall. There is you will have observed, there is a real reluctance to talk about that. But how do we realign those things without a change in prices or a change? You've proposed a change in tax, which people who made those investments did not know was coming. That's one of the things politicians hate to do also, is change the rules of the game for a group of people who acted under a certain set of rules. So what your experience makes clear is a crisis for a generation that will have a long tail, and unless there are really significant policy interventions, it isn't going to go away. So we have to deal with it. I want to thank you for bringing that to us and posing us with one very important question about tax. Could we tax those capital gains in a more meaningful way? My question in relation to that is, if we did that, if we did say the capital gains made out of housing in the last 5 to 8 years need to be taxed differently, how would that assist you? It needs to be, we can put it back into building, we could actually directly put that tax collection into building public housing, and I believe that would make an impact on prices. But have you got a view about how your generation, your cohort's circumstances could be addressed by a tax change like that?
So in isolation, I think it would have a small positive effect. As Chelsea said, the gains have been baked in for a group of people, and I don't believe it is a generational thing. There is a group of people. It's more a haves and have-nots at this stage. The gains have been baked in. Those people still have access to huge amounts of capital. There is actually nothing that is preventing them from continuing to invest in property. They just can't gain as much on existing housing stock. It doesn't prevent them from choosing that as an investment vehicle still. Mm-hmm. There's a number of different strategies that you could implement. On any investment property, if you own any property more than one, your stamp duty is now $1 million. And that is, regardless of whatever the value of the house is, and that is just a deterrent for anyone that wants to speculate in the industry. You can
take measures to wipe out.
At a federal level, you have all of these mechanisms that you can take that are drastic in their sort of effect, and you will have huge pushback from these industries and from media because the major media companies in this country are owned by billionaires. They don't want these kind of drastic changes, but that's your mandate. Your mandate is strong leadership, and strong leadership sometimes makes unpopular decisions for the greater good.
Thank you. Thanks for encouraging us to think outside the box and to think with real leadership about how to solve these challenges. So I want to thank you all for your evidence and your submissions, and invite you to, if you've taken any questions, I don't think you have on notice, to get back to us within 2 weeks of receiving a copy of the Hansard transcript. But I really want to emphasise what my colleague Senator Mulholland said. Your experience is incredibly valuable. Thank you for making the trip and for bringing forward very direct experience and a very well-developed submission to assist the committee with its work. Thank you.
Thank you.
So we're now going to take a short break and resume in 15 minutes. We're right on time. Great. Thank you. Terrific. So I now welcome Mr. Max Chandler-Mather from the Green Institute in person. Thank you, Max, for coming in person. And I understand the information on parliamentary privilege and the protection of witnesses giving evidence committee has been provided to you. And for the Hansard record, could you please state your full name and the capacity in which you appear?
Max Chandler-Mather, Executive Director of the Green Institute.
Terrific. And we have a submission from you. Thank you so much for giving us a submission which I see has a range of important data information in it. I just wanted to invite you to walk us through it because I think both Senator Mulholland and I haven't had the opportunity to read it. So if there's anything you want to particularly draw our attention to as you make your opening comments, we'd be delighted to hear it, and then we'll come back with questions.
Sure. It went relatively unreported, but over the last few months, the government, the National Supply and Affordability Council, which is the advisory body for the federal government on housing issues, released their State of the Housing report in 2026.
And we had them appear as witnesses in our last hearing. Yeah.
Excellent.
Yep.
What I think in some ways was remarkable about that is, in their own words, they described Australia experiencing not only record low rental affordability, record low house purchase affordability, and record high rental stress. And I think one of the things that I really want to emphasise in this report is a lot of the media commentary, and sometimes even some of the expert commentary, misses the forest for the trees when trying to describe the roots of this crisis and why it is that it just keeps getting worse and worse year after year. And that is in basic terms because for the last few decades, certainly since the 1990s and 1980s even, a bipartisan consensus between both major parties has seen the housing system get turned from a system that did a reasonable job at providing genuinely affordable and quality housing to people, or better and better job, towards a system that treats housing entirely as a lucrative financial asset and a huge profit spinner for banks and property developers. This shift occurred crucially even prior to the Howard government's introduction of the capital gains tax discount in about 1999. That was, of course, a terrible thing and a key part of that shift, but it actually occurred before then. And I suppose I wanted to highlight a few things about that because I think it speaks to why currently the federal government is failing to even come anywhere near address or even turn around the deteriorating housing crisis, which again, and I need to emphasise that since this Labor government was elected in 2022, the housing crisis has just gotten worse every year on the government's own metrics. And that is that the two other big things that happened in the 1980s and 1990s was, one, a shift away from public housing as a universal good for workers towards something that was considered only for particularly disadvantaged groups. And as a result, you saw a cut in public housing funding over the course of those years. Two big things that occurred were under the late in the Fraser government, abolishing the Department of Housing and Public Works, or Housing and Construction, and then the Keating government's decision to cut public housing funding and redirect that towards private rental subsidies. In other words, withdrawing government's role in a large-scale construction of public housing. The second thing that happened under the Hawke and Keating government was large-scale financial deregulation that saw the banks turn around, no longer constrained by federal government regulation, and flood the housing market with credit for investors to purchase housing. There's a really remarkable RBA bulletin that was released in about 2002 that noted that credit for investors, in other words, allowing investors to pay more and more for housing and encouraging them to turn housing into a financial asset, kicked off in the early 1990s, well before the introduction of the capital gains tax discount. Again, the capital gains tax discount helped turbocharge that. Why I paint that picture is, I think, crucial to understanding what's going on right now. And while it's been wildly underreported, the current government is breaking all the wrong records. As of this year, and as of this current government, has the lowest average rate of public housing construction of any government since World War II. Even lower than the Abbott, Morrison, Turnbull governments, between 2013 and when were they kicked out, 2022. Not only that, but the total social housing stock between 2022 and today has only increased by just over 7,000 homes. Now, when you consider the fact that the federal government has cut funding for over 30,000 National Rental Affordability Scheme homes in that period, there's almost certainly been a net decrease, actually, in this period in affordable rentals for people. Not only that, though, that between 2024 and 2025, according to the Productivity Commission's own data and report on government services, there has been a decline in the total stock of social housing over that period. And that should be a remarkable thing in the context of one of the worst housing crises we've seen since World War II, that the government has continued a trend, to be fair to this government, that has occurred under both Labor and Liberal governments over the last few decades, of constantly cutting and reducing the role of public and community housing in intervening in a broken housing market. The other thing I just want to draw attention to is that one thing that is very prevalent in this housing debate is this concept of supply and this concept of rezoning or giving more power and money to private property developers to provide housing. And the thing I would say about that is what has become abundantly clear since the federal government abandoned its role in the large-scale provision of housing is that private property developers will only ever build when it's profitable to do so. This is not a ideological contention, it is a matter of fact that has been stated by property developers themselves, and you'll find quotes from A.V. Jennings, the head of A.G. Jennings, and Harry Triguboff, who both note that when the market changes, they will drip feed and withdraw housing supply, either in response to decline in house prices, in other words, to help push house prices back up, or when house prices are increasing because it's profitable for them to hold on to those assets and sell them at a later date. A report by economists in 2019 found that property developers were land banking probably about 200,000 lots with development approval. In other words, sitting on an enormous supply of housing and again drip feeding it. And why that is the case is because it is entirely rational for private property developers to act in a way that maximises their profits. The problem being, of course, that maximising profits is completely in contradiction with supplying good quality, affordable housing. The recommendations in here I don't think will necessarily surprise everyone, but I suppose the point I want to make, taking a historical perspective and also looking at the current federal government policy, is apart from these small changes to negative gearing and the capital gains tax discount, the reality is that this federal government is continuing this decades-long failed housing policy. It just is. And what I find shocking, really, is that there is a real opportunity in this moment for the federal government to take up a legacy that in part was laid by Labor governments in the 20th century of building public housing at scale. And at the high point in Australia, 18% of all homes built every year were built by the government in public housing. If, by the way, the federal government built public housing at the same rate as it used to, over the last 5 years, the government would have built nearly 200,000 public homes and completely eliminated the public housing wait list, or social housing wait list. We have that opportunity to do that here now. And the recommendations in here are things that have probably been circulated before, but I suppose I just want to focus on the concept of the federal government getting involved in public housing construction again. The old Federal Department of Housing and Construction Works, you'll see in this report, used to literally employ thousands of trades workers, architects, town planners, and experts in construction. They were in fact at one point probably the largest housing construction authority in the country. They retained an incredible and diverse and broad expertise in building housing, and as a result were able to help coordinate with the states the construction of public housing in an incredibly efficient scale and at an enormous scale. And there's absolutely no reason why the federal government couldn't coordinate with the states to retain or bring back that capacity. Our proposal is that the government establish a government developer or government builder and build 360,000 homes over the next 5 years and 50,000 homes every year after that. And crucially, no longer make it just available to people on the lowest incomes, but make these homes available to teachers, to nurses, to doctors, to pensioners, to people from all walks of life. Because historically and overseas, the best housing models are those that make homes universally available. Even when you cap rents at 25% of a household's income, or 70% of market rent, whichever is lower, or sell some of the homes at a subsidised rate. The Parliamentary Budget Office, the publicly available costing, found that the impact on the budget or the underlying cash balance would only be about $9 billion over the next 4 years, because the government would collect a lot of money in rental and sales income, similar to successful schemes overseas. And in fact, at 1 year in the government reports in the 60s, the federal government department reported $1.2 billion of rental income from their public housing scheme, because workers from a broad cross-section of society lived in them paying subsidised rents. We also highly recommend caps on rent increases. I would note, notwithstanding the ideological debate around caps and freezes on rent increases, in the government's own report, the city with the most affordable rent right now is Canberra, which happens to be the only place in this country that has caps on rent increases. And this is in the context, by the way, of the most unaffordable rental market in recorded history in Australia, certainly since World War II. Some of the highest rates of rental stress since World War II. Nearly 30% now of all renters are in rental stress. The crisis as it is right now, and you've heard from the final thing I'll say before I'm happy to take questions, the reality is that we can talk about the numbers, we can talk about the failure of this government to break from a neoliberal housing consensus that has turned housing into an enormously profitable financial asset and into an enormous amount of financial stress and pain for ordinary Australians. But the final point I would make is, as a society in general, I think we can agree that there are certain things that are essential to life: healthcare, education, housing, electricity and water. But the unique thing about housing, even more than our privatised electricity system, is we have abandoned essentially any public role in the provision of this essential service. Completely, almost completely. And what we know about private markets and essential services is people will act in a predatory way, and banks and developers will act in a predatory way to maximise profits and push people into more housing misery as long as they can continue to make a profit. And it absolutely doesn't need to be this way. It hasn't been the case in Australia in the past. In countries overseas, they do it completely differently and recognise it as an essential service, one that can be universally provided by the government at an incredibly efficient and affordable way. But we also, as you've heard from your witnesses, you miss the human consequences of this. Single mums choosing between feeding their kids and paying the rent. Couples giving up on ever being able to buy a home. People spending more and more and more of their take-home income on rent, mortgages, or trying to buy a completely unaffordable house. This has huge flow-on impacts on healthcare, on mental health, on spending money in the community, on small businesses missing out on people going to their small business because they're spending all their money and handing it over to some of the most profitable banks in the world. It is a completely irrational way to run a housing system. And the thing that I would strongly encourage governments of both stripes to think about is stop taking advice from property developers and from banks and from self-described housing experts who have an enormous financial interest in the system running as the way it currently does, and start looking at what works around the world and what Australia has done in the past to alleviate similar scale housing crisis as we've done post-World War II.
Thanks, Max. Thank you so much for your submission and the data you give us. Really, really helpful. I just want to ask you about this inquiry, and your argument is about a larger failure of the post-war period probably, since You're saying really from the early 80s, not even from the moment of capital gains tax, that we dropped a commitment to public housing and we financialised housing for profit, essentially. So if I can bring in the intergenerational lens here, is it your argument that this is not an intergenerational issue, that it is a systemic issue of affecting all? Just how do you respond to one of our terms of reference, which is, is there an element here that is an important new vector of inequality that is generational? What's your response to that?
Well, it certainly is generational in the sense that everyone born, especially in the 1980s and 1990s, as they came into adulthood, they inherited a housing system that was completely broken with hyperinflated house prices and rents as a result of the changes we've just talked about, and this both Labor and Liberal governments embracing of neoliberal developer profit housing system. But what I would say is, while there is definitely a generational lens, that much is obvious, the housing crisis affects people from all sorts of generations. And certainly one of the things to think about right now is those people who are coming up to retirement, in particular single people who currently don't own their homes. And I've spoken to many a pensioner who rents, who is in severe financial stress. I've spoken to many an older single parent in their 40s or 50s who had long since given up on being able to afford to buy a home, but is trapped in a completely broken private rental market. And so sometimes I worry about thinking about it. You know, I say this as a renter myself and someone who was born in the 90s. But what I would say is, if we are going to change this and build the sort of social majority that we need to break the power that banks and developers wield over our political system, then it's going to require building a broad coalition that ensures that a pensioner in their 70s recognises they have the same material interests as a renter in their 20s. And they do. You know, I think the government's experiencing this a little bit right now with the pushback on their you know, to be fair to the government, relatively small changes to negative gearing and the capital gains tax discount, that the property industry and banking industry wields an enormous amount of power. And if you're going to cop that pushback, you know, at the very least, actually make changes that threaten their material and financial interests. Because ultimately, the interests here that are juxtaposed or in opposition are the vast majority of people and the small few who benefit enormously from bank profits and property developer profit.
Thanks for that. Just before you appeared, we heard evidence from a witness who talked about the $1 million increase that he now faces as a single parent in the house price that he would need to meet over a 5-year period, while $1 million increase in the value that he has to find to meet as a purchaser, and you know the probably 10,000 increase in real wages that he's probably had over that same period. And he was asking us and the government to think laterally. For example, he mentioned a 95% tax on capital gains on investment property. And then he talked about a very large stamp duty charge, for example, on investment sales. What's your thinking about measures like that which try and pull back the banking of the gain by investors in the last 5 years in housing in particular?
It's a really good idea. The thing I would say, two things on that, is what that identifies is that investors flooding the property market have been one of the things that has hyperinflated house prices. I would say, at the very least, the government should look at removing the grandfathering measures that have allowed everyone currently with access to negative gearing to continue to negatively gear their properties. You know, you'd be forgiven for thinking in the current debate in the media, but the reality is someone with 200 investment properties still gets to negatively gear all 200 of them. That's a massive problem. And so any measure that I think helps dissuade or push investors away from investing in property towards more productive parts of the economy would be a good thing. I would, in this report, and one thing that I recommend is that the government should look at pre-1980s style regulation on the banks again, in particular heavily restricting the bank's ability to lend to property investors to purchase property. In other words, heavily restricting the credit that banks try and shove out there to encourage people to purchase property as an investment, which helps significantly reduce property investors' activity in the market. I mean, it's worth noting that I think now, as of the latest ABS lending indicator data, something like 40 to 45% of all properties purchased right now are purchased via a loan from the bank for a property investor. Double the rate of first home buyers. You know, I think it's sort of incredible, actually, that we have a system that allows our financial sector to make hundreds of billions of dollars of profits over the last few decades, essentially encouraging wealthy people to pour their money into a system that turbocharges house prices, regardless of the consequences for first home buyers. Or people trying to get a secure home. And yeah, I mean, God knows how a single parent is able to buy a house right now. And even if they do, they're trapped with mortgage repayments that push them into a huge amount of financial stress, right at the edge of what they're able to afford.
You mentioned the other costs, the human costs, was your word, of a failed housing market, or the problem for renters and for people locked into very large loans or unable to get into home purchasing. If we had a better measure of those costs on the welfare of children, of families, of health, the cost that we know is very real of homelessness, is that something we should be looking at so we have a more transparent cost-benefit analysis of the real cost of a failed housing system?
Well, yes. And, the reality is currently the way our housing system measures it is how much are the banks and developers making in profit. And the thing is that that's even embedded in the government's current housing policy because, again, what the government will talk about is encouraging housing supply. And what developers will tell you is, well, we'll only build when it's profitable to do so. And so there's this completely wild contradiction. On the one hand, it is abundantly clear that we need house prices to go down. And we need house prices to go down because that's the only way you make housing more affordable for people to purchase. But on the other hand, what developers will say is, well, we'll only build when it's profitable to do so, and we need house prices to be high so we can make a bigger profit. And there is only one way you can break that system. You can measure it better, but policy-wise, the only way to break that system is to break the monopoly that private developers have over the supply of housing, and via a major government intervention in the construction of housing. I think a renter in Vienna, this is in Austria where 60% of all housing is some form of government or community-built rent-controlled housing. A renter in Vienna can get a 2-bedroom apartment for the equivalent of about $250 a week Australian in rent. A beautiful apartment, by the way, a lot better built than a lot of our crappy private developer apartments are built, which if you speak to a carpenter or electrician, they'll say that they over their dead bodies would they live in a modern built apartment in a lot of places and across Australia. And that's precisely because the government has made a decision that housing is so important, like healthcare, that it shouldn't be left to the private market to provide. And when you remove the land and the homes from private speculation and you take it out of the irrationality of the way the private market operates and prices things and price things in a way that recognises them as an essential service, you get a way better housing system. And maybe the final way I would ask people to think about it is everyone has to pay some housing costs. We all have to pay rent or mortgage. Now, even if you capped it, the question as a society we have to ask is, do we want people to pay their rent or housing costs towards a scheme that helps us build more good quality affordable housing? Or do we want to pay that rent and mortgage to extremely wealthy property investors and extremely profitable banks so they can send those profits offshore, especially with the banks, into the profit margins of US equity firms who own all our banks? It's like we are sort of... such is the lack of imagination, such is the small-mindedness of our political class, is that they seem to be collectively okay with a housing system that gives more money to BlackRock and Vanguard via our housing system than it does towards building public housing in this country for the people that we're meant to represent and care about. The thing about ideology, which dominates this housing debate, by the way, is it makes completely crazy things seem utterly normal. And I think if you sat someone down and said, do you think we should give hundreds of billions of dollars in profit over a decade to Vanguard and BlackRock, two US-owned investment firms or whatever they are, or should we spend that money on building public housing? I think most people would say build public housing, except for the people who own shares in BlackRock and Vanguard.
Last question before I hand over to Senator Mulholland. What's your thinking then about mechanisms that could be used to deal with land banking or apartment banking?
Well, I think at a council and state level, certainly you can have a use it or lose it planning system, where they do not build on those approved developments, they just lose their planning approval. But to be honest, the best thing that could happen is that the federal government starts playing a big role with the state governments in mandatorily acquiring land bank land. Basically what should happen is the state and federal government should go out there, find every piece of land that has certainly land, for instance, in cities that is land banked. Like you see these huge blocks of land in the middle, right next to big public transport hubs that haven't been built on for decades, that are just vacant, land banked by a developer. Federal and state government should just set up a fund to go and mandatorily acquire that land. Now, the thing is that might cost a bit of money, but it'll become an asset for the government. And they should immediately build on it. I think developers would very quickly decide that they want to start building on the land when they realise that if they don't build on it, a government developer will come along, mandatorily acquire it for a commercial rate and build good quality housing on it.
And what about vacant apartments? Any thoughts on?
At a federal level, you could introduce a national vacancy tax that increases every year. So if a developer or an investor is deliberately keeping that apartment vacant, you simply tax them as a proportion of the value of their property, increase that tax every year until it becomes financially prohibitive for them to keep it vacant. There's a lot of contention over how many vacant properties there are in Australia. ABS, on the census night, said there was 1 million vacant homes. Some of those are vacant for other reasons. The best evidence I've seen is it's somewhere between 500 and 700,000 vacant homes in Australia, which is incredible. Again, because we have a housing system where it's profitable for them to just sit on it and refuse to rent it out.
Okay, thanks for your evidence, Max. Over to you, Senator Mulholland.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you for joining us, Mr. Chandler-Mather. Could you give us a bit of background about you and the Green Institute as well?
Sure. The Green Institute is the official research institute of the Australian Greens.
And just talk me through how that operates.
In what sense?
How do you operate as the official think tank of the Australian Greens Party?
I suppose with a board that I'm answerable to, and we sort of have to work within the confines of our constitution.
Okay, thank you. No, it's just helpful because there's been a lot of conversation this morning about the political class. So for transparency, it's just always good to know who we're dealing with.
Yeah.
As a former federal MP as well. Always good to be clear about who we're dealing with. I'm not going to go over the content that's already been raised by the chair because I'm conscious that we're up against time. I've had a quick look through your recommendations. Thank you very much for providing a submission to us. I'm interested on your recommendation about deregulating the banking sector because obviously we've had a lot of talk about today about negative gearing and capital gains tax and how that's operating in the market over the last 30 years. But interesting, you made a couple of comments before about some recommendations from the Institute around particularly phasing out lending to investors and how you might see that operating and the sort of consequences, how that might benefit the system.
The one time over the last decade where we saw any decrease in property prices was when APRA, basically the financial regulator, briefly stepped in and actually forced banks to restrict the amount of money that they were lending to investors. And you actually saw, surprise, surprise, a small decrease in property prices. How that would work is you could either do it via APRA or via legislative change. The government has significant powers to regulate the banks, which they gave up in the 1990s and 1990s. Essentially to limit, and eventually you could look at completely phasing out banks' ability to lend to property investors to purchase property. Now, that wouldn't ban investors from purchasing property because if they had the money, they could purchase them outright. But what it would do is significantly reduce the credit flooding around the housing market to purchase property. Now, the huge advantage of that is that would have a big deflationary impact on house prices because, as you can imagine, what happens at an auction is an investor who has significant lending power as a result of our deregulated banking system can bid up the price of housing, similar to the way they can access negative gearing and the capital gains tax discount. Of course, that's changing to an extent. Why that's really useful as well is it makes building public housing more affordable, because if land is cheaper and if there's less speculative investment in land, which is what our banking sector currently encourages, it's more affordable for the government to purchase land or commercial land and convert that into public housing. I think it's really important to emphasise that hyperinflated land and property prices do not, as a rational way of designing our economy and society, are utterly irrational. Of course, people will say, well, that's a way to build wealth. But I suppose what I would say is if we got to choose where hundreds of or trillions of dollars of investment went, for instance, currently Australians owe the banks $1.8 trillion in mortgage debt, just the four. I would say we're better off putting that in business and productive business than we are in land speculation and property.
Thank you. I also just want to touch on public housing as well, because I know you've got some stats in your submission about the investment in public housing. One of, I suppose, the features of the public housing system in Australia is that it's a shared responsibility. Well, it's actually been predominantly a state and territory responsibility for a long time. In recent years, and the Commonwealth has sort of come back to the table in investing in public housing. So when we talk about public housing, what's your feedback for state and territory governments as well, and councils as well, because this is a shared responsibility across the three levels of government to get this right?
Yes, well, obviously they should be investing more. What I would say is the federal government is not really currently investing in public housing. Their one real housing investment scheme is at the moment is the Deeply Irrational Housing Australia Future Fund. And I saw a recent report that it has in its entire operation completed just over 1,000 homes.
1,400.
1,400, but who's counting? And look, you know, you said the federal government...
if we're going to get political on that, just on that. I have visited a number of community housing projects across Queensland and held roundtables with those community housing providers who grab me by the arm and say, make sure the HAF continues because we are delivering this stuff. I've met with people in Deception Bay and Redcliffe and Margate and Chermside and all over this state who are living for the first time in secure housing delivered by HAF and community housing providers. Right. So, you know, there are people out there who are really relying on us. I don't disagree that we need to continue to put our shoulder to the wheel, but we call it deeply irrational. There are people who are absolutely benefiting from it right now out there.
Sure, and to every person you've met, there's 20 more who are denied that because the government won't actually invest in public housing in the way they should. Now, I think it's good that you bring that up because, from my perspective, that relief that you saw on that person's face, the public housing, social housing waitlist is 170,000 applications long. It has a 10-year waitlist.
Which is run by a state and territory government, a housing list.
But the waitlist is getting longer every year. The unmet need for social housing on latest measure in 2023 is 640,000 homes. That's 640,000 families who are denied the opportunity you just talked about. Now, the reason I say that the Housing Australia Future Fund is deeply irrational is because it does not invest in social housing. What it does is encourage community housing. It's so ridiculously complicated. It encourages community housing providers to take out a loan. They then go to the federal government and say, we need this much money to service the loan to buy the house. And the reason that we're not seeing many homes built by this ridiculous fund is because that is a
ridiculous fund that's housing Australia.
Deeply irrational way to fund community or public housing. Now, what I would say, Senator, is my message to the Commonwealth and to the state governments is the best way to build public housing is to invest money in building public housing. The government is not, by the way, either state or federal or territory investing in it. In fact, every year from 2023 to 2025, we've seen a drop in the public housing stock. Between 2024 and 2025, we've seen a drop in the total social housing stock in Australia. It's going backwards. And the only way we're going to turn this around is if the federal government starts investing in it at scale the way that it used to, in cooperation with the states. 70% of all funding for public housing at the high point of public housing construction in Australia came from the federal government. There is just no way we do not fix this without the federal government getting involved. And I know these, look, you know, say getting political, but these are just the facts. Every bit of this data, the fact that the Labor government that is overseeing the lowest rate of construction of public housing since World War II, that is drawn from government data. And I think the thing that the government doesn't want to confront is that there is a contradiction between the story the government tells about their belief in social housing and actually when the rubber hits the road. Because if you look at the raw money spent, it is cut. It is significantly less than even the Howard government invested in public and community housing, which, let me tell you, they were not good.
Perhaps they didn't have the Greens tying things up in the Senate for 2 years.
Well, can I just point out that you see there's a tiny little spike in the number of homes in 2020. 2023, 2024. That was because we sat down with the government and secured the only direct investment this government invested in the last Parliament in social housing via the $3 billion that we secured, because we sat across the table, and I'm happy to talk about this, from the Prime Minister and the Minister for Housing, and begged for more money for public housing. And there was two sides of that negotiation. There was one, the government that wanted to spend less on public and community housing, and the Greens who wanted to spend more. Look, my advice, if you want to win this debate, is go out there and convince your government to invest more in public housing, because you're just not going to win it. You can't, on the current numbers right now, the current government is investing on average proportionally or building less public housing than the Morrison, Turnbull, Abbott government did, and that was shocking for public housing, because ideologically it will be admitted in private, but maybe it won't be admitted in public. The government has given up on the idea that public housing can be a large-scale fix to this housing crisis. Now, again, this is not just this government's fault, but they're continuing this policy. And what I would encourage the Labor government to think about is think about what Whitlam did. Everyone loves to talk about, the Prime Minister loves to talk about growing up in public housing. Well, there are so many people like the Prime Minister right now who denied that opportunity when they're born today because they're not doing what the Whitlam government did. And what the Whitlam government did was set up a Department of Housing and Public Works that employed thousands of tradies and architects and town planners and treated housing like the essential service that it is. And there is no reason why we can't do that again. I know it's frustrating to hear, and I know that any Labor member of Parliament will take this as a criticism, but it's a policy criticism. And the frustration is we are a much wealthier country than we were in the 20th century or post-World War II. We have much better construction techniques. We have a much bigger housing crisis. The only reason not to invest in public housing right now is to protect a housing system that makes money for banks and property developers. And what I would say is that experience that you had of talking to those people whose lives are changed by getting out of the private housing market, I would encourage you to go and speak to the 1.2 million people who don't have access to that and are currently in housing stress and may end up having to wait for 10 to 15 years to get anywhere near something resembling an affordable home. And we only live once, so 10 years of your life is a lot to give up as a result of two sides of politics who've decided that they're better off protecting the profits of banks and developers than they are taking them on and doing what governments used to do in this country and do around the world and build public housing at scale.
I'm conscious of time. I've got Q Shelter and the other witnesses here, so I'll hand back to you, Chair.
Thank you, Senator Mulholland, and thank you. One last question. Do you have a view about the difference between community housing providers and public housing? We're at the end of our time, but just wanted to make sure we hear your view on that.
To be honest, the biggest benefit with public housing, there's a lot of benefits above community housing. One, community housing providers are forced to try and become financially viable, which is very difficult for small organisations. But the biggest thing we need to think about is economies of scale. The federal government, if it brought to bear its enormous resources and started directly employing tradies and architects and coordinated across the country, could just build housing at a much more affordable rate and at a much greater scale if we started building public housing again. It's because, again, the government just wants to try and give up as much responsibility as possible. The emergence of community housing was as a result of the government trying to give up its responsibility to provide housing for its citizens, which is a great shame. And we're just never going to fix the housing crisis relying on community housing providers. They don't have enough money, they don't have enough resources, they can't reach the economies of scale. The final thing I'll say is, there's a Department of Housing report, I think in 1969, and you look at the number of homes they built for the amount of federal investment. And if you account for inflation, the federal investment per home built was about $120,000 in today's money. Precisely partly because they could build it efficiently and at scale, and they didn't have to outsource to private construction companies who are often, internationally owned and there to make a quick buck off the government.
Thank you so much, Max, for your evidence, for your submission, and we've agreed that responses to any questions that we might have asked on notice should be provided within 2 weeks of receiving the copy of Hansard, and we really appreciate your time today.
Pleasure.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Great, thank you. So I now welcome representatives from Tenants Queensland in person, Q Shelter, in person and the YWCA in person. Have we got those three? Great. Ms Carr. And Ms Caniglia and Ms Whittle. We haven't got your institutions written next to you, so if you wouldn't mind, let me tell you first though, I understand that information on parliamentary privilege and the protection of witnesses giving evidence to committees has been provided to you. You're nodding. And for the Hansard record there, can you please give us your full names and the capacities in which you appear?
My name is Penny Carr. I'm the Chief Executive Officer from Tenants Queensland. I'm here as the CEO of Tenants Queensland.
Great.
Fiona Cornelia, CEO of Queensland Shelter.
Kate Whittle, Executive General Manager, Advocacy and External Affairs at YWCA Australia.
Great. Thank you, all of you, for being here. And I now invite you to make any short opening statement, and at the conclusion of your statements, we'll ask you questions. We want to start with you, Ms Carr, if that's okay?
I just would like to start by acknowledging that I am on the stolen lands of the Yagara and the Turrbal people, and I'd like to pay my respects to elders past and present.
Thank you. You might want to pull the mic a bit closer. Yep. It's hard to hear.
Yep.
Thank you.
So I am the CEO of Tenants Queensland, but I'm also the convener of the National Association of Renter Organisations, which is a federation of our like organisations across the country, and we meet online once a month. Our organisation at Tenants Queensland, we're a specialist community legal centre for residential renters. We run a range of other programs, domestic and family violence sector support, to support sector workers who have clients with rental issues. We have a financial counsellor on board. We have flood recovery or disaster recovery solicitors. And we run a statewide program of tenancy advice through the Queensland Statewide Tenant Advice and Referral Service. So we speak to between 20 and 30,000 renting households per annum. And I suppose what we're seeing post-COVID particularly, but I guess from the early 2000s, that housing is the central driver of inequality in Australia. It's increasingly treated as a financial asset. It's supported by tax and policy settings rather than seen as a human right and essential service, and therefore something that everyone should have access to. It's contributed to a widening intergenerational wealth divide. The wealth divide grew from 161%, the housing wealth gap grew from 161% in 97-98 to 234% in 17-18, favouring older Australians. The gap between income-poor younger Australians and income-rich older Australians increased from 532% to 1,230% over 2 decades. In 2017, the top 10% of households held 40% of the total housing wealth in Australia. At the same time as housing is unaffordable and many people are left to live in the rental market, there remains strong resistance from those with vested interest to reforms that would improve renting conditions and provide security and affordability for the growing number of long-term renters.
Thank you for that. I'm sure we'll come back to that evidence.
Oh, thank you. Queensland Shelter is a peak body working to ensure every Queenslander has a home, and we work on supply-side measures to ensure the housing system is healthy, there's enough supply to meet demand. We also work to address the needs of more vulnerable Queenslanders for housing and support. We importantly work closely with our national body, National Shelter, and we acknowledge their contributions to coordinating the state shelter organisations to be having input to this important inquiry. We are concerned about intergenerational housing inequity because some of the fundamental benefits of home ownership, which is declining, are that households experience greater resilience in terms of security of tenure, but also resilience in terms of, not extreme wealth building, but some wealth building that allows households to cope with the fluctuations in circumstances and with, growing vulnerability at different life stages driven by things like illness or periods of, downturn in earning capacity. We think intergenerational housing inequity causes some households to thrive with significantly greater wealth building opportunities due to intergenerational wealth transfers, excuse me, And as the private rental market does not offer security of tenure, some households whose occupants play critical roles in the community and economy, they face multiple moves, each of them costly. They have chronic housing-related anxiety and displacement from locations where they strive to forge community connections, including with schools, services, general practices and more. The housing system has shifted over 2 generations from a foundation of social infrastructure to a vehicle for wealth accumulation and speculation. It's been driven by many things, including credit expansion, tax concessions, constrained supply, and the decline of social housing as a proportion of all housing. Younger Australians face declining access to ownership, the insecurity of renting, and rising lifetime household stress. So for young people, if we think about, what's happening in terms of trends by age bracket, people aged between 30 and 34 had home ownership rates of 64% in 71 compared to 50% in 2021. People aged 25 to 29, similarly, home ownership rates of 50% in 1971 compared to 36% in 2021. And some older age groups are also facing increasing vulnerability and declining home ownership rates, plunging them into critical housing stress as they enter into an age bracket where they're perhaps reliant on a pension. And First Nations Australians are currently very low home ownership rates compared to the wider community, and that's because of historical factors such as low or no wages, barriers to education, employment and property ownership. Our submission argues that this is not just a market imbalance but a systemic policy failure that undermines economic productivity, social cohesion and the realisation of housing as a human right. The policy challenge is therefore to rebalance the system with a degree of safety so that we're not triggering massive instability, but so that we do restore fairness across generations. And we have a number of different policy levers that we'll propose, but I'll leave it there in order to flesh that out more in the discussion.
Thank you so much. That's a great start. I hope you've got a glass of water in front of you.
Yeah, I've got about the water, but thank you.
Terrific. Ms.
Thank
Whittle.
you. Thank you, Chair and members of the committee. Thank you again for the opportunity to appear here today. My name is Kate Whittle. I am the Executive General Manager of Advocacy and External Affairs at YWCA Australia. We are the largest women's housing provider in the nation. We are a community housing provider, so we build, buy and manage social and affordable housing for women and their families. We deliver specialist homelessness services and domestic and family violence services, and we advocate for systems change. Every day through our housing, our homelessness and our family violence services, we see the human impact of Australia's housing crisis. But importantly, we see that this crisis is neither generation neutral or gender neutral. Our submission to the committee argues that intergenerational housing inequity is the result of decades of policy choices that have prioritised housing as an investment asset over housing as essential social infrastructure. The consequences are now falling disproportionately on younger Australians, particularly young women and young gender-diverse people. The evidence we have provided through our frontline experience, as well as national polling and our research alongside Swinburne University of Technology, demonstrates that housing insecurity is delaying life milestones, undermining mental health, reducing economic participation, limiting family formation, and increasing exposure to homelessness, particularly for younger people. Young people in our research alongside Swinburne University repeatedly told us that they feel they have been robbed by opportunities that previous generations considered normal, such as secure housing, financial independence, and the ability to plan for the future. We believe housing should be viewed as nation-building infrastructure. Just as governments invest in roads and schools and hospitals because they underpin economic participation, housing must be treated in the same way. Our submission identifies 3 areas where reform is particularly important: increasing the supply of social and affordable housing at scale, and as a community housing provider, I just want to attest to the importance of HAF and that particular initiative at the federal level to delivering social and affordable housing supply. We personally have taken advantage of the benefits of HAF being able to deliver housing for women and families right across the country. reforming policy settings that distort the housing market and entrench intergenerational inequity, and embedding a gender lens across housing policy, recognising that women experience housing insecurity differently because of lower lifetime earnings, caring responsibilities, and other issues such as a superannuation gap. Ultimately, I think the question before the committee is whether Australia wishes to preserve housing wealth for those already inside the system or create housing opportunity for those currently locked out. We believe Australia can do both. Thank you, and I welcome your questions.
Thank you, all of you, for bringing such deep experience that each of your organisations have, and for also giving us a lived experience through the research that you bring in your submission. It's a very rich panel for us to be hearing from, so thank you for being here. I'll lead off, and then Senator Mulholland will come in. Tenants, you mentioned that you had a number of recommendations that you prioritised. I think we've heard what your recommendations are. Do you want to take us to yours, Ms Carr? And are they in general line with what we've heard, do you think?
I suppose I'd have to start off with some of the ones around the rental market. Okay. We did see a better deal for renters issued by the federal government, National Cabinet, a year and a half, 2 years ago now. And I think we're yet to see some of those come to fruition. And if I think about Queensland, for example, there are key issues that we haven't yet addressed, and they are affordability and stability. So we really haven't achieved the just cause evictions, which is where every eviction, there's a good reason for every eviction. We've still got an ability to end a tenancy at the end of the fixed term simply because the fixed term's coming to an end. And even some of the reasons that we've got in there are very broad. So I think there are some of those things we need to implement much more robust mechanisms to monitor and incentivise the rollout. And we probably need to expand the better deal for renters. And some time ago, the NARO, which is the National Association of Renter Organisations, issued the principles for strengthening renters' rights. We call it the National 9, and we'd like to see some of those things brought forward. I think obviously we need to coordinate with Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander peoples and establish a national action plan and an Indigenous independent monitoring body to implement some of the rights of Indigenous people, the United Nations Declaration. We want to see tenure neutrality in Australia so that the tax treatment of property ownership, including the investment purposes, aligns with community expectations for residential occupation of housing, but also removes the priority on the tax incentives to property ownership and investment and leaves renters at the bottom of the pile. We want to see tenure neutrality where all of those settings are equal and are about access to affordable and appropriate housing for all Australians. We want to see a removal of the capital gains tax and other tax policies which incentivise owner behaviour away from providing that stable tenure for renters or prioritise the financial treatment of housing over its use as a home and a house for people. We'd like to see some expenditure into the gold standard energy efficient public and community housing. So we'd like to see that the stock of community housing, the stock of public and community housing is 10% of housing stock. And we want to see access to good advice and information services for all renters across Australia.
Okay. Can I come back to your 161% through to 234% that you mentioned, being the widening gap between generations? You mentioned, and I just wondered if you can explain those figures and exactly what they refer to.
Yeah, so they are just the wealth position of older Australians compared to younger Australians, looking at the ownership of housing, so based on housing wealth.
And the first was the situation in 1997, 98. And what was the second?
17 to 18.
17, 18.
I've got some, I do have some citations for those if you want. I can
Thank you.
forward
If you
them
could
to
give us those, that would be very helpful. You have mentioned, I think all of you, the particular questions that face First Nations people. Are there specific things you think we should be paying attention to in relation to First Nations housing, based on what your organisation's experience tells us?
Yeah, I guess it's really important that we look across the housing spectrum in relation to First Nations households, and I do acknowledge I am not First Nations, but I think it's really important that we absorb the fact that the demand for home ownership products among First Nations households is high, it's oversubscribed, it's more than exists, and to overcome that fundamental inequality between First Nations households and others, to absolutely invest in increased opportunities for First Nations households to enter into home ownership for all of the benefits that that brings. And then across the spectrum of housing, it's really important that we see sustained and increased investment in social and affordable housing, so that the housing system becomes more healthy. Within a context of wider housing targets, we need all of the different housing typologies to have targets as well. And then, as Penny says, measuring and monitoring the access of First Nations households to those opportunities is really critical. And I think sustained investment in the capacity of First Nations-led organisations to thrive and survive and deliver those homes directly in communities. In addition to that, we know that public homes and community housing homes are all accessed by First Nations households, and so a monitoring program would really test the level of access and the sustainability of those tenancies where they are tenancies within a wider context of embedded housing targets for every typology, but also targets for the level of access by First Nations households, because they are presenting to the entire housing and homelessness system in far greater numbers, and we need to know that system is responsive, whether it's First Nations-led organisations or the wider system.
Mm-hmm. Any other?
Yeah, thank you, Senator. Just echoing Penny and Fiona's comments, supply is a huge factor, but also across a range of housing typologies. I think just to add there, I know the Commonwealth Government released its Homes for Australia plan, but one of our key recommendations in our submission is to properly resource and commit a First Nations-led, dedicated national First Nations housing and homelessness plan, and also echoing the comments around a monitoring program around access as well.
Thank you. My sort of summary take from all of you on the question of intergenerational inequity is that the rubber has hit the road for current younger generations from the past 30 years of shifting housing from a right to an asset and financialisation essentially of housing, and that it's while there are many people outside young generations who are affected by housing crisis of various forms, it is this generation where we see the decline in home ownership, the increasing rates of rental stress and of renting for longer periods of time. So there is an intergenerational element that is feeling the results of 30 years of change in housing policy. You're nodding. Because, clearly many people have housing issues who are not in current young generations. How do you see that intergenerational issue? Am I reading that correctly?
I think it's there is an intergenerational impact, a great one, but there are many people who may not be young people who are also struggling to get affordable and appropriate housing for themselves, and many young people are, and some also older people, particularly single older people on statutory incomes, and single parents seem to be the ones, and actually Indigenous renters as well, because if you're Indigenous, you'll have a higher rate of renting at all stages across all stages of life. Indigenous First Nations people will have more propensity to be renting, and they'll also have more propensity to be living in social and community housing. So, and that's across the lifespan. So I think there is definitely an impact that's accentuated for young people because of the way the housing market is just is building its wealth and accumulating that wealth within certain groups in society. but it's certainly an issue for many other people as well.
Mm-hmm.
And for young people who do benefit from parents who have the capacity to transfer wealth either as when they're young and when the parents are still alive, or through intergenerational wealth transfers through estates, there are some young people who will benefit in that way and some who clearly won't, and it's through no fault of their own. It's nothing they have done or not done, and the opportunities that have been created for people to own multiple homes through incentives, tax incentives, has actually been partly funded by the wider community. So how does the wider community bear a responsibility to redistribute back to those young people who simply don't have parents who can do that? And there are nuances in this as well. It's the parents who've got the big enough homes to let their children stay there for 10 years and save their deposit. There's all sorts of ways that relative wealth delivers a dividend and a value to some young people and not others. And that's where, you know, we think the fault lines will open up and exponentially impact some households more than others. And when you think about who those young people are, you know, we've recently heard about a young couple, a nurse and electrician, asked to comment about what does it really mean if they are unable to crack the private rental market. With rental values being so high in an undersupplied market, then how do we make sure that we have this wider set of measures? Many of the measures that we propose would have positive impacts for more than just young people impacted by wealth inequality, but they would certainly help young people impacted by wealth inequality. And will it be a narrowing number of people with a home and tenure, and this broader mass of people who are delivering essential services to the community who simply don't know their future beyond the next 6 months, and that chronic anxiety and the lack of an ability to secure the workforce we even need to build these homes. One of that couple was an electrician, can't crack into the private rental market. So embedding these outcomes, we think is a right, but it will also just have such wider community benefits when much of that wealth was delivered by community contributions. How do we now redistribute those contributions back in the direction of people who have nowhere to live at all?
You may want to comment on this too, Ms Whittle, but I just want to ask, out of what you just said, are you saying, is it your view, that there has been the beneficiaries of the wealth and the housing advantage, and it's a direct asset growth for a group of people, older generation, is being paid by that, I think you said a nurse and an electrician, so unable to get into a rental market, but behind that are this group of people who have made a massive increase in their assets. So there's been an unplanned but direct transfer of wealth between those.
And for whatever we think about some people taking advantage of opportunities, other people maybe not seeing those opportunities in the same way, there's still a radical difference between people's circumstances, and not everyone could behave that way in the housing market to accumulate that level of wealth. For some people, we're simply talking about being able to own one home and have security of tenure in that home, and for that to be distributed to forward generations so that communities can flourish and the fault lines between people who have that and don't widen for all of the social issues and the lack of social cohesion that will cause. Of course, we embed all of this in an overall supply side strategy. We need to treat this as a national crisis. We need to treat it and frame it as requiring a significant nationally coordinated approach. It's obviously critical that we achieve supply to meet demand, and within that the typologies I was talking about earlier. And if we do that, that's the most fundamental context in which we can start to address a range of housing needs, whether it's single parents, First Nations, and in all of that then multiple providers, the collaboration between private sector, banking, community housing providers, governments, all tiers of government. It requires such coordination, and then by place, it requires place-based coordination as well to actually deliver it. The binary proposition is that community housing, public housing, get away from binary propositions. This is so complex and so huge. It needs national mobilisation, and it needs every single supplier and provider to be doing optimally what they can do, including the community housing sector, which is scaling up thanks to national government investment, state government investment, and local governments willing to come to the table as well with things like land.
Mm-hmm. Ms Whittle, do you want to comment on these issues before I hand over to Senator Mulholland?
Yeah, I just want to reflect on what some young people were telling us through our research alongside Professor Wendy Stone and Swinburne University of Technology. We conducted a national qualitative survey on young women and young gender diverse people's experiences of housing insecurity, but also asked them questions about their expectations of the future. So not just what are you experiencing now, but what would you like to see in the future? Three key themes emerged on this question of intergenerational inequity. First is a kind of sense of hopelessness about home ownership. Second was insecurity in the rental market and affordability in the rental market. And third was a feeling that the system is itself fundamentally unfair for younger people. What struck us most was that young people aren't demanding luxury or privilege. They're demanding housing as a very basic human right. Many simply wanted functioning locks, reasonable rents, and enough stability to plan their lives. And I think when we talk about impact, it is the impact that these 30 years of policy settings are having on our younger generations, where if you don't have stable, secure and affordable housing, what then flows from that? And young people were very generous with articulating how difficult it is to make decisions into adulthood, facing what feels like an existential challenge to them, amongst a range of other existential challenges that our young people are facing.
Mm. Thank you. Senator Mulholland.
Thank you, Chair. I note that Deputy Chair Carol Brown, you are online. I'm not sure if you wanted to jump in here if you're available.
Yeah, thanks, Senator Mulholland. Thanks, Chair. Thank you all for coming along and giving some really valuable evidence to the committee today. I first wanted to just pick up on a comment that was made in the YWCA's opening statement, and they talked about delivering some social and affordable housing through the HAF. And I just wondered what your experience of the Commonwealth's role in this kind of direct housing delivery was like, and how do projects like this deliver better outcomes?
Thank you so much for your question. I think the community housing sector plays a really important role alongside federal, state, local governments, the private sector, and this is a massive challenge confronting us as a nation, and every facet of society needs to step in and step up. And I think the community housing sector in and of itself, of which we are a part, is rising to the challenge to be able to support the government in meeting its social and affordable housing targets. And those targets are directly linked to obviously increasing supply to bring down pressure on prices. That's the logic, and we agree with it. I think capital investments such as the Housing Australia Future Fund and Housing Australia, we've been successful in delivering 30 plus homes in Bendigo for women and their families, particularly women and families who have experienced domestic and family violence. We're doing that in partnership with the state government there as well. So what I can say is direct capital investment in the community housing sector leads to more housing outcomes and better housing solutions for women and families leaving domestic and family violence. We are also very passionate about delivering across regional Australia and in particular regional Queensland. So we've been working with the federal government in Cairns to deliver social and affordable housing, long-term social and affordable housing for women and children leaving violence. Not only has the injection of capital investment such as the Housing Australia Future Fund given us the confidence as a sector to go forth and deliver housing projects, but it's also helped organisations such as ours who work in a more specialised way, work with particular cohorts like women and children, to deliver housing that is responsive to their particular needs. And so the outcome there is that women and their families stay in their homes longer, stay in their communities longer, and therefore are able to get children back to school and things like that as well. So I think everybody has a role to play. But I think the Housing Australia Future Fund has been a significant step forward in supporting and building the capacity of the community housing sector to deliver housing solutions for their particular cohorts.
Thank you. This is a question for across the panel, but I'll start with you again, Ms. Whittle, because you mentioned you have done some survey work and you talked about the three areas that were of particular concern: hopelessness, insecurity, affordability, and the market being unfair. I just want to go to the affordability question and your thoughts on the reforms to the tax settings which the government believed has distorted the housing market, and how that will improve housing affordability over the years ahead.
Look, thank you very much for the question. Our submission supports the government's proposed tax changes, phasing out negative gearing and the capital gains discount for residential investment properties and redirecting that revenue into social and affordable housing is our core recommendation. I think all panellists here today have talked about the inequalities that have been embedded in the system by virtue of these particular macroeconomic tax settings. It's our view that the reforms currently on the table, while not a silver bullet, will go a long way in supporting affordability. In terms of incentivising the market in a way that it ought to. And our view is also based that public subsidies should support housing outcomes or better housing outcomes than speculative investment, and that any of those savings realised ought to be or should be reinvested into increasing housing supply, which ought to or should impact or reduce, ensure more affordability across a range of housing typologies.
Does anyone else on the panel like to comment? Ms. Carr?
Thank you. I suppose one of the assumptions is if we facilitate policy settings that perhaps reduce the demand for residential homes from investors, then the access for prospective property owners who intend to live in that property may improve. And because investors are sometimes in a position to outcompete and edge prices up in a competitive process and in an undersupplied market, what we're hoping is that we can correct the ratio of income to property values by taking some of that heat caused by demand over, more demand than there is supply, but also demand from stakeholders that can pay more in that market. And that has to occur in a wider context of growing overall supply, including the typologies that we've been referring to. And so there's no one thing that will perfectly fix this, but if these measures interact with each other. I guess the other thing about individual investment and individual investors is that the settings around rental laws tend to favour the sustainability of that position if you have a mortgage to pay off an investment property, etc. And it's really a vulnerable position to be in if an individual owner can sell that property or move back in or let their children move in. So the very structure of the rental market is somewhat shaped by the fact that investors are incentivised to purchase properties in this way. And it's not a sustainable way for people to live if the rental laws are what they are, which is that there is no security of tenure. We can't build a society on that basic equation. So if we saw reduced demand from investors and increased access from other types of property purchasers, then we've got the opportunity to think very, very hard about how we embed institutional investing in a rental market that is more sustainable for renters and where you're not likely to face the insecurity of tenure that you do right now, with the structure of ownership being what it is. I'll leave it there, but community housing providers are great institutional investors in rental homes, social and affordable homes, and with things like the HAF, which need, as everything new does, iterative improvements, but it's oversubscribed. There's more capacity and capability out there to work with things like the HAF, and we could reset the rental market in terms of ownership structure with the help of community housing providers and others.
Thank you.
I suppose I'd just add that I suppose we're quite supportive of the tax changes, not completely convinced about the grandfathering of the negative gearing rules, but overall I think the message that we want to hear, or we want to give to people, is that the social contract that's been around for a long time, that if you work hard you can make a good life for yourself and you can engage in social mobility, that has been undermined over the last 20 years. So I think that's a really important kind of direction that is a Northern Star that's sort of been set, and I think that's a really important thing, because I think that definitely has been undermined, and I think people have felt very unfairly treated because of that. So I think, yeah.
Thank you. Now, all three of you have actually spoken about how housing pressures have affected different groups of the Australian community, like renters and first home buyers. I was just wondering whether you could just expand on what you're seeing and your experience about how the housing pressures are affecting these different groups, like I'll just say renters, first home buyers, regional communities, older Australians or low income households. I think it's important to put those housing pressures here on record, here as evidence, as much as you can.
I'll start off on that one. It's important to remember that just under 50% of renting households include dependent children in them. And of the bottom two quintiles, many of those people are paying more than 30%, income quintiles are paying more than 30% of their income in rent. And many of them on the bottom income quintile are paying more than 50% in rent. So in some ways, those people are lucky, because, in fact, vacancy rates are such that it's actually hard to get into a property. And Fiona mentioned the young couple from Queensland that was in the media yesterday. So our experience is that vacancy rates across Queensland are very low, generally. I've never seen them like that before. They used to be so in different pockets for different reasons. It's been continuous since post-COVID. It's hard to get in. We're seeing a lot of people homeless, like really in the streets, not just on couches. And it's the people on the lowest incomes that are struggling the most, or the people who haven't had a rental history, who can't get into the rental market, single parents, older people on statutory incomes, and First Nations people and other people who experience different sorts of discrimination on top of affordability issues. So large family groups called First Nation renters as well.
I really concur with Penny's comments, and looking at it through the lens of the needs of children, the level of displacement and insecurity that impact children, that housing and lack of housing is an adverse childhood experience, and it does impact development, health and well-being. I think the other really important point to make is just that there are many push factors in more advantaged housing markets. So places like Brisbane and the southeast Queensland region, for example, there are many push factors with rising affordability, rising house prices, both in terms of rental values and house prices for sale, is pushing people out. And the people it's pushing out are the people who are less advantaged. And that demand, then, that push factor, the pull factors in regional areas, we're hearing from our regional members that they are facing demands from people who need assistance to find homes and sustain homes, but also need the support services that haven't necessarily been based on population-based planning or population projections. So these push factors from some places causing demand in other places where they're not geared to address that demand. And with things like the Olympics on the horizon, we know that mega events and large infrastructure programs of work increase the risk of displacement of some populations to other regions. There would be many household types impacted by those push factors, but I would suggest that would be households in the lower quintiles of income distribution, and that would affect, as Penny says, many children, but also many other people at many other stages of life who are simply vulnerable through lower incomes.
Thank you.
I just wanted to comment quickly on talking specifically to the experiences of different cohorts and pointing again to our research, and just noting to the committee that housing inequity in Australia is not necessarily experienced uniformly. So while the crisis impacts broad cohorts of younger Australians, its impacts are intensified and compounded for specific population groups. So as discussed earlier, First Nations, peoples, people with disability, people, gender, diversity, geographic location, there are a range of intersectional factors that impact people's experiences of housing insecurity. And that was what we sought to draw out in our research with Swinburne University of Technology. What we can say around with respect to young women and young gender diverse folks in Australia, the research documented a pattern of housing insecurity that begins in early adulthood and compounds over time with those longer term consequences for mental health and economic participation. It confirmed that gender is a major factor in housing access, with younger women and gender diverse people more likely to experience economic dependence or discrimination in the housing market, or concerns about their safety. We also conducted some national polling alongside essential research, and that polling found that 3/4 of young women polled had considered the risk of homelessness for themselves, which I thought was astounding. More than 1 in 3 are either at immediate risk of homelessness or actively worried about becoming homeless. Nearly half, 46%, said they do not feel confident they could access support if they did experience homelessness. And 3 in 5 young women renters who we surveyed said that they had faced eviction, discrimination or unfair rent increases. So I just wanted to point out some of those very specific experiences of housing insecurity in that particular cohort.
And if you don't mind if I just add something to what I said before, I did look at some of our stats from our advice line service before today, and we have seen an increase in the number of young people contacting us over the last 4 years. Like, our supply of advice workers is always banging up against demand, so you're lucky to get through, but we have definitely seen an increase in 18 to 24-year-olds and 25 to 34-year-olds over the last 4 years. The other thing about those cohorts is that they're much more likely to be living in rooming accommodation or share housing. And I think this is This is also an impact of a tight housing market, that people live in much more vulnerable situations if they can find a situation to live in at all. And sometimes they are these share accommodation options, rooming accommodation, although they're not always cheap anymore either, but also poor quality properties where they live in and are too scared to ask for repairs to get done. And I suppose the one thing I should have said earlier on is that we really do need to limit the amount of rent, the amount rent can go up. So we limit how often it can go up, but we don't limit how much it can go up. And these bill shocks that people get from rent increases and the fear of the end of the 6 or 12-month lease to see if they're going to get offered another lease, and if they are going to get offered it, what is it going to be, what's the rent increase going to be, even if you're lucky enough to have a property that is appropriate for you, it's just a fearful living situation that tenants experience, and capping rent increases would go a long way to the limit, like to CPI. A similar thing that happens in the ACT, I think, should happen across the country.
Thank you. Just one last question, Chair, and if I could go back to Ms Whittle. I noticed that your submission recommends that at least 25% of funding under the Housing Australia Future Fund be directed towards housing that meets the needs of women, gender diverse people and families. And so given the government's existing investment through the Housing Australia Future Fund, what mechanisms do you think could be introduced to measure and report on Pacific housing outcomes?
Thank you kindly for your question, and I note, the significant investment at the federal level in the Housing Australia Future Fund. I can speak to long-term social and affordable housing. I also note the $1 billion invested in crisis and transitional housing for women and children experiencing domestic and family violence, and young people as well, which is additionally a significant investment. I think from a long-term social and affordable housing perspective, targets for specific cohorts, such as women and children, go a long way in ensuring that we can measure the impacts of those particular investments over the longer term. I think the other matter I wanted to touch on as well is it's incredible to have significant capital investment to build, the bricks and mortar. But what we're increasingly seeing is challenges in the sector to match that capital investment with operational funding, and that's the kind of wraparound supports or ongoing investment required to deliver long-term affordable housing for cohorts that have specific or complex need. And so, we can build the housing, but operating it and managing tenancies over that particular period is a gap that we're exploring at a policy level at the moment as well. So I think our suggestion to link targets specifically for women and children, but also match capital funding with operational funding for specific cohorts with specific need will go a long way in supporting longer term housing outcomes and more appropriate housing solutions for those cohorts.
Thank you, and thank you all for your responses. Thanks, Chair.
Thanks, Senator Brown. Is there anything you'd like to follow?
No, thank you, Chair.
Great, we're doing well on time. I just want to end with a final question. We've heard evidence this morning much in accord with what you say about the nature of the crisis that's here for us around the country on housing, but we've also heard evidence that some organisations, some entities have done very well out of housing in recent times. Developers who have banked land, for example, or banked apartments, bank profits are very high. We have very profitable banks in Australia. People who have multiple investment properties have accumulated considerable wealth. I just wondered if you want to make any comment on the winners in the last 30 years and how you contrast their circumstances with the people who you're helping every day?
I guess it's really important to acknowledge that there are winners and losers in such a complex and interconnected system of delivering all housing, every type of housing. And that is why, you know, really the pain points, I guess, for those who have benefited the most is that this, in a sense, this inquiry asks of people like me and everyone, what are we going to do to perhaps redistribute some of those benefits further? And I think that requires, you know, a deep contemplation of what we're trying to achieve. What are our strategic objectives as a nation when socially we don't want the fault lines to deepen because everyone pays a price for that. And you start to see increased incarceration rates, increased subsidies required to build the kinds of housing that need all the support that people need if their circumstances are allowed to deteriorate. So this is really asking us all to contemplate the question of drawing together the community and reducing the social divide and improving social cohesion, but also redistributing some of those benefits. As far as all of those stakeholders go, we cannot address the housing crisis without all of them, the investors, the bankers, the property developers, and in fact community housing providers work very closely with property developers and the construction industry. And that's why I think national coordination within a framing of the crisis, it is a crisis, it's a disaster. We cannot go forward against any objective without addressing this particular set of challenges. Bring them all to the table and dig deep. We have to dig deep and redistribute the benefits and the costs. Otherwise, you know, we will only see a deepening of that divide and all of the things that you then have to invest in to solve that.
Thank you. Thank you. Any other comments on that larger question?
I mean, I think there's also going to be some young people who benefit from the housing wealth accumulation as well through intergenerational transfer. So it's not all young people who are going to be losers in the... But I suppose the more the wealth divide, and I'm sorry I don't have citations for this, it's a very old research piece that I remember reading, was the wider the wealth divide in the community, the more likely there will be crime and prisons and need for prisons and things. So it's a really important question for us in Australia about how we manage this going forward. I suppose I just wanted to add one other thing about the whole public housing topic. I think things need to be complementary, not mutually exclusive, but I guess from our perspective, we would like to see more investment in public housing. From our own experience, the further away the government gets from the delivery of public and community housing, the less transparent it is for people like us who are trying to advocate for people. So one set of rules, appeals processes that don't apply to community housing providers. So there are also some very big benefits in the government investing directly or with the states and territories in public housing.
Thank you for that, Ms. Carr. Ms. Will?
Thank you, Senator and Chair. And I think inquiries such as these is so critical to exploring these questions. I think one point that really, in my conversations with people, cuts across political lines, cuts across perspectives on winners and losers is what type of future are we handing over to our young people. And I know many people contemplate that, and you know, they're inheriting a crisis that they didn't create. And so you know, step by step, with the incredible work of all of our peaks and community housing providers, services, and everybody doing, you know, the tough work in and out every day, I think you know, what cuts across is what type of future are we handing over to our young people, and that comes back to those key questions of fairness and equality, and I think everybody can agree on those issues.
Well, thank you so much, all of you, for your evidence. and for bringing forward the deep experience in each of your organisations and for the work that you're doing out there. If you've taken any questions on notice, and I think there may have been a couple, could you provide them within 2 weeks of receiving a copy of the Hansard transcript? But thank you so much for being here, and being here in person is very wonderful. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Citations that I mentioned before, and I also could forward the recommendations that I spoke to before if you would like, Chair.
Great.
Okay.
Thank you. Would appreciate those. Thanks very much. Good. We're very impressively only 5 minutes behind. Sorry, that's great. I now welcome representatives from the Queensland Family and Children Commission in person. Once again, thank you for being here. I'll let you just settle for a moment. I understand that information on parliamentary privilege and the protection of witnesses giving evidence to committees has been provided to you. Great, thank you. The Senator has resolved that an officer of a department of the Commonwealth or a state shall not be asked to give opinions on matters of policy and shall be given reasonable opportunity to refer questions asked of the officer to superior officers or to a minister. This resolution doesn't preclude questions asking for explanations of policies or factual questions about when and how policies were adopted. For the Hansard record, will you please state your full names and the capacities in which you appear today?
Yes, thank you, Chair. My name's Luke Twyford. I'm Queensland's Child and Family Commissioner and also Chair of Queensland's Child Death Review Board.
Good afternoon, Erin Glapiak, Executive Director of Strategy and Impact at the Queensland Family and Child Commission.
Thank you. Good afternoon. My name is Tammy Walker. I am the Director for Monitoring, Advocacy and Reviews at the Queensland Family and Child Commission.
Great, thank you, and thanks for all three of you being here. So I now invite you to make a short opening statement, and at the conclusion of any remarks, we'll come forward with our questions.
Thank you, Chair and Senators. Last night I lay awake wondering why I'd agreed to appear before an inquiry into housing inequity.
Not for the joy of it?
I am the Children's Commissioner and Chair of the Child Death Review Board. My work has little to do with interest rates, housing supply or property markets. But I've come to understand something very clearly and very important. Housing is not simply a bricks and mortar issue, and it is not simply a wealth creation issue. Housing is a well-being issue, and it is clearly a safety issue. And increasingly, housing inequity is contributing to the deaths of children. Through child death reviews and child protection work, I see the consequences of housing insecurity every day. I see single mothers and young parents moving between crisis accommodations, motels, homelessness, cars, and temporary housing. I see their children dying in unsafe sleeping environments because safe housing was unavailable. Last year, I reviewed the life of a young person who was homeless and living in a box. He could not see hope in his future. I meet families and I hear about families living in cars and questions being raised whether they are fit enough parents for their children. These stories arrive at my point as child deaths and as child protection matters and as stories of extraordinary resilience. This year at the Youth Summit we heard of a young girl who was school captain and completed Year 12 whilst living in a tent hidden behind the school. What all of these stories have in common is that they are cases that were often too invisible or too out of reach of the housing portfolio and those that make decisions about housing. While we debate first home buyer assistance programs and land release packages and housing development opportunities, I ask whether we are sufficiently focused on those experiencing the sharpest edge of housing inequity. Housing policy cannot be only about helping people enter the market. It must go above and beyond, and it must be about how a society protects people when they have nowhere else to go. Housing and having a home is connected to all the other domains in life. It affects your health, it affects your mental health, it affects your education, your employment, your family relationships, your identity, and your sense of belonging. And consequently, if housing affects all these other domains, then I argue that these domains can be part of the solution to housing inequity. I have two key messages I wanted to convey today. The first is one of hope. I worry about the narrative we are creating for children and young people. They hear daily about a housing crisis, about a cost of living crisis, about a climate change crisis, a mental health crisis, geopolitical instability, workforce disruption, social division, and uncertainty about the future. We should be careful about how we discuss these challenges. Australia's leading cause of preventable deaths for children 14 to 18 is suicide. Young people need honesty from the adults in their world. We need to be clear that there are problems, there are challenges, but we need to give them hope. No child should grow up believing that home ownership is out of their reach, or that housing security is unattainable, or that society has given up on them. I hope this is inquiries about whether the cards are stacked against our young people and what we can do to stack the cards in favour of those who are disadvantaged. The second key message I wanted to talk about is how we could think more creatively about what government support to address housing inequity might look like and what portfolios it might truly sit in. A topic near and dear to my heart is focusing on the more than 100,000 Australian children who are being raised in state and territory care. Across Australia, foster and kinship carers have opened up their homes, their spare bedrooms, and their lives to children who need safety and stability. In the face of the rising costs of housing insecurity, these people are incredibly generous. We should consider tax, superannuation and other incentives that acknowledges the contributions of people who are providing their homes for those less fortunate. I would also argue we should consider whether every young person leaving care should be guaranteed a pathway into employment, training, cadetship or apprenticeship. Too often support ends at the very moment young persons needs it most. If we are serious about breaking intergenerational disadvantage, we must provide a bridge into adulthood, stability and housing security. So yes, I'm here to talk about housing inequity, but not from the perspective of the housing portfolio. I hope I am here in the perspective of child wellbeing, child safety and child death prevention. Housing is too important to simply be viewed as an economic issue. It does shape whether children are safe, whether families can thrive, whether young people can have hope, and ultimately, whether people believe they have a place in our society. If we want to address housing inequity, we must see housing not simply as property, but as the foundation for wellbeing, dignity, and opportunity. Thank you.
Well, thank you, Mr. Twyford. I find it hard to speak after that. Thank you. No young person should be dying in a box in Brisbane or anywhere in our country. So thank you for your work and for taking the time out of your busy life to appear before us. Sorry to be emotional. Have you got any questions you want to lead off with?
Yeah, I do, Chair.
Thank you.
Good to see you again, Commissioner, and your team. Much like the Chair, I just can't fathom that we're in 2026 and this is happening. I was very affected by the child death review case. I think this is the same case you're talking about of the young boy who was in residential care after the death of his only parent, and I wish that was an isolated story. I was in and I'm not going to name the high school because for the privacy of the high school, but I was at a high school in one of my duty electorates a couple of weeks ago, meeting with the school captain and the leadership team. One of the school captains, both of her parents have passed away, and her legal guardian is 2 years older than her as a sibling. And the other captain, a young boy, is couch surfing and doesn't have any reliable parents in his life. We had a young girl that came down to see us for Youth Parliament recently from Cairns who returned home to a dead father and has no one in her life at the moment. You're absolutely right about housing, and it's very sobering evidence that you give us today. So thank you for the work that you do, and I appreciate the work is very, very troubling and would keep me up at night as well. So bringing it back to what we are looking here as a committee is around intergenerational housing inequity, and I guess the evidence that you're giving us today is that some people and some young people start from an incredible disadvantage, and we need to consider that as well in the work that we do around housing. So I welcome your thoughts on, how important it is that secure, affordable, safe housing for young people, how important that is for the broader outcomes that we can expect of these young people around their health, their education, their economic opportunity, and their livelihoods.
Yes, thank you. Thank you for both your reactions and the question. I guess it's like many government systems when we think through housing. We have the wealthy end of town where people are thriving, prospering, and passing on that wealth to those they know, love and care for, generally those they're related to. We have the other end of the spectrum where people are incredibly disadvantaged, isolated, and that breeds a level of dysfunction that makes it hard for government services to interact with them. And what we've designed at that end is a crisis response. We wait for people to hit a crisis or be deeply embedded in crisis, and then we provide a temporary intervention that has no long-term endgame. And then in the middle of that equation, we have the emergent new young people seeking to enter the housing market, who rightly are asking, how does government help us join the wealthy end of town? And so I guess on that spectrum, my position to the committee and to the federal government is I'd love to see the prevention word used more across that spectrum. Where is the investment that prevents people from reaching the crisis point? And how do we allocate accountability for the delivery of prevention, and where does it best sit? I've flagged children in foster care and kinship care, those in state care, as a very clear cohort that need more support to enter adulthood on a firmer basis than they currently do. And I can quote a number of statistics around how their life outcomes are very different to the general populace, and that we can't just ask the child protection system in each state and territory to address that. This is a social wellbeing matter. I'd say the same thing for our housing system. The single mother exiting a domestic and family violence relationship and looking for accommodation that is offered a temporary place to stay and then reaches the end point of that time limit, who has children in her care. It's very clear from the work I do and the timelines we produce after a child death of the multitude of government departments that are aware of her children, who see the fall in school attendance, who see the dislocation from community and neighbourhood centres, and that's the prevention end, where I do think the federal government and state and territory and local governments could be thinking through more broadly, how do we do that? There's an excellent case study currently underway in Queensland where a school recognised that too many of its families within its student population were experiencing housing pressure and homelessness. They took wonderful community-minded steps to open up a laundry on their school grounds. So now those families can wash the clothes and receive some dignity at the school. But the question put to them by one of our wonderful peak organisations in Queensland was, well, what's the next step? How do we get counsellors, financial guidance counsellors, other support services to be at this laundry? And how do we make this not a transaction where we help you on the day but know you're going to have a problem the next day? How do we actually turn this into a pathway back to where all Australians should be, in a safe place with with a stability in their lives, where their children can re-engage with education and grow? So I'm conscious I've given you a very conceptual and garbled answer there, but I think in this conversation about rebalancing wealth, I don't think it's simply about taking from the top to give to the middle. I think we actually need to look at our other portfolios and consider what role do they play in helping people at the crisis end enter the middle.
And what does safe housing look like for a child or a young person?
It's an excellent question, and I think the best way to answer it is to ask the child and the child cohorts. And I know Anne Hollins, the former Children's Commissioner, did some work around that. We in the QSCC lead an annual youth summit and ask children and young people about what does it mean to have material basics in your life and what works. Safety doesn't have to be a permanent structure when it comes to housing. Children feel safe when they're with their trusted adult. And if that's mum or dad or grandma, what matters is, are they in proximity to that person? And is that person able to provide them attention compared to, is that person completely overwhelmed by the life stresses that are on them? So families can be remarkably resilient. They can find safe shelter and provide love and care in a whole range of environments. And so this is, as I said at the start of my statement, this isn't simply about every family and every child having a bricks and mortar street address. This is about them having a place that is home, or places that are home. But it has to be something they feel connected to, safe to be at, and where normal family activities like reading a book or phoning a relative can occur safely.
We were just talking in the break a bit earlier about whether it's the rental system, the private rental system, or home ownership and servicing of a mortgage. It's increasingly impossible for a single adult to service that, and really. It's a joint venture, really, and we've heard some evidence today earlier from a young man who's a single father who exited a relationship, and that's really taken his life on a trajectory about his ability to maintain home ownership. One of the other things I guess I wanted to ask you about is, with that in mind. We know that we have an ongoing challenge with domestic and family violence. We know that people are staying in environments where they may be choosing to stay in that environment because there are no alternatives. The alternative is living in a car or a tent in a public park. And we're continuing as a government to look at that around leaving home payments and how do we provide support. And transitional shelters and short-term spaces are not it. So would welcome your thoughts as well, because that is also part of the housing mix. What do we need to incentivise, prioritise? And we've been doing a little bit of that through the HAF program at the moment around looking at community housing providers who are providing longer-term solutions to women and families leaving. And I'd welcome your thoughts in that space too, Commissioner.
Yeah, I think what you've just articulated is necessary, unfortunately, and we would need more of it. And I think if your committee took a long-term generational view to the challenge you're trying to resolve, it is a bit what my colleague Fiona from Q-Shelter was speaking to on the last panel. It's how do we reprioritise wealth and investment, but particularly government investment, when we are dealing with families in crisis, and it is incredibly predictable that that crisis will continue or grow, then our investment should be in prevention and resolution of the crisis, not in short-term fix to the crisis. 9 out of 10 girls that grow up in child protection will have their own children enter child protection. That instantly tells...
9 out of 12.
9 out of 10.
10, sorry.
That instantly tells us we've got a growing cohort, we've got a growing population of disadvantaged Australians. And we can either choose to invest now to address that from occurring, or we will be forced to invest in the crisis when it comes. And so an intergenerational plan for our society that places housing in amongst the other domains and disadvantage and poverty more generally, I think would be very welcome. Because, again, to your point, I can see from the vantage point of my role working across portfolios that police will be investing in domestic violence response services, so will the department responsible for domestic and family violence, so will the child safety system, so will the Mental Health Commission, so will the Health Department. We're investing a lot in crisis, but are we seeing those crises reduce? Or are we holding them in abatement knowing they're going to come back? And that's where I think there's a lot more structural reform to think through.
Thank you. I'll hand back to you, Chair. Thank you for your evidence.
Yes, thank you, Senator Mulholland. I just want to check if Senator Brown has questions to just let us know. But we'll follow up.
I'm all good, Chair.
Sorry?
I'm all good, Chair.
Thank you. Thank you, Senator Brown. Commissioner, you invite us, or you ask us to be thoughtful about the narrative that we offer, that young people, many of the young people and children that you're aware of or in contact with we need to be honest, you're saying. We need to be honest about our circumstance, but we have to be careful about creating a narrative of hopelessness. We have to give hope. Hopelessness is a word that actually I've heard quite a bit in this inquiry. A lot of young people feel very hopeless about their chances of ever owning a home. In fact, I can't remember who I was with yesterday, but they were a teacher in contact. Oh, it was last night. We had a politics in the pub discussion about housing, and a school teacher said to me, she's teaching quite young people, 12, 13, 14, and they were hopeless, they said to her, about owning a home, and how hard that was to be a teacher of them when they brought that to the table. How do we both be real about the situation? We've heard the situation today from, a man who suddenly finds himself trying to re-enter a $1 million housing market with, a 7% increase in his wages in the last 5 years. Genuinely a very difficult circumstance. We don't want to lie or bullshit, we want to be honest, but how do we do it? Is it by finding a pathway to real intervention that offers a solution within a medium term? Is that what we need to be doing, or what are your other thoughts on how not to be hopeless but to be honest?
It's a great question, and I've spoken a bit about this in a completely different context about the youth crime crisis and whether it is a crisis or not a crisis. So we in the media sphere quickly label things to grab attention, and in the peak sector sphere label problems to attract attention. Our young people see and hear that. If I was going to provide a thoughtful answer to your question, I need more time, but I think it starts with some basics. Do we teach financial literacy appropriately in our schools? Does the young person in year 8 understand what a mortgage is and what compound interest is, and how to both save, to invest and to borrow, and what does that mean? And are we teaching that as a mathematics subject or as a life course subject? So once young people can arm themselves with knowledge, then the narrative that we throw about in headlines or in parliaments can be factored against context. I recently had a very similar conversation with a group of young people and had to show them that there are a large number of young people that are buying their first home. It's not doom and gloom. This is not no young person will ever potentially no more, it will never happen again. That's not the world currently. We have a problem. We are aware of it and we're working on it. We would like their views to contribute to the solution. But can we all agree as adults that the current status quo is not acceptable, and then engage the young person in the solution? I think that's a far more honest and less attention-seeking way to have the conversation. And the level of youth anxiety at the moment is terrifying to me. Any conversation that increases that anxiety, I think, is deeply worrying, and we should be very careful about that. There are things that federal governments, state governments and local governments can clearly control. And if we know there's a problem, then we can control some of the solution. It's not, this is inevitable, you have no hope. So I think that's the narrative. The final thing I'd say is, we've just discussed the changing nature of home ownership and dual incomes and workforce participation. The whole world is different to our young people. They are certainly living a very different life to 20 years ago. And so as we bring our adult views to the current problems and challenges, it's not always connecting to them. They're growing up in a digital land, whereas we're not. Social media has made connection and isolation a dual-edged sword. And so speaking to them about what the future looks like, we have to be at their level and let them lead the conversation, and we be the ones that ask the questions. I have no doubt that a big part of housing inequity solution is in workforce reform, that it is incredibly difficult for a whole number of Australians to secure accommodation and property in our capital cities. So where are we deciding that our future workforce should work from? Because if it's the capital cities, that decision is part of the problem. If I leave you with any message, it's what I said at the start. The solution to housing inequity is probably outside of the housing portfolio.
I think I take a couple of things from what you're saying, and we've had some interesting submissions about financial literacy. I think that's a really interesting contribution, but it isn't the solution.
No.
A lot of kids are leaving school, and they certainly did in my time as well, without knowing how finance works.
Yeah.
And all of us need that skill, but it isn't going to be enough to deal with the quandary of $1 million house and a wage that's not keeping up enough to save, and huge rental costs. I think you're also saying to us in your second suggestion was for more creative solutions. It's on us to find ways forward and be ambitious in trying to make the world a better spot for them. And you particularly mentioned the people who are looking after kids in state care, but as they at home in their own homes could be given more super and tax concessions and so on. And we've heard the same kind of proposal actually in relation to the millions of spare bedrooms around our country.
Correct.
Who people are frightened to use as accommodation because of the impact on their pension or on their tax. So these are things that we really should be looking at. But it is, you are also arguing, are you not, that it's a cross-portfolio response that is essential?
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
Okay. And I also want to just emphasise or draw out, if I can, that appalling statistic about anyone who's in care themselves at present has a 9 in 10 chance that their children will also be in some form of care. So it's a growing problem.
Correct.
And I think Senator Mulholland was probably in the Senate when we had all those many speeches about Kamanji, little baby. Sorry, yeah. And I just felt, I don't know what you thought sitting in that chamber at that day, but I felt incredibly sad and a deep feeling of ineffectiveness that I felt in the chamber. There's a lot of politics in all of this, always, of course, we're talking about the Parliament, but I felt like the way forward was not obvious to that chamber. So when you're asking us to not just respond to crisis all the time like the baby who dies, but to actually take the preventative action as federal and state government, is that where you're really pushing us to be thinking?
Yes, and when I said yes to your earlier question around cross-portfolio, I need to add cross-jurisdiction.
Yes,
the states,
right.
the territories, local government and federal government need to do this cohesively. I register more than 400 child deaths every year. That's more than one a day. And in the last 5 years, about 70 per year have been children known to the child protection system, so that's more than one a week. Every one of those deaths has lessons for us and our system. We've just completed a commission of inquiry into child protection here in Queensland, and the report's public and with government for response. And I produce a Child Death Review Board report every year with recommendations around what the independent board feels needs to change. And I raise that now because of your question and comments to me. The importance of my role and roles like mine to translate those lessons to parliaments who can then pull the policy levers is the most important part of this whole debate. And so hearing a sense of helplessness in a parliamentary setting does not sit comfortably with me. And I guess it's about how we can recreate oversight, parliaments and communities to work together on what the solutions are and actually see implementation. We produce so many reports with so many recommendations in this country. When I try and justify that to the young people I meet with around when will their life get better, it's so hollow to say, well, I write the report, I can't make the decision. And that's why I keep coming to parliamentary committees like this, and thank you deeply for your time and interest, because ultimately that's how we build a better world together.
Yes, but we have to have more than reports and Senate inquiry recommendations, don't we? And it sounds to me like you believe there are lessons out there are ways forward, and the challenge for us is to learn them and then push hard for the solutions that we can. So thank you. And I just want to say my earlier comment about the feeling of ineffectiveness. I can't answer for everyone in the chamber, but that was my feeling.
Yes, I understand it too. I absolutely understand it. I have the same feeling when I read cases.
Yeah. Well, thank you very much for your work and for bringing your work into this inquiry. It's appreciated and it's had a profound impact. So I appreciate all of you coming along today. Thank you so much. And if you've taken any questions on notice, if you could get them to us within 2 weeks of receiving the Hansard transcript.
Perfect. Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Senators.
Thank you very much, team.
Now we will take a break for until what time? 1:45. Till 1:45. Thank you, everyone. you. Terrific. So I now welcome representatives from the Australian Alliance to End Homelessness. I understand that information on parliamentary privilege and the protection of witnesses giving evidence to committees has been provided to you. Have I got that right?
Yes.
Thank you. And for the Hansard record, could you please state your full names and the capacities in which you appear today? And thank you for being with us. We really appreciate your time and your statements. So please introduce yourselves if you would.
Yeah, thank you for having us. I'm David Pearson. I'm the CEO of the Australian Alliance to End Homelessness. And
I'm Dr. Gregory P. Smith, OAM. I am a director on the board of the Australian Alliance to End Homelessness.
Well, welcome to both of you. If you would like to make a short opening statement, and after you have, we will come through with some questions.
thank you, Senator, and thank you for having us. As I said, my name is David. I'm the CEO of the Australian Alliance to End Homelessness. We are an organisation that's committed to the idea that ending homelessness is possible, and I've worked towards that goal in a range of different roles across government, not-for-profit, philanthropy, and in this current role. I think the thing that we were keen to highlight for the committee today is that homelessness is caused by housing inequality, and that homelessness is the inevitable outcome of a housing system that has a lack of housing in it that is affordable for people with particularly, that it just lacks affordability. I think the other thing that's really critical here is that homelessness is a killer. Just one night of experiencing rough sleeping homelessness, for example, can be catastrophic for your health. And the international evidence has demonstrated that anyone experiencing rough sleeping homelessness can have a reduced life expectancy for up to 30 years than those of us with stable housing. And the Institute of Health and Welfare recently did some analysis of homelessness data and found that up to 9 people a day are dying with a recent experience of homelessness in Australia. So yes, intergenerational housing inequality is an issue, and the issue of young people being able to afford home ownership is a particular issue that I know has received a lot of attention. But I would say so too is the generation of people who are dying 30 years younger than us without stable housing is an intergenerational issue. In fact, it's the generation that we're losing because our housing market is so unaffordable and because we have failed to make the investments in the housing that is needed to support people. We have a huge intergenerational inequity for that group of people that we have memorial services for across the homelessness sector every year, quite often on the winter solstice, to remember those who we've lost, and that we know that many of those people we've lost who have not just lacked housing but would not have been lost to us had the housing and the healthcare been provided. Many of the symptoms that people are dying of are from preventable and treatable illnesses. Up to 2 out of 3 of those deaths are from conditions that were preventable and treatable had the housing been provided and had the healthcare been provided. So what we need is the housing and support. What we don't know in Australia is actually how many people are experiencing homelessness at any given point in time. And that is pretty shocking state of affairs. Most countries that we'd like to compare ourselves to around the world, they do measure how much homelessness there is quite regularly and understand needs. In Australia, we measure through the census every 5 years. When that census data is released, it's 19 months out of date, the day it's released. So at my organisation, the Australian Alliance, what we do is we support communities to understand how much homelessness there is in communities, and then to use that data that we collect to actually understand how much housing is needed and the type of housing that's needed. So the final thing I just really wanted to share is that housing is absolutely an intergenerational inequity. The people we're losing is one of the biggest inequities in that system. But the type of housing matters too. And I know that the committee has heard a little bit about Housing First and some of those types of responses, but supportive housing is the thing we'd like to highlight, which is there's a housing with support that's integrated. That is a Housing First response. And what we've been able to demonstrate in Australia is that it's actually $13,000 cheaper for governments to provide supportive housing than it is to leave people cycling in and out of homelessness, chronic homelessness, dying on our streets and in our communities. So it's cheaper to provide the services that people need rather than the services that are available, such as hospital beds, such as crisis accommodations, such as prison beds. We need to provide the housing with that wraparound support. So we've got a whole range of recommendations we'd love to share if that's helpful, but the kind of thing that we really want to highlight is that this is a solvable problem. Unlike cancer or Alzheimer's, we know what it takes to end homelessness. It's housing and support. And that support and housing needs to come through leadership and through investment. And so with that, I'd like to hand over to my colleague, Gregory, who has demonstrated much of that leadership throughout his life.
No.
Great, thank you. Please go ahead, Dr. Smith. I think you might be on mute. You're on mute, Dr. Smith.
Yep, thank you. Thank you for that, David. Well spoken. I'd just like to qualify myself a little bit further, and David alluded to it when he was introducing to me. I was actually homeless. Look, I was raised in out-of-home care, and I was actually homeless until the age of 45. I was uneducated, and look, to put it mildly, I was a menace to society because I had no living skills. I was frustrated and I was angry because of the way society and the systems treated me. What lived inside of me was unresolved trauma, complex trauma, intergenerational trauma. And these are an important part, recognising these are an important part of moving forward on any platform to solve this issue. I am now the CEO of an organisation, a not-for-profit. I am a senior lecturer at a university. I'm a world-renowned author, and I give evidence, across the Western world on this issue. So my point here is that there are a lot of valuable citizens experiencing long-term homelessness that have that have potential to contribute to society in very meaningful ways. And besides costing governments, amounts of money, as David mentioned, I think he said 13,000. I would argue it's a little bit higher than that. But rather than costing governments, we're missing the opportunities to allow people to actually provide to our economic growth and our economic stability. So by not addressing these issues, I truly believe that we're enabling systemic issues to continue.
Thank you, Dr. Smith, and thanks for your valuable personal experience that you bring to our conversation today. I wondered, I think you said, Dr. Pearson, that you had some recommendations you wanted to put before us. Would you like to go to those as well, just so we're clear about the direction you're encouraging us to think about going?
Yeah, sure. Thanks, Jennifer. So essentially, they're not particularly complicated recommendations, is that we really ought to collect data on how much homelessness there is in Australia by name and as close to real time as possible. That's not something that's beyond us. It's not a ridiculously expensive exercise to do. And if we did that, what we're then able to do, as we've proven at small scale levels, is demonstrate how much supportive housing is needed to meet the need that exists out there. So we talk about housing in the sort of macroeconomic sense and in the big picture side of things. But when the housing market fails, what we get is homelessness. And if we don't measure the homelessness and we don't seek to meet that demand, how can we know that we have a healthy housing system, that our system is working as intended? So we would say measure how much homelessness there is and seek to meet the need of that homelessness through the housing and support that's needed. And we've done economic modelling on the cost-benefit analysis of, providing that supportive housing, which Gregory rightly points out, I think is a conservative estimate that we've got, that we've done in other places. But I know, for example, we have modelled how much supportive housing would be needed to help us solve the problem of chronic rough sleeping in the city of Adelaide, your home state, Senator. And we know that would cost about $50 million, but would save $14 million in savings to government. So the return on investment's pretty good there. And what we think, though, is that government should be modelling this. This should be something the Housing Supply Council models, and what the National Housing and what the National Agreement on Social Housing and Homelessness should do. What it should seek to achieve is to measure how much homelessness there is, and for governments to model how much supportive housing is needed for the housing to become out of the housing system, but the support needs to come as well. And that last point I'd make on that is the support needs to come from that whole of government response. People's trauma that Gregory was just talking about don't come in neat government silos of disability or housing or homelessness or domestic violence or veterans affairs or whatever it is. We need government to join up the service provision with the housing to resolve people's homelessness, to support them through their recovery. And even more importantly, to prevent that from occurring in times as well. So that whole of government response is absolutely needed from the Commonwealth to provide supportive housing. And we think that the data really can help with that.
Great, thank you. I'm sure you're familiar with the Housing First approach in Finland and other places. We'd heard evidence about that today and in a bunch of submissions. What's your view about that approach to dealing with homelessness?
It's an evidence-based approach. It's probably the most evaluated intervention into homelessness services in the history of homelessness, and it works. We know that the work that our organisation leads is a housing first systems approach. So it takes the housing first principles that are pioneered in Finland and other places, and applies that to how a community responds to the challenge of homelessness. And in one of the evaluations we had, it showed that people who were housed through a housing first response, the housing retention rate was 92%. This was in Perth, compared to when people were housed not through that approach, and the housing retention rate was 75%. So it absolutely works. I think one of the people who are presenting evidence this morning was showing that it doesn't work for absolutely everyone, and that's right. Like, there are people that it doesn't work for, and that's where you need supportive housing, and that's where you need a response for the whole system that makes sure that we're not letting people fall through the gaps.
You said, I think, that the South Australian cost-benefit numbers that you think are out there is that it would cost South Australia about $50 million, of which it would recruit $14 million in services saved, whether it's beds in a hospital or prison, people who don't end up in prison and so on. What's your speculation about why a government like South Australia doesn't spend that $50 million? Because lots of South Australians do care about this. I'm just curious, as an example, what are the barriers to taking these actions for a state government?
Those costs are borne in different pockets. So they're different parts of government budgets, and they're not always in the state government. Sometimes they're in the federal government. So the investment needs to be made up front, and the savings are borne over time and in different parts of government. So we have a problem of the way government joins up, and we have a problem in the way government budgets. But what we can demonstrate is the value is there.
Mm-hmm.
Did you want to add to that, Gregory, at all?
Yep. Am I unmuted there?
You're good.
Yep.
Yeah. Okay, good. Yeah, I support that. I think also that there remains within communities a certain stigma that contributes to the overall thinking around local governments. And I think, for example, local governments play a role in this as well. And I think communities have opinions about how this should be resolved. A lot of people think that the people are the issue, and they should get themselves out of the crisis that they find, which I do not subscribe to. Having that lived experience, I've actually just wrote a paper on that. But, so I think communities, or the attitude of communities, play a lot in why the funding is not forthcoming.
Mm-hmm. Thank you for that. I wonder if, Dr. Smith, you've been around observing homelessness and the experience of it, whether you have thoughts about what we see now in terms of the changing composition of who is homeless and what the story is for young people. This is an inquiry which is focusing on, what is the intergenerational story here? Clearly it's not the whole story. There are plenty of people in housing crises who are not young. But yeah, what's the homelessness story, you would say, intergenerationally at the moment? I'll come back to you, Mr. Pearson, for your view, Dr. Pearson as well.
I think it's multifaceted. One of the key issues that vulnerable parents experiencing or single parents experiencing homelessness may have more than one child. So we're seeing population growth through that cohort increasing. I think that a lack of role models for populations or cohorts like First Australian nations. Mm-hmm. I think that they're losing their role models. There's a lot of instability with the older people, and young people often see it as a right to experience jail, and through that experience of jail, they lose any opportunities that they have to have stable housing. I think domestic violence is on the increase. I think with any pressure on cost of living, financial pressures, rises in official interest rates, put pressure on families, increases domestic violence, and I think victims fleeing those domestic violence with children place them in unstable situations, and often, if that is not resolved in a short period of time, then the legacy is that those children will probably experience homelessness as well. Out-of-home care is another area. We know we have statistics that say that after exiting out-of-home care, young people in the first 12 months, 30% of those will experience some form of homelessness. We know also that within 4 years of exiting out-of-home care, 70% of those people will experience some form of homelessness. They're frightening statistics. And then there's statistics that we're not addressing as a nation. Mm-hmm. There's also this goes on. The women fleeing domestic violence that steal something for food for their kids, they end up on remand, they end up in jail. They may, over 3 or 4 or 6 months, be released from incarceration, but their kids have been taken away from them. They're usually in foster homes or out-of-home care, and so this starts that new generation. This is an issue that's growing, it's perpetuating, and we are assisting in the dynamics of it growing by not doing anything.
Thank you. Dr. Pearson, is there anything you want to add about the changing picture intergenerationally?
Just one quick thing, which I'm just Mr. Pearson on my end. I'm not Dr. like Gregory, so sorry to correct you there. And I think the only thing that I add to Gregory really is what we're seeing is an increase in vulnerability. So as the housing market is less and less accessible, and it's pushing more and more people out who in previous, decades would have been living in poverty but had housing, they're getting pushed into homelessness, the groups of people that we haven't seen it. And then the people who've traditionally, for the last couple of decades, since we've really started seeing housing as more of an investment than a sort of basic human need, in those decades we've seen people with long-term experience of homelessness, they're continuing to stay in that system, and then that's what's leading to this sort of higher understanding of people experiencing homelessness who are dying. And only tragically recently we saw a baby die in a tent in Wagga Wagga, not in suspicious circumstances, just because obviously there's investigations to be going on there, but we see these things all the time in the homelessness space of people who and increasing vulnerability. Mm-hmm. Is the point I was making.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, Senator.
Thank you. Thank you, Chair, and thank you, Dr. Smith and Mr. Pearson, for joining us. I might actually start with you, if I could, Dr. Smith. You're obviously very open with the committee about your experiences, your own personal experiences with homelessness. And I think you talked, you briefly mentioned that you might have a paper on that you've written about that experience and this notion that people just need to pull themselves up by the bootstraps and get on with it. Can I ask, given your experience on both a personal level and obviously in an academic sense as well, what helped you and what do you think could help others getting out of homelessness?
Yep. Thank you for that question. I'm sorry, I don't know who you are. Your name's not up on the screen.
Senator Mulholland is my name.
Thank you for that. Okay. That's actually a big question. Yes, I do talk publicly about it. My belief is that a little bit like domestic violence, a little bit like mental health issues, if we don't put it into the public arena, if we don't have that diverse discourse, then it just stays buried. So I've nominated to take up this issue from a lived experience perspective and talk about it in the public arena. I have done 2 major theses, including a PhD on this. I have written 2 published books, both of which are used in various universities across the Western world in psychology and social work, as well as other minor pieces. So what do I think? I think, okay, firstly, it depends significantly on the cohort that we are talking about, because it's dependent on the type of trauma experienced by the individual, and most people experiencing homelessness have some form of trauma. Until that trauma is addressed, then the chances of actually putting them into a Housing First program becomes more difficult. Time, support, wraparound support, community engagement. The most important things that we can give any individual if we want them to succeed is hope and purpose. If we can give them hope, purpose, and then add some dignity to that, we start to develop a sense of self-value. People with a sense of self-value want to contribute to community. They want to better themselves. I started, I will tell you that I was sitting on the sand dunes of the Southport Beach writing my undergrad essays and doing my assessment by candlelight while I was feeding the mosquitoes. I was still homeless most of the way through my undergrad, but I had a purpose. Even though I wasn't ready to live in stable housing because I couldn't. I couldn't bear being in 4 walls because I had that long-term legacy of being homeless, of rough sleeping. It took me a long time to be able to adjust my psychology, my psyche, and my attitudes to be able to move into permanent housing.
Thank you for sharing that. And with that in mind, what do you think? So as a committee, we're looking at intergenerational housing inequity. We're also looking at what do we do about this wicked problem, and reflecting on some of the policies that have got us here over the last 40 odd years. But one of the things that we're sort of hearing from other witnesses today, and we just heard from the Children's and Family Commission just before the lunch break, was this sort of notion of generational trauma and generational disadvantage, and often that first experience with homelessness and housing insecurity sort of sets off an individual or a family on a pathway. So I guess the question is, what do we need to do in the first instance to stop that spiral? You know, often people, you know, what do we need to do? And it's perhaps more than just housing.
It is. It is much more than just housing. Okay, I'll speak my mind if that's okay.
Sure.
Yep. This crisis is not a government crisis. Government may have created it through long-term policy. You mentioned 40 years. I would go back a little, about 40 years, maybe a little bit longer. But the crisis belongs to community. And the responsibility of working with this crisis lives in community. It is the government responsibility to support community. It is not the government responsibility, in my view, to take charge of these issues within community. There are organisations that are very well adapted to these issues, and that's where that government support needs to go. David mentioned that we need to understand the count. That's a critical component in a larger issue. And what David hasn't mentioned here is that we actually have a methodology and a data collection tool that can actually do this and do this comprehensively. We can do it understanding people's vulnerabilities, their traumas, the intergenerational issues. We already have all that. We have those mechanisms. What we don't have is support to use them.
So what I'd add to that, Senator, is that what Gregory's talking about is we have what we call the advanced to zero approach, which is a housing first systems change response, to use the sort of sector jargon. And essentially we have 30-odd communities across Australia who are doing exactly what Gregory's talking about, where they're collecting the data locally, they're using that data to drive reductions in homelessness, to get that integration across government, because it's really hard to get disability, veterans, aged care, primary health to all work together across the Commonwealth, never mind getting all of those equivalent services at the state government level to work together. And that's where place-based responses are really useful, that you work together in a place like a local government area and you get all of the services that are needed for the people experiencing homelessness to be wrapped around the individual experiencing homelessness when we know them by name. And so we don't need a sort of 10-year, Royal Commission response to how to deal with all the kind of intersecting issues. That's a very top-down, long-term response that we often try to deal with these issues. And what we're saying is, and what we've been able to demonstrate, is you can get better outcomes from your housing system. You can address some of these intergenerational inequities by working in place, by backing local communities in their efforts to integrate these services around the most vulnerable people.
Thank you. I think, Dr. Smith, you said something along the lines of you were reflecting on your time on the Gold Coast, that you weren't ready to be in a house. You weren't sort of ready to function in that space. When I talk to community housing providers and I talk to local councils, and I'm a senator from Queensland, so I'm often talking to those Queensland-based councils about their challenges to do with homelessness, which are often very visible in their communities, in public parks and foreshores and main street areas. They often say to me that they want a supportive accommodation model in their council area. And the example that gets given to me a lot is the common ground model here in South Brisbane, and here in Brisbane as a good example. And I wonder if there are other case studies or examples that you are aware of that are good ports of first call for people who are sort of moving from the not being ready, dealing with trauma, to getting into housing, rather than us thinking that they're going to be able to function in a different type of housing model. I keep getting told the supportive housing model is one that a lot of councils want to see, a lot of communities want to see in their area. So I open that for discussion, Mr. Pearson and Dr. Smith.
Yeah. After you, David.
Okay, that's going to go. So, I mean, I would essentially, Senator, would agree with everything you've just said, and essentially that the supportive housing model, common ground, is a particular type of that. The common grounds that are around the country right now, they are all built with money from the federal government. There was a specific program when the Rudd government put the Road Home initiative together, and we had federal government leadership on the issue of homelessness. In my home state of South Australia, we were the first state government to build. I worked in the state government at the time. We were the first state government to build common grounds in Australia, and we reduced homelessness across South Australia. When it went up for every other state through our census, we got rough sleeping down to about 20 or 40 people in the city. It's now about 200. So those common grounds, or the supportive housing, when you make that investment, you stop a lot of the churn in the system of people in and out of homelessness, that ongoing. You reduce the cost that we were talking about. You provide the dignity that Gregory was talking about, and those sort of things. So when people are willing to engage with the system, we need to give them what they need. And often they're not willing to engage the system because they know that the system doesn't have what they need, housing and support. What they often have is a hotel room for a night or two, or crisis accommodation where they feel unsafe or it triggers their trauma, those sort of things. So, 100% agree. The Commonwealth really needs to be investing in these supportive housing type models. But the previous... what I would just say in the policy response to this, the previous kind of Commonwealth leadership we saw on this was through a capital fund, where the Commonwealth invested in this capital and the states provided the support. The environment we find ourselves in at the moment, particularly given the Commonwealth's leadership on housing with the Housing Future Fund, that capital is actually easier to come by right now than support dollars. And the support dollars is the really hard thing to provide that wraparound support. And that's where we're really getting lost. So we absolutely need greater investment from the Commonwealth in housing supply and housing, and would love to see a doubling of the HAF and those sorts of things. But we also need to see a dedicated response to this notion of supportive housing. And the current policy challenge is particularly pronounced around the support dollars that go around it, given the nature of a lot of public sector finances in Australia.
Thank you.
I support what David says. Now, one of the things that I had to learn to understand is that there will always be homelessness. Whilever there's domestic violence, whilever there's addiction, whilever there's mental health, there will always be some form of of homelessness. But it's what we put in place. It's those pathways that we put in place, such as common ground, that can actually make the difference, especially through education of community. Because if a person finds themselves, fleeing a situation, or suddenly, a natural disaster and they're homeless or something like this, how do they know how to access these things that are on offer? We need to be able to have people enter these pathways before they start to go into survival mode. I can assure you that once a person's been homeless for 6 weeks to 3 months and they start to enter survival mode, it then becomes very, very, very difficult to actually access them through good communication, because they're busy. They're busier than you and I trying to survive. They're using more emotional energy than you or I trying to survive. And they don't want to be seen. They don't want to be shamed. They don't want to participate in that stigma. So the earlier, the more resources we have in that very first instance, the more public education that we have around the availability of pathways, so that if a person does find themselves in a vulnerable situation, Intergenerational, again, is a different story, and especially with young people. That becomes extremely difficult. That's a big challenge. I'm not saying it's insurmountable, but it's a massive big challenge, and it's going to take a long time to resolve. It may take 2 generations to resolve. I say 2 generations because a significant trauma experience for one individual as a young person can last upwards of 150 years. If they pass that trauma onto their children, their children live with that intergenerational trauma, they pass that on. This is a big issue in this country.
Thank you very much for sharing your thoughts and feedback with us. I'll hand back to you, Chair.
Thank you, Senator Mulholland. A couple of follow-up questions. I went yesterday to Common Ground and was shown around very generously by Brendan Donoghue, and who has a sight impairment. And it was amazing to see a building with 140 or so units in it, where the facilities were adapted for people with a range of different disabilities. And what was really clear, and I'm just asking whether I've understood this correctly, was the services available. 3 social workers available 24 hours a day, 5 days a week. Weekends sometimes very difficult because there weren't people there to assist. Many people in the building having very complex needs. A chef available and a concierge desk, which keeps the building safe. It was really a very impressive thing to see, but with a very long waiting list. Brendan himself had been there, I think, 12 years, so very settled in his community, so long-term relationships, lives being well lived. But without those wraparound services, much more difficult, and also not enough of them, clearly. And I think you're making that point too, Senator Mulholland, that we need more of them, clearly in Adelaide and various other places as well. Do you want to make any further comment on the services, the kinds of services that are needed for a place like Common Ground? And the lessons from South Australia, if there are any.
Yeah, I think that if you talk to state government agencies, they'll say that Common Ground model is expensive because it's got all that wraparound support. And the reality is it is expensive, but it is less expensive than the alternative, which is leaving people on the street, as we talked about earlier. And I think the other thing is it's incumbent on us to use common grounds or supportive housing like that as strategically and as effectively as we can. So when we think about the hospital system, for example, we triage people going into the emergency department. Do we triage people going into our supportive housing? No, generally we don't. It's a very ad hoc arrangement, and that's where these community by name lists that Gregory was talking about before become really important. It becomes the front door to your supportive housing system to make sure we're triaging the most vulnerable into that scarce resource of supportive housing and using it as effectively as we can, because not all housing is the same. Social housing is different to affordable housing. Supportive housing is different to your general social housing. So making sure you've got that wraparound support is really, really important. And then making sure that support meets the needs of the people in that community. And I think one of the wonderful things that I'd add to the story of the Common Ground in Brisbane that you just shared, Senator, is they also have a cafe, which is a social enterprise on the ground floor, which provides employment pathways. And they have a health clinic on the ground floor too, which provides that sort of other support. So it's not just the support that's integrated into the housing up top, it's also the community that's on the ground floor. And so that's a wonderful model in Australia, and we need to see more of that.
Yeah, we looked at the health centre and had our coffee in the coffee shop. So, we got the full treatment, and really, really impressive. Sorry, Dr Smith.
Chair, can I?
Yes, go, Senator.
Carol here. Sorry, I didn't want to interrupt, but I'm just letting you know I've got a couple of follow-up questions.
Please go ahead. Sorry, Carol. Should have come to you earlier.
No, that's fine. Thanks, Chair. And thank you, Dr Smith and Mr Pearson, for your evidence today. And I just also put on record I was at the very first Common Ground facility that was opened in Hobart, announced in 2008, but as you know, it takes a number of years to when you're building from scratch to get the facilities up and running, and it's we've got a number of sites here in Tasmania now, and they make a world of difference. Now, first of all, to you, Mr. Pearson, you said in response to a question, I think, from the chair, when she asked you about your recommendations, you talked about collecting data on homelessness to measure how much supported housing was needed. But is that the only recommendation that you're making here today?
No, there was a few other follow-on. So collect the data and then use that data to meet demand. So the government to invest in meeting the demand through the time, make sure that the amount of supportive housing that we have in each community that we all are from meets the demand.
So that's your only recommendation here today. I understand that it's got many parts to it, but I just wanted to clarify that.
Well, there was that, and then the other point was that whole of government response that's needed, and the support dollars that need to come from different levels and parts of government. I think they're the three key components.
So there was a discussion earlier on when Dr. Smith mentioned local governments. So I just wanted to flesh out a little bit. I haven't got too much time, but what role do you think governments at all levels should each be playing in addressing housing inequality?
That's okay. Can I take that, David? If that's okay? Yep, thank you. Look, I don't think... Okay, I'm very specific when I say it is a community issue. That is not to say that it is a local government issue. I don't think it is a local government issue. Local government should be in a position to support community, and that is the various specialist homeless services, trauma services, victim services, all these different services that need to come together to collaborate to understand these issues and how individual pathways for exiting homelessness into housing work. Local government should play a role. They should be able to provide resources, for example, meeting places, construct agendas. I personally believe that depending on the size of the community, a local government should at the very least, have a homelessness vulnerable persons policy in place so that everybody in council understands exactly what is required if there's an issue around that. I also believe that, again, depending on the size of a local government, that there should be a 0.2 full-time position dedicated to working with not just homelessness, but people at risk of homelessness. I believe that we need to focus more on early intervention, that is interfering with that pathway into homelessness, than actually resolving the issue of homelessness. I think if we change our thinking a little bit, if we reconstruct the paradigm, I think that local government supports community through funding from either state, Commonwealth. I would suggest Commonwealth personally, because there's issues with states and local governments and funding and everything else. We know that the lack of recognition in state constitutions and everything else creates issues for local governments.
All right, thank you, Chair, and thank you both for your evidence here today.
I just thank you, Senator Brown. I just wondered if you wanted to make any comment on some of the headlines that we sometimes see where local government come in. I know we've had cases in South Australia, I think there have been in Brisbane as well, where local government come in and it looks like suddenly move people on. What are we getting wrong there and how do we address that? Have you got any thoughts on that issue?
I think you're referring to Moreton Bay specifically, just north of Brisbane. Those councils are sort of flirting with danger, in my opinion, because, whether it's legislated or not, there are certain human rights, and a person's possessions belong to the person, and removing personal possessions becomes a legal issue. Mm. Now, because a person's living on the street should not invalidate their right to have possessions. If a council moves in and starts forcibly removing those possessions, then I think they're at risk of being litigated against or being sued. Mm. So I think we're in an evolving time where legal responsibility, duty of care is starting to emerge as a key issue in this space. For example, I know that just recently the Orange City Council in New South Wales were talking about forcibly removing a person and getting rid of all the accumulated possessions that they have. The legal aid from the Blue Mountains came across, stepped in, and sort of suggested that might be illegal. Mm-hmm. Yeah, that councils don't have that understanding is an issue. So
I just add to that as well, Gregory, that I think that the role of local government is insufficiently defined in homelessness, that they have the problem, that they have to try and manage the public domain, whereas state governments have the responsibility and the federal government often has the money and the policy levers. Yeah. All levels of government have a role in supporting community efforts on this. And I was going to add to, the recommendations you were asking before about Senator Brown. Like I have written a Churchill report where I've visited other countries and made a bunch of recommendations. So available on our website is some recommendations for how local governments can take a better response to this, some recommendations for the Commonwealth government about this, and everyone else that's needs to be involved in solving this challenge.
If I could make one more recommendation, that would be to, and if you have a look at my website, I'm the CEO of Home Address Australia, and I advocate for lived experience embedded in policy development for homelessness and vulnerability. And I think that's the area that's really important. Mm-hmm. Rather than have textbook bureaucrats developing policy, we need people with that genuine lived evidence, that expertise on what works and what doesn't work.
Thank you, Dr. Smith, and thank you also, Mr. Pearson. We really appreciate your evidence. It's been very, very useful to have it and to have your experience, Dr. Smith, put to us. And we will pursue the report you mentioned just then, Mr. Pearson. Thank you. If you have taken any questions on notice, if you could give us your responses within 2 weeks of you receiving a copy of the Hansard transcript, that would be much appreciated. But thanks so much for your time today.
Thank you for having us.
Okay. Thank you. So I now welcome representatives from National Seniors Australia to come forward. Mr. Grice and Mr. Smith. I understand that information on parliamentary privilege and the protection of witnesses giving evidence to committees has been provided to you. Thank you. And for the Hansard record, could you please state your full names and the capacities in which you appear today?
Certainly. Chris Grice, CEO, National Seniors Australia.
Luke Smith, Policy and Engagement Advisor, National Seniors Australia.
Great, thank you. And it's lovely to have you here in person. Thanks for making that effort.
Thank you.
I now invite you to make a short opening statement, and at the conclusion of any remarks, we'll come back to you with questions. And thank you for your submission also.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Dear Chair and Senators, thank you for the opportunity to appear before the committee today. National Seniors Australia is a peak consumer body representing older Australians. In our submission, we expressed a hope that the committee would take a broad view of the issue of intergenerational housing equity. In our view, intergenerational is the wrong framing to consider housing inequity. Housing inequity exists between generations, but also within generations. We are increasingly seeing people approach and enter retirement, if they can afford to retire, without a home or still with a mortgage. Yet the retirement income system, including the age pension, is predicated on people owning their home outright. Increasingly, this is also the case for aged care and health systems. In recent years, we've seen changes that mean seniors will pay more for aged care and pay more for health care. We encourage people to consider, when they are seeing housing wealth, to realise that there are a number of demands already put on what we describe as retirement savings. The latest available tax office statistics have the median superannuation balance for someone aged 65 to 69 at $208,143. This means that their home, if they have one, would likely to be their greatest asset. But this does not make it an unlimited source of funds. The government increased the amount an aged care provider can charge for a residential care place from $550,000 to an indexed amount of $750,000, with higher rates allowed on approval on top of other fees and contributions. Many people are now asked to pay co-contributions for in-home aged care of up to 80%. Last month, the government announced that price caps, which were originally meant to apply when changes commenced, these are indefinitely delayed. At current prices, holding top-level private health insurance hospital cover, which covers joint replacements from age 65 to 75, would cost over $93,000 at current prices. This is before the annual premium increases or the annual and proposed rebate reductions. This is what success in retirement looks like currently in Australia, not luxury, but choice of care received. In looking for the cause of inequity, we suggest the committee look at decisions that have been made by government over decades. As set out in the submission, too often governments have turned to putting debt on younger people to make cheap fixes to complex problems. Expanding the 5% home deposits may sound good at first, but they come with higher interest rates, higher repayments, longer terms and higher risks. Job-ready graduates is just marketing for putting more university debt on people who haven't even started their careers. With some degrees costing over $70,000, this could be the largest debt that someone takes on after a mortgage, and done at an early stage of their life and without the consumer protections required for other forms of debt. This debt can have long life impacts from borrowing for a home and into retirement. We may not see the full impact of these decisions for 50 years. Constrained supply and higher building costs will mean bigger and less affordable mortgages. Since the end of 2019, the ABS has put inputs to the house construction material prices up almost 39%. Just in 2021 and 2022, costs were up almost 28%. At first, this looks like this could be because of COVID, but this doesn't explain why costs didn't start going up until 2021. We suggest it's because of the infrastructure spending by the state and federal governments as they tried to boost the economy coming out of lockdowns. But this spending increased demand for materials and labour, pushing up prices and likely crowding out home construction. Consider that the 2020 Australian Infrastructure Budget Monitor had infrastructure spending of $225 billion over the forwarded estimates, which is approximately, as they noted, the equivalent of a Western Sydney airport every month. Much of this was for transport infrastructure, such as the Sydney Metro, Victorian Big Build and the Queensland Cross River Rail. Infrastructure is necessary, but at a time of constraints of material, labour and finance, budgets are a matter of choices. All these shovel-ready projects have flow-on consequences. Money spent on infrastructure reduces the available funding for health and aged care, leading to rationing. While a new road gets a ribbon cutting, this isn't the case for a supported home aged care package for which over 100,000 people are still waiting. While this infrastructure spending would have had economic benefits, as data centre building is currently, this comes at a cost, and AI cannot build a house. As we noted in our submission, there are nationwide shortages of many construction workers. Though existing and planned infrastructure spending wasn't limited to New South Wales or Victoria, Brisbane, where we are today, won the bid for the 2032 Olympics in mid-21. But COVID saw the trend of over 1,000 new hotel rooms a year in Greater Brisbane. Hotel rooms dropped to zero, putting the Brisbane even behind on the forecast requirement for the 2032 Olympics. Future construction demand, which will compete for workforce and resources. A lack of hotel rooms could shift long-term rental properties into being short-term Airbnb-style accommodation. Rents have also increased, up 28.6% in capital cities between June 2018 and April 2025, according to the ABS. PropTrack has rental affordability at the worst since 2008. While availability is down, rental vacancies reached a new low of 1.47% late 2025, down from the pre-COVID average of 3.3%. Anglicare, in their rental affordability snapshot, found that 0.3% of rentals were affordable for a single person on the age pension in March 2025. Natural disasters place increased pressure on housing supply. For each property destroyed, this is a loss of 2 from the housing supply, because those people still need to find somewhere to live, and resources which could build new homes are required to rebuild new ones instead. Ex-tropical cyclone Alfred led to over $900 million of personal building claims. Even without direct impact, people can face substantial insurance premium increases because houses are having to be built in high-risk areas. There are 3 things that the committee could consider to improve intergenerational equity. For early in life, reconsider how much debt the current HECS/HELP system places on younger people. And if nothing else, there should be a financial services guide or product disclosure statement in place for someone taking on HECS debt. Then the government could consider to encourage 10-year fixed rate home loans for first home buyers to support them in the early years of a mortgage. And then for later in life, bring forward the review of residential aged care refundable deposits, which is due in 2030, to investigate how capital costs for aged care places are funded. We welcome any questions of the committee.
Thank you, Mr Grice. Thank you for your submission and for those comments. I want to start with your suggestion that it isn't an intergenerational crisis so much as, a broader. I completely understand why that is an important point that you in particular make. And I don't think this inquiry will be assisted by, a dueling struggle over who's the most disadvantaged and whether it's really intergenerational or more. It's clearly very complicated, but I want to put it to you that there are certain fundamental things that have changed for young people. And we got the ABS, got the Parliamentary Library, for example, just to look at a couple of those indicators. I'm sure you won't argue with me about the price of a home. Now we're looking at 3 generations: Boomers, Gen X, Gen Y. Average rent for those 3 generations at midpoint, in their 30s when they were looking at renting, it's gone from $149 a week for that boomer through now $521 for a Gen Y. It's a massive change in your rental picture if you're young.
Yes.
We know the mortgage picture, it's huge. It now takes many more years to save a deposit, an average kind of deposit. For a boomer it was 5 years, it's now 10 for a Gen Y. There are a bunch of things that say, and of course then there's home ownership rates for the 3 generations, which are also very different.
Yes.
And I'm really glad that you've raised HECS, because I think it's very important. If we look at the average HECS, which we've got people to look at too across the generations, the average HECS for people, as they approach mortgage, is something like $30,000. I don't know if my eye will get to it quickly enough. And you mentioned that can be up to, did you say $70,000? So I think that's really important too. Young people come to the position of trying to buy a home now with, a sizable debt on average, certainly close probably to 30. They come to it with a very different labour market experience, less job security, and of course the prospect of AI, which we don't know how that's going to pan out, but it's not looking all that fabulous for if you're a 30-year-old professional who trained in coding. And then, of course, coming to rent or to buy. So I think there are some fundamental things that are there. Do you concede that's real? Of course, not denying the very significant issues there for older Australians as well.
Yeah, and I guess that the older cohort is, competing in that same that same system, and there are a significant number of older Australians that are still continuing to rent. But we are very concerned, National Seniors is very concerned over the horizon in terms of the impact that the housing situation is causing today, but what it will cause tomorrow for those young people as they move through life. And in the submission we sort of talk about that the system as it sits at the moment in terms of the retirement system and the aged care system, a fundamental component around those systems is that you are in a fortunate position to be able to own your own home. And so, quite often the intergenerational report gets quoted around that these are the things that are emerging over the next 30, 40 years. And we're looking at today, because if we're worried about someone in 30 or 40 years' time, that they start this process of loaded up with debt, and sometimes that's on degrees that they may not even continue to actually translate into a career. So they have that debt, and then what does that mean in terms of slowing down their process or their capacity to be able to participate in the housing market because of the deposits that they need, and then if they can't actually participate in terms of home ownership, therefore they can't age in place when they get much older, and it would be a frightful situation to see a significant number of 75 or 80, because our life expectancy is growing, and to have people who are in their 80s that do not have security of tenure insofar as it being able to age in place in their own home. It would be, because clearly we're not building enough residential aged care, so you could sort of go, you could argue, no worries, we'll put them into residential aged care. But again, from a residential aged care perspective and funding a bed, or funding a room, it requires home ownership because of the whole refundable accommodation deposits that are required. So you can sort of see how they're sort of intertwined, and we're very concerned about what's for the younger folk of today, what does their future look like in the future. And so this is why typically this might not necessarily be something, hang on, why is this a seniors issue? Well, we are concerned for those young people today who will be the seniors of tomorrow.
Playing out the life course in terms of their asset ownership and insecurity.
Yes, exactly. That's the piece that we're worried about.
In your submission, you refer to the first home buyer scheme in particular, and I wanted to ask you some questions about that.
Sure.
You examine the risks of these schemes and how they are, quoting you, increase debt risk for first home buyers and inflate property prices. Of course, they're also very meaningful assistance to some who use them.
Yes.
But you cite a HURI research that shows that such schemes have tended to result in higher house prices, largely benefiting people who already own homes. Can you just expand on that?
Yeah, and if I may, Senator, to also that is it's worthy and has merit absolutely of schemes of this type. So that's undeniable. But the thing is that pardon my expression, but the sugar rush that comes with it of actually getting in a perfect situation when you've got interest rates that remain stable and costs of living and inflation that's under control, that's something that can be managed for a younger person in terms of home ownership. But when you have these outside influences, that's the piece that in particular we're concerned about, is that, well, we got you going, we got you started, but that's only a small percentage of the real story. In terms of our concern is we've got to keep them in that home. That's the most important piece. That's the significant, and that's sort of why we included it in there. Luke, did you want to talk to the other bit?
Yes. So, just referring back to that research is primarily about the existing direct grants.
Yeah. Okay.
Rather than some of the newer schemes in place, and in terms of the effect of how do you make something more affordable through giving people more money to spend on it, and it's a complicated problem. There's no easy solutions here, but the focus, it's good to get people into the home, but we want people to stay in the home throughout their life, and so taking that home into retirement, because of the detrimental effects renting or not having a home into retirement can have, given our current settings.
So are there things you think should be done other than feeding demand to make the housing market more genuinely affordable for young people? Are there ideas you bring to the table on that front?
And that's where in the opening statement we sort of looked at, in terms of, is there a way in which that potentially, could government participate in terms of, fixed, where loans are at a fixed rate?
Yes, I was interested in that.
And so there is a period in which that there is a capacity to be able to, because also when someone is younger and they're developing their career and they're finding their feet, and we can't have shocks for them, like because they can lose their job and what have you. And more often than not, they can be in situations where, from a transport perspective, they're outside the CBD type sort of areas, and so they may have a car loan, and there's all these. They're in a very, some in a precarious position, and so to at least have that stability in place for a prolonged period of time, and I'm sure economists will do the numbers and what have you and sort of work out the viability. But we see in other parts of the world fixed rate long term, like 30 years, and we're not suggesting that because of how that could have a detrimental impact to the broader economy in terms of and existing borrowers and what have you. But this is something where that, in a more sustainable sense, is there something in which that there can be longer term fixed rates.
The US
for
have
loans.
a 30-year product, don't they?
They do.
Yeah. Have you done any costings on that at all yourselves, or are you just thinking that's something that we should be thinking about here?
Yes, we think that's something that should be at least considered and might be, in terms of, socialised to see as to whether, and it may be ruled out of hand, but we think that insofar as it to actually get some long-term traction for younger people, that that they get that upfront help, but then let's help them stay in that home
without the risks of a larger loan, for example. But you would still be feeding supply and changing who's bidding, perhaps giving an advantage to a first-home buyer.
Yes,
So that's
exactly.
something we should definitely perhaps take up with the banks as a potential idea. Thank you.
Yeah.
So last question from me before I hand over to Senator Brown or Senator Mulholland. You raised points about older renters, which I absolutely concede and see the argument there. You refer to Anglicare's rental snapshot, which, as you said in your contribution, I think, only 0.2% of rentals affordable for someone on a single-age pension. What do you think we need to do in the rental market for all Australians, including those on the age pension? We've had propositions put to us, for example, about stabilising rents, relating them to CPI, having longer periods of lease. What's your thinking about rent?
Yeah, and we think that those, and they have been shared previously, and we think that they're worthy. But if nothing else, that Commonwealth Renter System assistance absolutely needs to be reviewed too, because it is not keeping pace with rents that are currently across the country, and this isn't sort of a city versus regions type sort of thing. It's happening everywhere, and it's from one length and breadth of the country. The uncertainty that comes in the rental market.
Yeah. Okay. So, Senator Brown, thank you.
Thanks, Chair, and thank you for coming along and for your evidence here today.
You're welcome, Senator.
A lot of my questions have actually been answered, and I thank the Chair for her forensic questioning. But I did want to go back to what, in your view, what policy changes and reforms would have the biggest impact in improving housing outcomes. Now, you just mentioned, a review of the Commonwealth renter systems, but I just be interesting to know National Seniors' view about what you think it is that government needs to do, either continue to do or implement different policy changes.
Yes, and whilst may be sounding simplistic or whatever, but I think this is something that that it requires local, state and federal government to be unified in this, maybe it's over sensationalised, but crisis in terms of housing. And so, you know, we do see, as an observer, we do see that there can be between, and whichever colour, we can see that there is always this, in particular, state versus federal. No, that's a state issue. No, that's a federal issue. And this is something that requires a unified approach to actually get a solution. And that's the piece in which that, you know, we really need to get people around the table and sort of in a you know, in a genuine sense, to come up with, okay, how do we solve this? And clearly there are workforce challenges, and as I mentioned in my opening statement around these massive infrastructure projects, and they're important for the nation, but there's choices that we've made. We're saying, well, we're going to build those big projects, but that means we take out of the system, we take workers out of the system that would otherwise build houses. And so this is something that, you know, local government do planning, you know, state government has a role to do with planning, but we need to have the three levels of government working together on this particular issue.
Well, there's a number of decisions that the federal government's made, particularly around skills, but also around planning and construction. So is there anything else that you think, I mean, it's, you know, personally, you know, having the state, federal, state and local government singing from the same song sheet, it is something that I think needs to happen too. It's just joining those dots, and I'm sure you understand it's not as easy.
Yes.
An easy thing to do always.
Yes, and even when, you know, it wasn't that long ago that I think in nearly every state in the country there was an alignment between federal government and state government in terms of the same party, and still there wasn't the agreement, even though on the same side. And that's, we get that, we understand it. But I think probably an important point to be made is in particular around, there's a lot of hope that has been put in, directed at the older cohort, is that they need to downsize. Or they've just got to get out of these big homes and get into smaller places. And the challenge is that the stock, as it were, is just not available. Is that more often than not, it's actually they're not downsizing. What's being proposed is upsizing. Is that developers, whilst that they may be building properties, they are high-end style properties. And so, you know, whether they're penthouse apartments or you know, they're developments that are expensive. And so this decision that, let's say, an older person might make in terms of, hey, look, it makes sense for me to get into something that's much more practical, but they can't actually, in terms of the cost, they can't move to something which is described as downsizing because they're paying a lot more. And then remembering that our aged care system and healthcare system, to be self-sufficient now, is that requires their own savings. And so, you know, there was a time, I suppose you could say, that the whole idea be that, let's say you had a larger home, you could downsize, you could move into something more fit for purpose to allow you to age in place, and you might have had a little bit of money left over. You had a little chunk of money, and that chunk of money would go towards, let's say, your future aged care costs or your future healthcare costs to remain in the private health system. That now doesn't happen, can't sort of happen in a generalised sense. And so I guess we've got to sort of take in some respects, the solution of, we'll just get all these older people to downsize, and then suddenly we'll create all of these opportunities for younger people to move into homes. It's just not there. We just don't have enough appropriate stock, and nor do we have just across the board enough homes that are being constructed that are appropriate. And like I said in the submission, is that you just need a major event Queensland is right that epicentre of things that happen, and you get the federal government were involved and the state government were involved, and there was a big tick on that, and there were buybacks, but there was something like 800 properties in round numbers that were impacted, so 800 becomes 1,600 because that's gone. The 800's gone. Then those people have then got to move into something else. So it's sort of like Queensland sort of is when it does have these weather events, it can have a significant impact on the housing and the impact of housing sort of thing. And take into account that we're now seeing, people who lived in caravan parks. Fantastic, like for low cost, but now because of shortages we're not building enough hotels, we now have got those caravan parks sort of basically, we need those sites for holiday makers. And so they turf out the long-term affordable accommodation tenants, and then where do they go? And I think that's probably to the last session about people who are, those unfortunate homeless folk. You'll probably find there'll be a big chunk of those that probably were in that style of situation. So there's a segment that's been removed from the system in some respects. Hope that helps, Senator.
Yeah, no, that's good. I just wondered, has National Seniors, have you done any work in terms of the private rental market for seniors that are approaching retirement or are retired that are looking for social housing?
Not
so public. In Tasmania, we call it public housing.
Yes. Not specifically, more of a general, but not a specific piece of research on that particular issue. I mean, we do get absolutely, verbatims, people that come to us with expressing, their concerns with the issues, and sort of even in a connection to that. We do get a lot of people sort of providing feedback to us around their concerns about what their retirement looks like because of the amount of their mortgage that they still have to, is their retirement actually affordable, and is their housing situation secure because they still have this significant amount of debt. And then we still, like it or not, we still have challenges in Australia around mature age workers, and sort of, not to be too harsh, but ageism that can occur in terms of employment practices sort of thing. And then that sort of really starts to be a problem for people that it compounds. That, have they got if they're renting or they're mortgage and they've still got a big mortgage as they're moving into retirement, they get, the AI you mentioned before, Senator. These sorts of things are all considerations. So there's a few things, but, in particular, it's something that we could certainly turn our attention to. Might take a bit of time for that to sort of work through, but it's certainly something that we'll make a note of in terms of trying to collate that sort of data.
Well, thank you, Mr. Grice. And if you do some work in that area, I'd be very happy to be informed about it.
Yes.
Thank you.
Yep.
Thanks, Chair.
Very welcome.
Thank you, Senator Brown.
Thank you very much for joining us. And I guess my take home from reading your submission is just that it's probably important for our community to recognise that both younger Australians are struggling to enter the housing market, but older Australians are also experiencing housing insecurity, and that's something for us to be aware of and reflect on in our report. But in the interest of time, I will hand back to the Chair.
Thank you, and thanks both for your evidence today, much appreciated, and very insightful and useful recommendations also. The committee's agreed that responses to any questions on notice should be provided within 2 weeks of you getting the Hansard transcript. So thanks so much for your time and for your submission.
You're welcome.
Great.
Thank you, Senator.
Thank you very much.
We'll break now back here in 10 minutes at 3:15. Representatives from the Life Course Centre, thank you so much for coming in person, much appreciated. I understand that information on parliamentary privilege and protection of witnesses giving evidence to committees has been provided to you. You're all aware of that. Terrific. For the Hansard record, will you please state your full names and the capacities in which you appear today?
Janine Baxter, Professor Janine Baxter, University of Queensland, Director of the Life Course Centre.
Great.
Professor Cameron Parcell, the University of Queensland and the Life Course Centre.
Associate Professor Sangeeta Chandrasekharan from the University of Melbourne and the Life Course Centre.
Terrific, thank you. Of course, a chair of a select committee would never have a favourite submission, but I must say I really loved your submission. I found it really dense reading, and I tried to explain it to a large audience at Politics in the Pub last night as the hourglass and how the middle class is we build a middle class through our housing traditionally and how that's shifted. So I'm looking forward to hearing your explanation, if you can. A very tightly written submission, but one with real new information for us as a committee. But before we get into you doing that project, whoever decides to do it, can I get you to perhaps make an opening statement and tell us a little about your role?
Yes, thank you very much. And so I'll make the opening statement and then turn to my expert colleagues for that in-depth evidence. So thanks very much for the opportunity to present our research. Our research is based on a whole range of different data sets. We use a lot of longitudinal household panel data. We use housing market modelling and ethnographic research. So we've got a wealth of different kinds of evidence on this topic. What we wanted to emphasise from the outset is that intergenerational housing inequity is a structural problem, and it will require a whole multifaceted set of solutions that extend far beyond housing insecurity alone. And by structural, what we mean is that the causes are not rooted in individual capacity, but rather they come from long-term social and economic policies. For example, negative gearing, capital gains tax, two that are very on the agenda at the moment, but also economic and social processes, decline of social housing, declining real wages, and the casualisation of employment. Negative life course events. As a life course centre, we are very interested in the kind of long-term life course outcomes, and things like relationship breakdown, domestic violence are also implicated in housing insecurity. And then finally, cultural factors. And Cameron can speak more to this, but the belief that housing wealth accumulation is a right for those who've worked for it is also a barrier to solutions. So we want to argue that insecure housing is not an isolated problem, that it's correlated strongly with other forms of social disadvantage. It's correlated strongly with poor mental and physical health, social exclusion, contact with the justice system, child protection, and dependency on income support. And so it's a very multifaceted problem that are long-term and intergenerational. And as Sangeeta can speak about, we think it is changing the structure of the income and inequality gap in Australia between the haves and the have-nots. So I'll allow my colleagues to speak about the detail, but I just wanted to, before I finish, talk about what we think some of the solutions might be. And I guess there are a number, but first of all, we think that direct government intervention is essential. And that might be, for example, the expansion of social housing and subsidised housing programs. We also think we need solutions around market regulation and incentivisation. So we need policies that encourage affordable and secure private rental and home ownership opportunities. We need that holistic support that wraps around some of those other factors that I mentioned. So recognition that housing needs and aspirations change across the life course, and that they're linked in with other forms of social disadvantage. And we need evidence-based approaches to these policies. So a suite of affordable and secure housing options is an effective means to enhance quality of life and create conditions for solidarity and social inclusion. So fundamentally, we think that the state's role is significant and non-negotiable. And our research suggests that housing policy is not just an economic issue, but it's a structural determinant of social inequality, health inequality, and intergenerational inequality more broadly. So that kind of provides, I guess, a framework of how we've approached it, but my colleagues can provide some of that depth that I think you might be particularly interested in.
It's a great start. Thank you, Professor Baxter.
So I can talk a bit about the two papers that underpinned the evidence that's in the submission. And let me just acknowledge that it was a team effort. It was Professor Lan Wiesel, Jordi Meeks and Julia de Bruyn who did the legwork on this, and I'm presenting it today, more a research translation. So we were looking at how housing was and is to some extent still a pathway to the middle class. It enables wealth accumulation and mobility between classes. And this has been enabled, particularly post-World War II, by expansionist policies in what we describe as a home ownership-driven democracy. Our research shows that this is changing. We measured income before and after housing expenditure, and we looked at the distribution between income groups, so high, medium, and low, before and after housing expenditure. And we did this using a longitudinal data set, HILDA, Household Income Labour Dynamics in Australia. And the period we looked at was from about 2002 to 2022. So when you don't take account of housing costs, Australia looks like what we might describe as an egg shape, with the widest part in the middle being filled by the middle income group. When housing costs are accounted for, the middle income group shrinks by about 10% nationally. So Australian society shifts from an egg shape dominated by middle income households to what we describe as an hourglass, so it's more polarised between low and high income households. And this is also geographically differentiated. So in Sydney, an extreme example, our most unaffordable housing market, middle income households fell from 60% to just 37% of the population once after housing expenditure was taken into account. And low income households rose from 28% to 44%. So that's the housing adjusted income side of the picture. I'm now going to talk about wealth. So housing remains the dominant store of wealth in Australia, and owner-occupied housing has a really significant role to play in creating and maintaining that egg shape. We call it a depolarizing effect. It reduces wealth polarization. And this is significantly more so than other kinds of wealth, such as investment properties. Housing wealth reduced polarisation for mortgage owners from the period 2002 to 2010. So it played that role of depolarisation and creating and maintaining that egg shape. But this effect has lessened since 2010. Renters and mortgage owners started to slip down into the lower wealth groups, while outright owners of housing moved up into the high wealth group. And as I said, this is even more pronounced in Sydney, but in Sydney, we didn't see this depolarising effect. So this suggests that the market in Sydney has become so unaffordable that it no longer supports middle class formation. So you're really seeing this hourglass shape pronounced in Sydney. Even in Melbourne, the depolarising effect of housing wealth has diminished since 2010, and we're seeing a more solidified hourglass emerging. Housing had the most depolarising effect for middle-aged mortgage owners. The middle wealth group overall nationally grew, so there was overall growth, but the middle wealth group for younger cohorts is shrinking. So in terms of an intergenerational effect, you could think about declining home ownership rates, which sit around 67% from 2022 when we did this, locks younger cohorts into rental tenure, and now we're seeing less class mobility over the life course that we would have expected previously. Meanwhile, for the older age cohorts, particularly outright owners who are significant, there's been greater upwards polarisation, meaning that their wealth is increasingly concentrated at the top, and there's fewer of the older owners in the middle. So 50% around that are in the high wealth group. This is older owner-occupiers. About 1/3 are in the middle wealth group. So only 20% are in that low wealth group. So this creates an inverted pyramid. So you can think about it as the triangle turned upside down, with the high wealth dominating the top of the pyramid, and then less and less low wealth down the bottom. So overall, I guess the message is that with home ownership becoming more and more out of the grasp of the younger cohorts, they stay renters. They miss out on wealth accumulation opportunities. They can't accumulate wealth as older generations did, and we expect that gap to keep growing, making it harder for the younger generation to catch up.
Thank you for that explanation. I wonder if I can ask you on notice, is it possible to give us a visual representation of that, the income story, the wealth story, and the change over time? Let me try and say back to you what I think we're hearing is that since 2010 in particular, we see the loss of a middle class group bolstered by growing ownership of their home and more of the triangle as we move through time, because that people entering the adulthood have less chance of owning their home. They're more caught in expensive rent. And for me, that's I think we are I'm just making things up now, but we are reading a political shift because of people's feeling of hopelessness about entering the middle class. And I think that explains has a role in explaining why 25% of people in my state voted for a party who they hope might offer them a future that the major parties don't. But that's just speculation on my part.
Just to clarify, I'd be happy to provide a visual. Just to clarify, it's movement from the egg to the hourglass. But in the older cohorts, you are seeing the inverted pyramid.
In the inverted pyramid.
Owner-occupiers.
Right. I think this is really useful for us, and thank you so much for using, Hilda, our Rolls-Royce data, which is almost the only way we can get beyond anecdotes into a dynamic picture of what's happening over time. So extremely valuable evidence for us. Thank you. I wondered if, Professor Puzzle, if I can come to you, because I'm also very interested in the notion of housing wealth as a right. Because as soon as I heard you say that phrase, I thought, yes, that we have been, I think it's been sort of implicit in some of the evidence we've heard, a pushback, it's mine, I built it, took me 30 years, go away. And talk a little more about that cultural thing you were identifying.
It does, and it goes exactly what you remarked about the 25% of people who are feeling disillusioned and perhaps going elsewhere for a sense of security or solidarity. And I think it's important, we can ridicule the notion of a fair go as vacuous and gendered and meaningless, but it nevertheless resonates with something most Australians value. And I think when we dig deep into it, is it about they value equality of outcomes? Often no. They absolutely, very, very, very significantly support the idea of equality of opportunity. And the housing market, the way it's structured now, is undermining that sense of equality of opportunity, and people who are benefiting from it are kind of seeing their own outcomes as an illustration of meritocracy, and very, very importantly, people who are outside the market as a failure in their own behaviours. And what we're seeing is this kind of intervention into the housing market as actually exacerbating the social kind of fracturing that the housing market's already representing. That is, we're seeing people trying further the kind of the divisions between the people with housing and the people without housing, and the kind of proposals for a more redistribution in taxes are seen as the envy politics. So I think what is important is it's often been kind of seen as, is it the state or is it the market, and this kind of false binary. What we see is that in addition to public health and public education, access to safe, affordable, secure housing is probably the greatest resource we have in society to create the equality of opportunity. Now, how we kind of can produce that is, for many, many, many people, particularly those who have chosen their parents wisely, the market can provide it. But for a number of people, the state needs to provide that housing. Now, when we do a lot of research with people in social housing, what we see is that stability is the means to provide that equality of opportunity for their children, because if we're not providing it through that subsidised housing, we're actually spending the money in the out-of-home care system, we're spending the money in the health system, in the justice system. But in addition to that affordable, stable housing through the state providing that equality of opportunity, we see that many people are then able to transform their lives and access the market in a way consistent with their aspirations. We did an analysis of permanent supportive housing that is provided exclusively for people exiting chronically homelessness. The evidence is very, very clear that it enables people to sustain an exit from homelessness. But what we also found that over the long term, over a 10-year window, with every single person allocated that housing, we saw about 40% left of their own volition. And this is important, of their own volition. That is, as opposed to the model of transitional housing where you get state subsidised housing for 3 years and then you have to move, permanent supportive housing is about stability. You can stay there as long as you like. That stability was the impetus for people to be able to change their lives, to improve their lives under their own terms, under conditions that they deemed meaningful for themselves. We found that many, many people actually exited the subsidised permanent housing, but they exited in a way that was on their own timeline. And when we did follow-up interviews with those people, we found it was the stability, the consistency, the routine, the predictability that enabled them to be able to make those changes to access the market. So it was never a binary between the social housing or the market. Social housing or subsidised housing in the private rental market provided the stability for people who very, very often still had aspirations of home ownership. So it's kind of, instead of this kind of binary between the market or the state, we found that the state intervention into creating affordability and stability enabled many people to pursue later on their aspirations for home ownership, in addition to providing that stability so that their children could engage with education, their communities, participate in society, which then also was another means of equality of opportunity. Mm-hmm. So the kind of the flow-on effects, but the flow-on effects of this stable, subsidised state housing was also access to the market. We know that we were very, very critical, many people in Australia, but also in the UK, in the idea of right to buy, when people in social housing and they could buy it. Mm-hmm. Now, a lot of that criticism was because, I think most of that criticism was because it represented a loss of social housing stock, and I think that's a very valid criticism. But there's no reason why that we cannot incentivise people in social housing to access the market, and if they do, then we use that money that they purchase the house with to reinvest into social housing, creating a perpetual stock. That's not necessarily dissimilar from the Singaporean model, which is about the state enabling home ownership through development and through loans. And it's quite different to the Finnish model, which is a housing first model, which is about a universal and comprehensive welfare state, which is very much about the state providing social housing. Helsinki owns about 40%, the Helsinki city owns about 40% of the land, so their capacity in Finland to create social housing at scale is radically different from Australia's. But I still think there is that active role for the state to provide that direct assistance into subsidised social housing, but also having that as a mechanism into the market for those who choose to do so, so long as that access into the market is about restocking the social housing supply for future generations, enabling people to achieve a housing trajectory consistent with their aspirations, but also then enabling them to generate that housing wealth that Sangeetha illustrated is not a reality for many.
Have you written up what you just described? Is it available to us in a paper? It's a lot to take in, is all I'm saying.
Most of it is, yes. Most of it is, and some of it's under review. At least 3/4 of it is. I can send it to you this afternoon if you like.
I think it's useful for us to get a clearer picture of public housing, creating that platform. I think it really...
That one is definitely written up.
Yeah.
There's also another one written up about people rejecting the idea of providing subsidised housing because they think it represents incentivising people living a wrong way. And it's kind of, even though these kind of ideas of the deserving, the undeserving we associate with the 18th century poor laws, they are as live today in terms of who we deem deserving. And these are really problematic and ill-informed assumptions of who's deserving and who's undeserving. But they nevertheless influence, aspirations for kind of a more interventionist policy into the housing market.
And is this notion of a cultural perception or views about how to characterise public housing, Is that also useful in thinking about the current debate about the loss of tax benefits for an aspirational upward middle and wealthy class? You know,
it's pitting the have-nots up against the haves,
Yeah.
and I think it's just such a problem. That distinction already creates social dislocation, and then when we kind of have a policy that is framed as a kind of exacerbating that distinction, it undermines it further. What I think we need to do is kind of be much more optimistic and aspirational about how we describe social housing. You know, it's not just something we should tolerate in our neighbourhood, it's something that we should be kind of seeing as a public resource. Almost no one is challenging the idea of free public education. Almost no one is. And I think we can move to a kind of point in society where we see social housing or the state's role in ensuring housing affordability and stability in a similarly kind of normalised way as state education and public health is. But that's a lot of active work that we need to do in terms of how we think about and talk about housing and its centrality to living well, experiencing well-being, and also contributing to community and contributing to work in a way that many Australians value.
We've had a lot of evidence today talking about how housing has become an asset class and a wealth accumulation vehicle as opposed to a right, a human right. And you're kind of on that same song sheet, you're talking about education, health, housing as base rights in a healthy democracy, essentially.
And it's a part of the social contract, right? We have to be responsible citizens and comply with the laws, but that's conditional upon the state providing the conditions for us to participate as citizens. Housing is central to that in addition to education and health. Sorry, Janine.
And I was just going to say, I think it's not helpful the way that some of the debate has been framed in the media or maybe by some in policy about pitting one generation against the other. You know, that's not a really helpful, you know, and that's not the cause. You know, the baby boomers are not the cause of this problem.
Sorry, say that again.
The baby boomers are not the cause of the housing problem. And I just think that that's just not helpful, and we want to move away, if we can, from that kind of one versus
generational blame.
Yeah.
Although we recognise there are differences in the circumstances.
Of course.
Generationally.
Yeah.
Thank you. Thanks so much. Senator Mulholland or Senator Brown, would you like to?
I'm happy to jump in. Thank you very much for providing your submission. And I might turn to some of the recommendations in the submission that you've provided us and just get a bit more detail from you. The first is recommendation 1 around tax reform options. Introduce recurrent wealth taxation or modify capital gains tax treatment, review family home exemptions from pension asset testing, and consider progressive taxation of investment properties to discourage speculative accumulation. So if you could talk me through some of those recommendations at a higher level about why you think that might be important to trying to tackle this wicked problem.
Sure. So I think just for the context of that, as we're moving towards, we have declining home ownership, and we are moving towards, 40% of the population not being able to own their own home, and that could increase over time. A lot of the policies that we have historically are really focused on expanding home ownership and homeowners as an asset-owning class. Now, there has, as we said, this has had an important effect in terms of building and stabilising a middle class. But at the same time, there are a lot of incentives built into the tax system that are moving so far in that direction that you have these intergenerational inequities. So, for example, you have some pensioners who are receiving a pension but have property that's worth, let's say $2 million. And that is not to do with them, it's to do with the way in which the housing market has evolved, particularly in the major cities. But at the same time, you have this younger cohort locked out of the housing market. So I think some of those recommendations that we're suggesting are how do you take out how do you attenuate what have been some of the policies that have really benefited home ownership and try and rebalance in terms of policies that might benefit the younger cohort for whom home ownership is more and more out of reach. So that includes asset testing, capital gains tax on the home, as well as taxation on investment properties.
They say one of the biggest precursors to getting your second home is getting your first home. So is that accumulated wealth plays a big part. Then there's a couple of other recommendations as well around lending and affordability options. We have heard some evidence from others today about looking at the way in which banks lend. So you've got some recommendations here about reviewing mortgage lending practices that restrict young households' access to home ownership, and also looking at shared equity schemes and first home buyer supports that don't inflate prices. And that's one of the things that we've also been trying to look at. One of the first things we looked at as a government was the treatment of HEX debt when a bank is looking at a young person's liabilities as well, and saying that's actually not it's a different type of debt and to treat it differently. We've also been looking at, obviously, 5% deposits. 20% deposits are really difficult. Mortgage lenders' insurance is sort of a tax on people who don't have a 20% deposit. So welcome your thoughts as well. It's obviously something we've been looking at as a government, so welcome, open that up as well around lending and affordability options around lending practices that restrict young homeowners' access to home ownership.
So it is partly about the state's enormous power to underwrite risk, and that takes the burden off the younger cohorts to have to bear that risk from the perspective of banks. And shared equity is a good example of that. There is, of course, that we have to avoid the tendency for some of these, the underwriting of risks to be inflationary in terms of housing prices, and we've seen that in some of the build-to-rent schemes that are going on, and can also happen with shared equity. So I think overall we're supportive of that process, because the state has lower borrowing rates, and we can see the intergenerational benefits and the co-benefits of housing in terms of education and the other opportunities that Cameron spoke about.
Thank you. And lastly is around expanding social and affordable rental housing to provide more secure long-term tenure and alternatives to private rental. We've heard a lot about that today from other witnesses, wanting to see continuation of investment in public housing and in social housing and affordable housing. So welcome your thoughts in that space as well.
I mean, I think we don't want to leave out rental issues in this inquiry. I think it's really, really important. And there's a lot of anecdotal stories, including from my own children, about trying to find rental properties and going along and making a claim, and then someone will come with a higher bid. So there's that kind of thing. And then the quality of some of the rental properties is really poor. So I think that, Australia is very much favoured home ownership, but there is a class of people, or an age group of people, who want to rent and want to rent long term, and the rental opportunities are just not there but particularly for young people, for students, and some of the low income. So yeah.
It's useful to think also about the avoided cost to government of high quality private housing, so social housing as well as private housing. And we have some evidence from research done collaboratively, but also from Rebecca Bentley at the University of Melbourne, which shows that there are savings to government. So this was focused on eradicating cold in housing, and this is both rental and privately owned housing, that you can reduce health expenditure by $871 million over a 20-year period. And you can also increase income earnings by $4.3 billion due to healthier people earning more income over that 20-year period. So it is important to kind of flip the way we think about this, not just as an impost and a cost on government, but also as generating opportunities, income and wealth into the future, and avoiding costs on government.
Thank you. I'm conscious of time, so I'll hand back to you, Chair.
Thanks. Thanks for your questions then, Senator Mulholland. Just one other proposition we heard just a little earlier today was the notion we've heard evidence about some people have done very well in the housing crisis, not just multiple investment property owners, but banks. Profits are extremely healthy, and big developers also. And we had a proposition that perhaps a 10-year low-interest loan period for first home buyers might be something that's worth considering. It might be beyond your remit, but I just wondered if you've got any thoughts on whether some transfers like that from wealthy banks to assist as part of their social contract, the entry of first home buyers into a home ownership would be useful.
Well, if you can get those transfers from banks via government back to first home buyers, I think it's worth considering. I would say, though, that you need to also, and this is what the Hilda research shows, that there is a group of working waged households who probably will never have sufficient deposits or balance to be able to enter the housing market. So I think in all of these policies to enhance the buying capacity of first home owners, borrowing and buying, we also need to think about those who would not be considered creditable, able to get credit from banks in the first place, but also fall outside of the priority listings for social housing and even affordable housing. And it's that kind of missing lower middle that really needs to be considered, not just in terms of home ownership, but probably more in terms of expanding socialised ownership in whatever form that takes.
So different form, please go ahead.
Which is why the good quality rental housing stock is also a critical part of this, that we shouldn't just focus on home ownership.
Very quickly to touch on your point, although not directly, in terms of people doing well recently, what we saw during COVID is that people who were homeless did really well. And they did really well because homelessness was no longer a question of housing inequality, it was a public health issue. As a public health issue, we intervened. We had money to access accommodation, we had money to close down shelter accommodation, we had money to access the market. Of course, we had money beforehand, but we decided during COVID. COVID represented a clear example that homelessness and housing insecurity, housing inequity, is a policy choice, and we have the capacity to do differently. The mechanism that changed was not COVID, the mechanism that changed was the framing of the issue. If we think about housing inequity differently in terms of solidarity, social cohesion, worth of human life, health, perhaps that is an opportunity, rather than thinking about the haves and the have-nots and the deserving and the undeserving, or my wealth versus yours. So I think that's a really important lesson in terms of how we can change radically overnight to demonstrably enhance the quality of people's lives, albeit for a short period of time, but nonetheless there's very clear evidence that we're published on that it had significant improvements.
And if you look back 30 years to 40 years ago, in the post-war period when we built a lot of public housing, do you see a shift in the norms of solidarity in Australia that enable now a much more neoliberal notion of housing having slipped at least into that discourse?
Yes, and
what's changed to make that happen?
Well, we saw from about 1996, the homelessness monitor led by Hal Pawson has seen that investment in social housing has decreased. And then, to go to Sangeeta's point, if we're not spending money on social housing, we're going to spend it on something else. Funding to homelessness accommodation went up. So we then see the victims of our decisions about not investing in housing, and then we blame them for their homelessness without thinking about that these are policy choices about where we invest money or not. And certainly the embodiment of deserving was my both grandfathers and grandmothers when they came back from the war and got social housing. That was seen as nation building, as deserving for their service. Absolutely, they deserved it. What I'm suggesting is that so too do the generations now, for different reasons. We can decide, whether it's COVID, whether they return service people and their families, to invest in social housing. We have the capacity to do it, but it's about, how we understand the kind of Australia we want to live in. When we're investing in social housing or not, we're really talking about how we want to live together, how we value or not people.
And we've heard a lot of evidence today about prevention as opposed to, standing with an ambulance at the bottom of the cliff. And also about, and you have contributed on this also, the hidden costs of not building a strong platform of a secure, safe housing. We don't actually tote up because they are spread across departments, they're private, they're felt in different parts of our budget. You're all nodding to that as an issue.
And a life course approach, really points that out, that what you can prevent by investing early, whether it's justice or out-of-home care, domestic violence, the flow-on effects really pay off. I think we know that.
Mm-hmm. Well, look, sorry.
I'm laughing because we presented a cost offset paper demonstrating with administrative data the cost offsets, and we presented for the supportive housing to the Department of Housing, and we were responded by very senior people saying, so we're investing in housing to save money for health, Department of Justice.
Perfect.
Sorry.
We'd like that paper too, if you wouldn't mind.
Absolutely.
Thank you. And thanks so much for your ongoing research and making such good use of such quality data. We really appreciate you bringing it to this issue. Your analysis is very important to us. So thanks so much. And if we can have any of your responses or illustrations of your argument on notice within 2 weeks of you receiving a copy of Hansard, we would really appreciate that. Thank you.
Thank you. Good luck with the inquiry.
Great, yes, thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, so we are on to Queensland Council of Social Service, QCOS. Yep. Thank you. If we can now welcome representatives from the Queensland Council of Social Services to the table. Ms Kippen and Ms Kwong, thank you very much for coming in person. We really appreciate that. We love to talk to a human being. I understand that information on parliamentary privilege and the protection of witnesses giving evidence to committees has been provided to you. Yep, thank you. For the Hansard record, could you please state your name, full names and the capacities in which you appear today?
Bronwyn Kiffen, Acting CEO at QCOS.
Great.
Selvin Kwong, Senior Policy Officer for Housing and Homelessness.
Terrific. Would you like to make a short opening statement? And
yes,
we'll follow with
thank
questions.
You. We have an opening statement which we will present together in turn. Thank you for the invitation to appear today. I'd like to begin by acknowledging the Yagara and Turrbal people, traditional custodians of the land on which we gather today, and pay our respects to elders past and present. The Queensland Council of Social Services, QCOS, is Queensland's peak body for the social service sector. We represent more than 500 members in Queensland, and our vision is to achieve equality, opportunity and well-being for all Queenslanders. Our policy positions draw upon feedback and engagement with community services in Queensland, data and research. This includes research commissioned by QCOS led by Professor Hull Paulson at the University of New South Wales to independently and comprehensively evaluate housing and homelessness responses in Queensland and to provide evidence-based policy recommendations to end the housing crisis. Queensland has experienced some of the sharpest housing pressures in the country. In just 5 years, the mean dwelling price has risen by 90%. Median rents have increased by 58%, and rental vacancy rates have collapsed to 1%. These pressures have fallen hardest on people with low incomes. There are more than 32,800 Queensland households, almost 59,000 people, waiting for social housing. Persistent homelessness has more than doubled in the last 5 years, with homelessness services supporting nearly 50,000 Queenslanders, seeking help because they have nowhere safe or affordable to live. Our sector is supporting people lacking access to minimum levels of housing, while addressing other complex needs. Our latest State of the Sector report showed that 2/3 of all social service providers are called upon to support people with housing and homelessness, regardless of their area of specialisation within the sector. Our most recent report on living affordability in Queensland examined whether 5 low-income households reliant on the private rental market are able to meet a basic standard of living. With the exception of the senior couple, none of the households were able to afford a basic standard of living, with rent consuming the bulk of their household budget and forcing them to make trade-offs for food, transport, energy, health, education, and other essential bills. The survey informing this report gathered stories on cost of living pressures due to housing costs. In our submission, we presented some of these stories shared by younger people, including measures they had to take to avoid homelessness, being unable to keep up with rent due to low wages, having immense pressure to buy while struggling to save for a deposit, and couples resolving to not start a family while being unable to afford housing. Inequity in the housing system expand beyond just any one cohort and impact diverse groups across generations. People experiencing persistent homelessness, including those sleeping rough, living in tents or cars or couch surfing, face the most severe housing inequity. Family and domestic violence is a major driver of homelessness, and this impacts 29% of people using specialist homelessness services in Queensland, and it is the leading reason women and children seek help. Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander people, while most have secure housing, remain disproportionately affected by homelessness and have lower rates of home ownership. Older women, such as those over 55, are one of the fastest growing groups experiencing homelessness. High housing costs are pushing families into poverty, driving long-term inequality and increasing children's contact with child safety and youth justice systems. I will now pass over to Bronwyn to complete our opening statement.
Thanks, Sullivan. And I'd just like to start by saying we support the Australian Council of Social Service, or ACOS, position on the recent housing tax reforms, and we welcome changes to negative gearing and capital gains tax. They will help to address inequalities in the tax and housing system. And the reforms will improve affordability, help renters into home ownership, and improve the stability of the rental market. And in Queensland, we have welcomed bipartisan commitment to deliver 53,500 new social housing dwellings by 2044. This is a significant commitment from the Queensland Government, but there is a lot more that needs to be done to address the crisis. In our paper and in our policy positions, we outlined that we do need more social housing in regions where there is the greatest need, and more diverse, accessible and affordable housing near jobs, transport, schools and services. And this includes things like more community housing, more build to rent, and more Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander community controlled housing. And we need to expand our Housing First programs, which I think from what you've said earlier, you've heard a bit about today, but prioritising permanent and secure housing and providing support that people that may require support to maintain their housing and their well-being. And we also are advocating for a fairer rental system in line with the Better Deal for Renters agreement, in particular in Queensland, limiting rent increases and ending no ground evictions at the end of fixed term leases. And of particular concern in Queensland is recent changes to planning requirements where affordable housing targets that were previously in planning instruments are being removed from those planning instruments, and we're just calling on governments at all levels to do everything they can to ensure people have access to safe and secure and affordable housing. And we welcome any questions.
Great, thank you. Thanks for your submission and for your comprehensive opening comments. Very, very helpful to us. I was very struck reading your submission in your appendix when we read a young person talking about the challenges of having a family. The midway down the page, on page 8 of your submission, she writes, I think it's she, my partner and myself moved in with parents, decided we can't afford rent, having talks about not making our own family as the cost is too high. You mentioned that in general in your submission as well. It is a terrible price of housing insecurity to put so much of your life and aspiration that previous generations really haven't put aside. I mean, plenty of people made decisions about how big to have their family, but this is now quite a significant issue for many families, isn't it?
It is. We do. Those comments came from research that we do every year to look at cost of living in Queensland, and we survey community members in Queensland, and it informs our living affordability report. And we get thousands of comments from people, and one of the major trends in last year's research was housing affordability really impacting people's well-being and lifestyle, and also restructuring their households to try to be able to secure safe housing. And it also, because the housing costs were so high, people in the surveys responses indicated they were skipping things like medication or changing the type of meals they were planning for their family, or skipping meals because people are desperate to maintain their housing, and because the housing cost is so much they have to cut back everywhere else. So it's sort of having broad-reaching impacts on lots of households, not just young households.
And I was really struck also by that quote on page 9 from a young person, he's a young male professional, double degree, but living with his parents, and describes himself absolutely powerless, stuck and depressed with his circumstance. So there's a mental health and, as you say, a wellbeing cost of all of that as well.
From our perspective, we know that secure housing is a basic requirement in terms of positive wellbeing and being able to engage in activities including work and study and other activities that are good for people's wellbeing or for a family's wellbeing. So absolutely, the housing crisis is really impacting on people's wellbeing across the board.
I would add that our report also referred to an analysis on fertility patterns enclosed in the Hilda survey. So in that particular report, there were charts showing that being able to buy a home or a better home is one of the top considerations for whether to have a child, and that this consideration is becoming increasingly important over time, whereas other factors such as having someone to love is becoming less important. So that was the Hilda survey, being the Household Income and Labour Dynamics in Australia survey. That was the 2025 edition, the 20th edition.
Thanks for drawing our attention to that. You recommend your second option for tackling these issues is to set and fund social housing targets calibrated to alleviating housing stress and homelessness. Have you got any thoughts on the levels of those targets? You might want to take it on notice if you want to come back to us, but I think there's been a lot of discussion here about the need to up our public housing and our community housing as well. Have you got thoughts on the levels?
QCOS's position is that the level of housing needs to be assessed based on the need in communities. We know in Queensland at the moment the number of the amount of housing that is social housing is below 4%, which is very low. Through ACOS and the Everybody's Home campaign, which we are supportive of, they do have a target of 10% social housing.
Right.
And we align our advocacy with that but also kind of link it to communities with the greatest needs, because we know some communities and local government areas do have higher needs for social housing based on looking at incomes in those communities, the average incomes, and which households are which areas are more likely to need the housing. So we do link our requests to the demand in each community.
I also note that your recommendation in relation to meeting rent payments is to propose or support lifting the base rates of payments like JobSeeker and Youth Allowance, rather than recommending increases in Commonwealth rent assistance. You want to assist the person in charge and receiving the income versus subsidising the rent to a landlord. Is that the right interpretation?
Yeah, that relates to, so at the moment we know from ACOS research that 1 in 7 people live in poverty now, which was an increasing rate of people living in poverty. And it sort of links back to some of Cameron Parcell's comment in the previous session. During COVID, the supplementary payment that went to people actually lifted a whole group of people on really low incomes out of poverty. So that we link it directly to income support rather than rent assistance, because it's a fundamental income requirement for rent, for food, for medication. So it's a broader cost of living issue.
Yeah. Thank you. And just your first recommendation really follows, I think, the ACOS recommendation in relation to changes on capital gains and negative gearing, which is a tapering out over 5 years rather than a full grandfathering for existing investments and immediately for new investments in relation to negative gearing and CGT. Do you want to just tell us what the thinking is there, that you don't want to grandfather everything?
The positions outlined in the paper are the positions of ACOS and QCOS prior to the announcement of the recent changes. So our position now, in line with ACOS, is that we support the proposals as they've been put forward. And although potentially there could be additional things done, we're supporting what has been put forward because we think it will make a difference in terms of reducing speculation in the housing market, improving opportunities for first home buyers to buy properties, and also reduce speculation. The speculation in the market then flows through into the security of rentals. So these changes will help to make the rental system more secure too, because we won't see so much of flipping of investment properties, because it will be increasing more owner-occupiers and more renters having the opportunity to become owner-occupiers as well.
So last one from me before I hand over to Senator Mulholland. On rents, we've heard quite a number of people today talk about the need to stabilise rents and to relate rent increases to CPI, to do away with those sudden increases in rent, which are terrifying to many, many renters. What's your response and what's your view about fixing that relationship?
We support that as well, to link limit rent increases to an amount linked to CPI. As Selvin mentioned in the opening statement, we've seen rents increase in Queensland over the last 5 years by over 50%. In some of our regional cities, like Gympie and Townsville, it's like in 60-70% increases, which is well above people's increase in income and CPI. So we support limiting rent increases by an amount linked to inflation.
Yeah, great. Thank you. Thanks, Senator Mulholland.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you to QCOS for joining us. Having a look at your submission, I just think this figure is just incredible. The mean price of residential dwellings in Queensland is currently $1,066,000 at December 2025, which has increased by 90% over 5 years, from $562,500 in December 2020, just during COVID. So we've gone up almost $500,000 in the median price of dwellings here in Queensland. That is absolutely extraordinary. And I think what we're trying to grapple with as a committee is how have we gotten to this point? And we know that this housing challenge has been building for some time over the last 40 years around some of the tax settings, the distribution of wealth. But one of the things that I sort of wanted to ask you about is similar to the Chair. I've read through the snapshot of your survey respondents, and that really does resonate with young people I'm talking to. I met with some young workers up in Gympie recently who simply cannot afford to live in that community and rent a house in that community, and the prospect of owning a home is completely out of reach for them. So I know you've got some recommendations here in your submission, I guess. Are there any of those recommendations that you want to put a priority on for us as a committee, or want to really touch on that you haven't had the opportunity yet to do?
Yeah, I think probably the big thing that we're seeing now, I guess, in Queensland and through the research in the data is that in Queensland the social eligibility for social housing is quite strict, and even with the strict criteria, we have nearly 60,000 people or over 30,000 households waiting for social housing. But then we have another cohort of people that might be on low to median incomes that really can't afford rentals in the private rental market. And so we're seeing a growing number of people there, doing things like restructuring their households to trying to be able to afford rent, or seeking help from, say, for instance, some of our food relief services, or our recently with the fuel shock petrol kind of vouchers, because they're prioritising paying the rent. So then there's a need for all the other services as well. So what we would say is, in addition to social housing, which other people have been talking about today, is that really we also need a focus on affordable housing for frontline workers, affordable housing for people on minimum wages, so that the housing stock is more diverse, so that we don't just have a big divide between unaffordable private rentals, unattainable purchasing a home, and social housing. So it's really about having diversity of accessible housing in good locations that are close to work, schools, services and infrastructure. So there's sort of that missing element, as well as we do still need more social housing, and it'd be great to see more investment come through HAF in the future years to fund more social housing as well.
Absolutely, and you've also got those figures here saying the median rent in Queensland is currently $625 per week at December 2025, having grown from $395 per week over 5 years. So it's grown by almost 60%, and we know that wages certainly haven't grown by that amount. And that was, we heard some evidence from a man earlier today about really that challenge. Wages haven't grown at this. Mr. York at the same period. So I take your point about the need for us to look at prioritising frontline workers, and investment in affordable housing. And as I travel around and I talk to people who are fortunate to be in some of our community housing provider accommodation that's been funded through HAF, they are just ecstatic at the opportunity to have below market rentals that are secure, that they can feel that they can breathe and their shoulders can drop for a moment. And it's a real worry. And some of those people I've talked to have been previously living in cars, but donning a uniform and going to work in a retailer during the day. So it's a real concern that we need to keep an upward push on. Are there any other areas that you think? I know we've talked about the tax changes that have come in. Are there any other areas while you are here with us that you want us to talk about? I know that there's some recommendations here about strengthening rental protections, and that's been a real theme of the day as well across a lot of our witnesses. We've heard about rent bidding, and we've heard about people's rents going up. I know that there is some infrastructure at the national cabinet level to bring some states and territories together for a national approach. Some states have gone further in this area than others. Welcome your thoughts about that here in Queensland.
Yeah, in Queensland we have had some rental reforms in line with the Better Deal for Renters agreement, but the two, I guess we spoke about limiting the rent increases, but the other element that we strongly have been advocating for that hasn't been implemented here is ending no grounds evictions at the end of fixed term leases. And so that means when people get to a fixed end of a fixed term, the landlord can ask them to leave without any grounds, and it creates a lot of insecurity in the housing security in the private rental system. And it also means that renters very rarely or are hesitant to exercise their rights if they have issues with the quality of the housing, if there's mould or poor conditions, because they know they can be asked to leave at the end of a fixed term lease. The feedback that we receive from community legal services that provide tenancy support to people, and I know Tenants Queensland, we hear earlier in the day, support people who have issues, but they're usually hesitant to take it and exercise their rights because they know they can be asked to leave if they annoy the landlord at the end of the fixed term. So the fixed ending of the no grounds evictions at the end of the fixed term is something that we advocate for that hasn't been implemented in Queensland yet.
Yeah, and I guess when you've got a rental vacancy rate in Queensland at about 1%, people are really worried about losing the roof over their head, and as you say, worried about speaking up. So that is a very worthwhile recommendation that you've given us. I think that's probably all that I had, Chair. I'm not sure if Senator Brown is on.
Senator Brown, if you have any questions, perhaps you can give us a shout. I think
no, I'm fine. Thanks, Chair.
No worries. Thank you, Senator Brown. I just wanted to ask you about that statistic. Really, the statistics here are really horrible, but they're incredibly helpful to show us incredible growth in house prices, as Senator Mulholland pointed out. That is a lot of people seeking support from homelessness services.
Yeah.
Is that exceptionally high in Queensland, or are you, just carrying your weight there? No. I doubt that South Australia would be so far short of that. We heard today there were 200 people in the city of Adelaide, for example, known to be sleeping rough.
That might have been at a point of time, maybe. That figure is people accessing homelessness services across the year.
Yep,
over
Queensland.
The year. Okay. So it's the annual specialist homelessness services, which is data which has been, that data, we use that data because it's been, from a data point of view, cleansed before release so that it counts individual interactions with the homelessness services.
We also know these statistics are very frequently understate, of course, especially women.
Someone could be actually homeless but not seeking support yet, or not seeking support from a specialist homelessness service, so they wouldn't be counted in that data.
Thank you. Can I just ask a last question? Given your work as QCOS, you're representing the broad range of issues that affect services provision in Queensland. How much has housing as an issue changed for you over the last 5 years?
Yeah, from QCOS's perspective, we started to hear maybe like 5 or 6 years ago from our services that more and more people were seeking support and services weren't able to find housing for them. Then we started hearing more from services that more and more families were seeking support and you couldn't find housing for families. And years ago, if someone was experiencing homelessness and had children, they would prioritise for housing and would potentially get it quite quickly. So services have said people and families were getting stuck in the crisis accommodation and transitional housing because there were no long-term housing options. So that's been building over a number of years. And then in more recent years, we've definitely had a lot of feedback from the sector. We do an annual survey of the sector, which we get over 1,000 responses for, and we do town halls throughout Queensland. And we're constantly hearing that housing is still challenging, but now that we have instances of services reporting that their staff are experiencing homelessness or insecure housing, or sometimes they are trying to get workers in a community and they can't get workers in the community because there's no affordable housing for the worker to live. So it's definitely impacting the workforce broadly as well as the community that people are trying to support.
And is there evidence of those in recent years, perhaps not if we see changes in negative gearing and CGT, of people who are urban-based, like Brisbane, living in Brisbane, purchasing an investment property in regional Queensland and therefore putting a squeeze on housing availability. I've heard this in South Australia, people purchasing, for example, houses in Mildura out of Melbourne. Is that phenomenon something that you're seeing, or can you may not be able to comment on that?
It's not something that we could specifically comment on. We've definitely heard from services that as rents have gone up, say in Brisbane, then that's pushed more people out to the other surrounding local government areas, and rents have gone up there, and so it's it's spreading further. For instance, Gympie was the example earlier. We were in Gympie a few weeks ago, and people now in Gympie are saying that rent's not affordable because people are kind of trying to find more affordable housing, so the expensive housing is spreading from a rental perspective.
Well, thank you so much for both for your submission and for your evidence here today. The committee has agreed that any responses to any questions on notice, if you took any, should be provided within 2 weeks of you receiving the copy of Hansard. But we really appreciate your time coming in and telling us about all the things that really QCOS has experience of. We really appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you.
So I now welcome representatives from the Queensland Council of Unions in person. Thanks for being here. Come Mr Tosh and Ms King. I understand that information on parliamentary privilege and the protection of witnesses giving evidence to committees has been provided to you. Great, thank you. For the Hansard record, will you please state your full names and the capacities in which you appear today?
Yep, sure. So, Ms Jacqueline King, I'm the General Secretary of the Queensland Council of Unions.
Mr Nate Tosh, Legislation and Policy Officer, Queensland Council of Unions.
Great. Thanks so much. Now I invite you now to make a short statement, an opening statement, and after that we will follow through with quick questions.
Okay. Thank you, first of all, for the opportunity to present to you today. Obviously, we haven't provided a written submission. That's not because the issue of housing is not important to us. It's a matter of priorities. We're a little bit swamped with a whole range of state legislation and reviews and things that are happening here in Queensland at the moment. But housing is a critical issue for Queensland workers, for all Australian workers, as it is for every other person in the community. So I'm just going to try and put a bit of a worker lens in terms of what we're sort of talking about, which is not to take away from anyone else in this space. But I think for me, when I think about these things, you know, once upon a time, the best way that I could describe the work situation is the social compact that we have between government, employers, capital and workers, and part of that is actually being able to, have a decent, fair living wage. And part of that is to actually have secure accommodation and the right, I think, in Australia that many people for many years and decades saw as being able to own your own home and to work towards that. And, you will have and do have many statistics and stories in front of you already, so I won't add to that other than to say that 75% home ownership, historical in 1966, which has just declined steadily. Home ownership rates for young people between 25 to 34, where they would normally have been looking to purchase their own homes, has gone back to, the 1940s and the 1950s. Previously I heard mentioned, and this is an issue that we have raised consistently in many inquiries and many forums, is the plight also of many older women who are either nearing retirement or pre-retirement and wanting to get out but having limited access to superannuation. Some of them have lost money through divorces and ending up sleeping in cars and, the almost the hidden homeless because they're couch surfing or they're staying in someone's room until they can actually afford to try and do something, but being in a situation where that social compact for them has completely broken down. So we have the issues of lack of access and lack of affordability to housing, being compressed at both ends, so older people as well as younger people in the middle. And I think underpinning all of that is really thinking about governments at all levels, particularly state and federal, but thinking that housing is now and has increasingly become to be seen as an investment and a tax issue rather than a human right, rather than, essential infrastructure and the foundation of that social compact, which is really about economic and social security for every individual and for every family, whatever that family looks like. So for us, I think the policy priorities, we support the government's moves to rebalance the tax concessions for housing in that space. I'm going to be a little bit conservative and say that we support the right to protect existing retirees and ordinary homeowners who are already in that space in terms of grandfathering and transition arrangements. But moving forward, we need to do something to say that housing shouldn't be, just a speculative investment like the share market or something else that you've got, something to play around with additional money. I won't go near renters' rights. There's a whole, we support reforms to renters' rights and reform, and particularly around ensuring that people get better tenure in their houses. That lack of security and not knowing, whether you're going to have a home to live in the next few months to 6 months is fundamental again to addressing security for everyone. But I think from our perspective, the two big things that I wanted to probably add is really one is to invest any of the tax reform revenue straight back into public, social and affordable housing. For us, we see the reforms in terms of tax is great, but the actual investment of any money that is collected, and for both federal and state government to commit to proper investment in social housing. It is, to me, the key that has been missed over decades now, so without sheeting home blame to anyone, but it's a decades-long problem that we are now arriving at and experiencing the end of all of that. In Queensland, to add, we are heading to the Olympics in 2032, and it worries me to think what is going to happen to the Brisbane market, let alone the regions who are really suffering, but people will be forced out of housing, for Airbnb. So the available rental stock is at its all-time low. There are no hotels, additional hotels being built here for the Olympics. That has been admitted, right? So where all the focus is on building Olympic infrastructure, and there is kind of like an expectation that the private market developers will suddenly pick up and build, big hotels that will house all of these people that will come in for a short period of time. And we know when that's not happening that there will be additional pressure. So the Airbnb system, we've got, vacant properties sitting in the CBD and surrounding areas already. That's putting additional pressure, and the rental rates for the CBD for a lot of workers is through the roof. The other thing that I just wanted to finally mention is thinking about this in terms of from an employer perspective and from a state government perspective as the major employer in Queensland as well. Every time there is major infrastructure that is built in Queensland, and it's not just the Greater Brisbane region. We know that over 50% of Queenslanders live outside of the Greater Brisbane region, which is where a lot of, we are a very regional state. There is major infrastructure happening, and there is always an absorption of rentals in the local market when we take in temporary workers into those areas. So that's the temporary infrastructure workforce. They deserve to have good quality, secure accommodation, so not just, camp accommodation, but they also deserve, locals also deserve to be able to have their housing. And from a previous board position, being on an energy company here in Queensland, every time, we would go into a regional town, Kingaroy and Rockhampton, every time all the motels are full. and they're full of local workers who come in to do that work because there is no other accommodation, and that means then that, you know, there is nowhere for someone experiencing domestic violence to go to if there is an emergency requirement for care. There is absolutely nowhere to go in those towns. I live part-time in a regional town myself. It is, I think, 0.2% vacancy if you're lucky. And again, you know, people are being forced out of those places. We've got an example in, I was talking with the Meat Workers Union this morning. There's an example where there was 120 odd townhouses that were built as social affordable housing in Riverview near Ipswich, which was built for the purposes of providing to people on, you know, low socioeconomic backgrounds affordable housing that they could rent. The major employer, JBS at Dinmore, has, I think, over 3,000 workers there. They have leased 96 out of those 120 townhouses for temporary visa holders to move into. We are not opposed, obviously, to temporary visa holders, but it tells you everyone is competing for the same stock. There is no additional stock. And, you know, everyone needs to have and come to the table with, you know, almost an obligation. If you're going to be bringing in that many workers into a region, whether that's Ipswich, you know, whether that's Rockhampton or Kingaroy, then there is an obligation, and there should be an obligation on those employers to build and invest in new housing stock, even if it is for temporary purposes. So once upon a time, energy companies, power stations built their own houses, as did a lot of public sector agencies. And I know in our conversations with the state government under the previous government, you know, there was not enough housing stock for police, paramedics, for nurses, for teachers. You know, we've had cases, and I'll finish, but we've had cases, for example, in central Queensland with teaching staff where 18 months or so ago, it might be 2 years ago because it was May, that we had teachers in central Queensland who were being asked to move out of Airbnb accommodation that the Education Queensland, the department, had leased as part of housing stock. And they had nowhere to stay for 6 weeks because there was a big show happening in Rockhampton. You know, that is the pressure on regional areas as well. So I think we tend to focus a lot on the city because a lot of us work in the city and come from that. But, you know, there's a really an adverse effect also happening in regional Queensland, and in particular in the rural areas and the smaller areas. They're often overlooked. And accommodation, again, it's a basic right for everybody, but it's just not happening. So we would say that, you know, public sector housing, but requirements on employers. When I say employers, not small business employers, but like large employers that are investing in major infrastructure, there needs to be some form of requirement that part of that investment is that they're investing in housing in that regional community to help support that community as well.
Mm-hmm. Okay, thank you. Thanks for those introductory comments. And I'll lead off with a few questions and then come to Senator Mulholland. We were talking to press earlier in the middle of the day, and I was asked about the announcement, I think today or yesterday, by a major developer, or about a major development, that the developer would be relieved of any requirement to include affordable housing in a very significant development in Brisbane, I understand. What's your perspective? What's your view about that?
Well, I think it's the same, right? It's the same issue where you've got a government that is basically pandering to property developers, one here in Brisbane and one on the Gold Coast, by relieving them of their responsibilities to invest in that, allegedly based on a Queensland Productivity Commission recommendation. That somehow it will make, you know, more developers will come to the table to invest in housing. It just means that there's more money going to developers who are going to build bigger houses, and if they can put them on the market for a bigger amount of money, they will. And it does nothing to address social housing. It does nothing to address affordability. So it's disappointing.
And so do you have a general belief in support of setting targets for a level of affordable housing in major developments like that? Should there be targets?
I think there should, otherwise you're going to end up with, social housing, and affordable housing is going to be, for workers in particular, is going to be an hour and a half away from where they work. So it's about trying to have a planned, integrated approach to it. But I would also add that we can't rely solely on the private sector and on developers to build housing. This is where governments need to step in and stump up money to do things, because otherwise nothing is going to happen in this space.
And do you see that as a responsibility of the federal government in particular to get the level of injection of funds needed?
I think it's both. I think it's absolutely both. And, probably 50-50, but the state government here in Queensland also has that additional responsibility of public sector worker housing. When I said before, when you think about, over 50% of Queenslanders live outside the Greater Brisbane region, getting people out into the regions and ensuring that Queenslanders, no matter where you live, get equal access to fair services. That accessibility issue is about actually having public sector workers who are able to work and live in those regions. And if they don't have access, then we have, lower police numbers, lower paramedics, lower nurse numbers, and the compound effect of that is that regional rural Queenslanders are completely disadvantaged. So public sector housing has to be a must, and that is a state government responsibility. And here as well, we have government-owned corporations, for instance, in the energy sector, in rail and in water, and they are also stepping aside from what I believe should be their obligations, because, again, a lot of those are actually, again, out in regional Queensland.
And that you believe those organisations have responsibilities to provide housing for their workers?
Yes.
When you started your comments just a while back, you talked about the social compact and mentioned, that the often unspoken settlement between capital employees and the broader community, a living wage and secure housing. Do you see housing as one of the central pillars alongside education and health?
Yes.
As that social compact? Because I
Yes.
think it's my view, we've heard a lot of evidence about it today, that pillar has fallen away. It has turned into a market.
It's a market driven by the private sector, which is never going to, provide a baseline safety net. But it shouldn't just be a baseline safety net. It should be an equal right for everybody to have a fair and decent level of accommodation and security over your head.
And to achieve it, you're talking about using the money raised through changes in tax to go directly into public and affordable housing. And about the responsibility of employers, especially in regions, to pull their weight on supplying housing. And you set aside the question of rents. What's your view about capping rents and relating them to CPI?
Look, I think you've got to get a balance right between, obviously, there's a lot of housing stock that is investment. So you've got, ordinary mums and dads on the one end of the equation as investors to very large corporations that actually, have multiple sort of dwellings in that space. And obviously where investors, the balance has got to be right where investors, are having their mortgage rate increases hiked up, continuously. So they're the ones that are probably right on the end of the, they've just entered the market. But there's got to be a way of just saying, it's not, that's what I say, it shouldn't be seen as an investment. We need to kind of decouple the links to investment, because that's always going to be linked to whatever the RBA and the banks are kind of doing, to say that if you want to do this, then you're going into it not to, as a tax thing, but it's actually, a broader issue. And yes, in that context, I would say definitely rent capping should occur. So I'm just concerned that if you went straight into it and said there's rent capping for a certain part of that investment market, they're likely to fall over, and they are not necessarily high income people, and many of them are workers. So it's grandfathering issues, it's, getting around that. But I think we need to move away from investment properties as a way to kind of, let's make money off this type thing for small investors or mums and dad investors, and move into this is actually, we need to be providing this. And I think that balance is getting public, social housing back into the mix.
We heard from QCOS, and I think you were in the room, about the massive increase in house prices in Queensland, 90% over the past 5 years, to reach over $1 million now. Do you think house prices should fall? I'm asking you because I hate answering the question myself.
That's all right.
And I think it's an important question for us as Australians.
So it's a question I think that we often will think about as an individual, because we think about if we've got our own and what will that mean. I think whichever way it goes, they are going to have to come down because it's just not sustainable. We either lift all wages up significantly, like a significant,
Massively.
which is not going to happen in terms of the economy, or housing has to literally come down, or you do something different, which is inject a massive amount more of houses into there. My concern at the moment is with the changes that are happening to investment properties, is that it will allow for more people to compete for the existing housing stock, and we're already seeing reports in the media of investors, walking away at auctions, etc. up here. I think that's a positive. But again, what happens to people in the rental market when the rental market is just the available rental market is being squeezed, and then if you put the Olympics on top of that, where are workers going to go? Where are young people going to go? Where are those people, anyone really, retirees who don't own their own home, they're going to stay working, and when many of them physically can't. We've got experiences of workers in their 70s working now part-time who some people want to, but many of them don't want to, so they don't have choices anymore, and we are becoming more and more like America in that sort of respect, and I don't think that's a good thing.
Last one from me before we go to Senator Mulholland. What's your view, and maybe it's not relevant, maybe you have got such a high occupancy rate, a vacancy tax is not relevant, but the census in 2021 said we had 1 million homes vacant at the time of that census, and we've certainly got plenty of them in other parts of Australia. Do you think there should be some kind of tax or levy on vacant properties to push them out into the market?
My personal view on that is very strong, and I think yes. I think the amount of Airbnb, there are some that are in there as people have holiday homes, and some of that is an overlap with Airbnb. But if people are, overseas investors owning homes and they are empty, then I think we should look at that and tax people. We need to look at ways to de-incentivise having housing stock sitting empty when we are in a crisis. And I think everything's up for grab when we're in a crisis and people are living on the streets and not able to, think 6 months forward.
Thanks so much. Senator Mulholland.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you, Ms King and Ms Tosh. For transparency, I'm a very proud member and have been a very proud member of a number of unions that affiliate with the Queensland Council of Unions. So it's always really important to hear a worker's perspective in these discussions. I'd like to ask, what are you hearing from workers about the housing stress, the issues with affordability, the risks of homelessness that are going on across the worker cohort at the moment?
Well, once upon a time, I think, you had minimum wage workers were always sort of, in that sort of zone of housing stress and renting and whatnot, but it is not limited to minimum wage workers anymore. We've had examples, as I say, I was at the Meat Workers Union this morning, for a lot of their work. We've got people who are going in and working 4-day long shifts, sleeping in cars in country towns to work at a meat processing facility because there is no available housing stock. These people are on a fairly decent wage. When you put their shift allowances in, there is nothing available in regional Queensland for many of these people. As I said before, many people can't move to the regions because there isn't available sort of housing, so teachers, nurses, public sector workers, but also, the Teachers Union, for instance, were talking about they can't get principals to transfer to the Gold Coast, again, because of the lack of availability, so the pricing to buy and the lack of availability of rentals.
That would have been a problem once upon a time.
That's right.
It'd be a very desirable transfer.
Yeah, and if you can't tell me that there's not vacant stock sitting down on the Gold Coast every night, there has to be, right? It's just the nature of the place and the area. So it's getting worse, and right across the board.
I was in Gympie recently talking with retail workers there, who are again struggling to retain their rentals in that town, and they talk about people being priced out of the Sunshine, northern Brisbane, the Sunshine Coast, and then pushing out further and further north into Gympie, and the availability of rentals. The vacancy rate is below 1% in many parts of Gympie, and so they were saying to me, they are unable to live and work in the community that they've grown up in their entire life. And are you hearing that story more and more as you move around the state across your different union workforces?
Yeah, and personally, yes. Yeah. So as I said, I live part-time in a town that has around about 2,400 people in the Toowoomba sort of region. It's every local person is telling a similar story. There is no accommodation whatsoever, so people are moving. They're not able to live there. I grew up in northern New South Wales, and I remember this happening when Sydney-siders decided they wanted to move to Yamba, which is my hometown, and they took over Yamba and retired. But my mother was in that situation back then where she couldn't rent anywhere. There was nowhere to rent. And she had been a teacher, she was qualified as a worker, all of that, but she couldn't find anywhere to rent for a period of time. I'm hearing exactly the same stories are now happening again. So I think we've gone through a few little mini crises in the past, but at the moment it's, as I say, I am really concerned about Brisbane, but I'm very, very concerned about regional Queensland. And not just the stories of the impact on individual families that are being, split up and people having to move, change schools. That's a huge thing for families to actually have to disrupt their children. But it's the communities, and they're being ripped apart in those communities. So in my area as well, there is a high level of, I think it was a question to people to QCOS before, there is a high level in that area of Brisbane investors, and a lot of them are the Airbnb, and they will go and have it as a holiday house over the Christmas break, but rent it out for the rest of the period. There is a lot of workers also, and temporary visa holder workers trying to secure a foothold in those communities. So traditionally you would have a farmhouse that might be rented out to a family. There is no families. You can't get a rental on a farm anywhere in the region because, people who have them will go to the highest bidder. And so we are seeing, and there are still temporary visa holder workers who are, doing 3 double beds to a bedroom, and all of that is still happening now in Queensland. We are running a migrant workwise program where we have 10 staff, 8 of whom are outreach officers across the regions, and we are seeing the impact of accommodation happening on migrant workers across all industries, but in the regions in particular. So, where people can make a buck, they will, and that impacts on workers, migrant workers, and it impacts on local people.
One of the other lenses that you have is around wages as well, and that's we've heard a little bit of evidence today about the wages needing to keep pace with the cost of living and the cost of housing. We heard from Mr. York earlier about being in a pretty well-paid job, but his wage hasn't really gone up. I know that's one of the single focuses of the Labor movement is around trying to put upward pressure on wages. We saw a really good decision from the Fair Work Commission last week around the minimum wage increase, but I know that you're working really hard across the workforces. Talk to me a little bit about why that's important as well in the housing affordability and inequity space.
Well, we saw the Fair Work Commission decision come out with, 4.75%. Yeah. But to put it in context, the minimum wage, the adult minimum wage now is, $1,004?
Just over $1,000, yeah.
Yeah, $1,004 gross a week, so before tax. If you're trying to then pay for average rent of between $600 and $700, how are you going to afford to pay for food, let alone anything else? So it's clearly a major stressor. The fact that wages have not kept pace with CPI. So yes, it was a good decision in the sense of looking at it in the circumstances for this year, but they're always backwards decisions, and these are minimum wage outcomes. One would think that they should set the baseline for enterprise bargaining negotiations, but the reality is they don't always do that. We have state governments who often, and not just Queensland, but we have state governments who often put pressure through wages caps. We have a wage cap here at the moment on, what are we on, 3%, 2.5%, for, you know, reasonably well-paid workers in the public sector, but that there is a lift-up rate to inflation, but it's capped at 3.5%. So already public sector workers are 1.25% behind just in 1 year alone on normal inflation. And then if you've got cost of living blowing out through housing prices, which are going higher, and then transport prices, which peak, you know, and workers are being expected to work further away from their place of work because of the way that we're designing and pushing workers out into, you know, further suburbs, you know, they're further impacted by the cost of transport in that sort of space. So, you know, whatever governments can kind of do to alleviate that level of pressure, whether it's through, you know, free public transport for workers to get to work. But here in Brisbane, you might appreciate, I think we need to actually invest in more public transport and more lines to get through to places. Like there's an enormous amount of population growth happening in the Toowoomba region. You know, but there's a train line, but you wouldn't get on the train line that goes up there, right? It just does not make sense if you consider Brisbane and compare it to like Sydney for years, which has had train lines through to Newcastle, and I've, you know, known people that would commute from Newcastle to Sydney or from Wollongong to Sydney. You know, for people to do that here, it's, you know, it's crazy sort of time frames. So I've gone a little bit off track on that, but I just think the wage component, I mean, it's part of all of it, right? It comes back to a living wage, a fair and decent living wage. It's actually having access to, so it's real access to affordable housing, and it's all part of that, you know, the social compact.
And when we look at investment in social affordable housing, I know that's something you called out earlier in your remarks, in the past and previous housing programs like the National Rental Affordability Scheme and others, there has been a focus on frontline workers and working people and older women and some of those key areas that we know are real risk areas for housing insecurity. Is that something that you think that we should be looking at as well as we continue to develop our social and affordable housing programs, as that, you know, the next rounds of HAF roll out? Are they things that we need to be looking at as well?
Oh, look, I think you absolutely need to prioritise who are the people most at risk and facing the most pressure at this point in time. If you just have an open market for it, it's just not going to work. You can build social housing, and if everyone has access to it, it's, you know, it becomes its own little private market again. So yes, definitely prioritising, you know, for the at-risk people. But also, when I say at risk, it's not necessarily social housing in lower socio-economic areas. It's looking at, well, how do we provide and how do we provide the necessary support for older women who are, you know, with the low superannuation balances, with no, you know, that are working part-time, they've got no access to, you know, I guess, any other options but to continue to work. How do we provide them with a solution to how are they going to live until they pass away, right, for the next 20, 25 years, because they've got no solution at this point in time for many of them. So I think prioritising and looking at cohorts of people like that, but also I think the regional, like I think we just can't kind of go, it's whatever's happening in Brisbane happens everywhere in Queensland and the same everywhere else around Australia. We need to be a little bit more thinking cohorts, demographics, but also impact of where you actually live. Because that's the other thing, is if you put social housing somewhere else and you expect people to move to live to that social housing, then you're going to disrupt many people from their actual connections to community, whether that's a local town or it's just because their family, you know, live down the road and they need that support and that care. So it's about giving people options.
Thank you. I think that's it for me, and I just wanted to acknowledge the work that the union movement is doing at the moment, workplace health and safety. We think it's difficult to get into a house and maintain housing security when you're fit and able to do so. If you get injured at work or worse, life becomes a lot harder for you. So thank you for the work that you're doing at the moment with workers, keeping them safe and making sure they come home safe from their jobs. Thank you.
Second that. Thank you, Senator Mulholland. Just a last question from me. You've really comprehensively dealt with our questions and really assisted. I just wonder if there's anything in particular you want to say about young workers. A lot of what you've said is very relevant to workers of all ages, you know, the struggle in regional Queensland, the Olympics coming at us. What are you hearing from younger members of unions, and how do you see their circumstance as different from previous generations or the older people they work alongside?
Yep. So I have a 21-year-old daughter who's working full-time and who lives with me because she can't afford to move out of home. I contrast that to when, you know, I left school and, you know, I was able to do that and move out at the age of 17 and was able to access a rental in Sydney and do things like that, which she doesn't have those same choices. And I see through her friends, and, you know, her boyfriend is an electrical apprentice who was recently stood down because he's back at work now, but they stood a whole lot of apprentices down at Cross River Rail and they were stood down for 3 weeks without pay. And he also lives at home with his parents here in Brisbane, but he was 3 weeks without pay, full stop, because an employer found a loophole, basically, in terms of not wanting to employ apprentices for a period of time. And this is the effect of what's happening in the economy. They're often the first to go, the service trades. But looking at it through people like that, listening to people like him and his friends, they're predominantly young men. There are some young women, but not enough these days. I think it's really hard for them. Like they're delaying choices in life because they don't have those same choices that previous generations did have. They don't have opportunities, so they don't have the money and the income to be able to do it, but also I think they're being, to some extent, they get discriminated against in the housing market. People don't want to have young people in their home. They think their home will get trashed, whether that's true or not. You know, but there's limited options for them, I think, and, you know, it worries me, I think, as a parent, but also as a union leader, that I guess young workers have limited hope for their future. And that's pretty depressing when you think about that, right? They are the first generation to come along to kind of go, I'm never really going to be able to afford to buy an average house in Brisbane. I never thought we'd get to the stage where Brisbane was overtaking property prices in Sydney. And yet here we are. So that's me at my age, and at the other end of the age spectrum, you know, these young people, it is fairly depressing for them, but it's something that we need to address. And so it comes back to that whole issue that for them it is this intergenerational inequality, but we need to do something to address that. And if that means that, you know, some people are going to lose over time, then so be it. It's a rebalancing of the scale, because if we keep going the way that we are, then, you know, what will be the effects on them? They're going to wear the effects of AI in the workforce. They're going to wear the effects of housing. They're going to wear the effects of the, you know, labour market potentially, you know, completely changing around them, and a complete fracturing of that social compact.
Well, thank you so much for your evidence, and I certainly think we all feel the responsibility of wanting to be a useful inquiry to assist the hope of your daughter and all our kids. So thanks, really, really, really important and useful evidence. And if you took any responses, any questions on notice, could you provide your answers within 2 weeks of receiving our Hansard transcript? Well, I feel like today we have really taken amazing evidence. It's been incredibly useful to come to Queensland, and thanks to all of the witnesses who have come before us in person. And thanks also to those who have moved a lot of equipment to help us get this on camera. Much appreciated. and our wonderful Secretariat for your assistance, and senators who have been able to assist us. Thank you also. So that concludes today's hearing. We really appreciate all the help we've had. The committee's agreed responses to any questions on notice should be provided within 2 weeks of witnesses receiving a copy of the Hansard transcript. The committee stands adjourned. Thank you.